Good morning, everybody. Welcome to what we will hope will be our last JF meeting of the Housing Committee here in 2026. I will just say briefly before we get into all the reasons why today is a good day to have a good day. Say thank you to all the members that have served for these past two sessions. Obviously, we have a lot more work to do once we get out of here, but I'm appreciative of the way that we've all worked together. There's been a mutual respect. We have come to these issues, and though we disagree sometimes fervently, as you will see all day today, we come together and we all understand that at the very least, every single person that serves in this committee does so for what they see as the betterment of their district, the betterment of the state of Connecticut, and we have done that work. We'll continue to do that work, and today will be, as once again I will say, today is a good day to have a good day, maybe a good night, and even a good morning. Any comments from my co-chair, ranking members? Let's get into it. SB 257, an act concerning evictions for cause, JFS to the floor, LCO 2900. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved
Second.
and seconded. I will quickly explain the bill. An act concerning evictions for cause. It's a bill that we've had. People will call it just cause evictions. What it does is takes a statute that we have that is in place for our seniors and our disabled in apartment buildings of 5 units or more, and allow for them to be evicted only for a set number of reasons. I will read off the number of reasons just so we have them in our minds as we go through this debate. It is non-payment of rent, refusal to agree to a fair and equitable rent increase, defined by the fair and equitable rent increase statute, material noncompliance, avoiding of rental agreement, or material noncompliance with the rental agreement, material noncompliance with the rules and regulations of the landlord adopted in accordance with the lease, permanent removal by the landlord of the dwelling unit from the housing market, bona fide intention by the landlord to use such dwelling unit as their principal residence. And then also we have a section in our JFS language that adds if you have a child, parent, grandparent, you can move them into your unit as well, and that is a cause for eviction. As I said, this only applies to folks who live in apartment buildings of 5 units or more. I'm sure we'll get into what the implications of this bill may be in the minds of the representatives here, but with that, I'll field any questions and happy to start the debate. Senator Sampson.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by thanking you for your opening comments discussing how this committee has operated, and I feel the same way. I know that there are some items that we certainly are going to disagree with, as far as ideology, process, etc. But at the end of the day, I fully respect the chairman and the rest of the majority. I know that they are here for what they believe is the best interest of the people of Connecticut. But there are certain bills where we're not going to see eye to eye. And frankly, this bill that we're addressing right now possibly may be the bill that's in the building that I object to more than anything else. And that is a pretty strong statement considering some of the things that are happening elsewhere in this building regarding gun control, homeschooling, vaccine, medical autonomy for citizens, etc. Those are all unbelievably important issues. This bill, I guess, gets to me for a number of reasons. Partly because of the fact that I think it's patently unconstitutional on its face. It includes language that could be described as a taking. And it also is completely counterproductive to the stated goals of the proponents. I have a lot of questions. The first thing I want to do, though, is take issue with the title of the bill, which says an act concerning evictions for cause. And in fact, this bill is not about evictions at all. other than it creates evictions in a place where evictions did not exist. And I'm sure the people listening would say, absent anything else, creating evictions where there were no evictions before doesn't sound like a very good idea. Evictions are long, expensive propositions that are very trying for both landlords and tenants. And this bill is based on this premise that every relationship between a landlord and tenant has to be an antagonistic or hostile one. And I just don't agree with that. I think that the vast majority of landlords and tenants work well together. And I also think when they don't work well together, there ought to be a mechanism that resolves it quickly. An eviction is not that mechanism. And I guess that's the basis of my objections. And we will certainly get to the meat of the language of the bill. But let me just say a few things before we get into my technical concerns and the questions I have for the majority. I just want to start by talking about what this bill essentially does, which I would say it converts what is understood in society as a one-year lease term, a contract between free citizens, adults, into what will now become a government-protected occupancy right that will strip property owners of their property rights and of what is very common and understood as the very ordinary ability to recover possession of their own property once a tenant ends their lease. And in fact, this version of this bill that we have this year, because we've been at this for the last several years, has a provision in it that effectively, according to the majority, is supposed to benefit landlords by putting a one-year, I don't know what the word would be, a pause potentially for this bill to go into effect. But that one-year mark, which we're going to talk about in some detail, I think actually makes the bill worse because it effectively makes every tenant have that guaranteed occupancy right at 12 months. Whereas the previous bill, I don't know that it did that. At the end of the day, the most important question that we should ask ourselves in America, a society based on individual liberty, personal responsibility, and though it didn't make it into our founding documents, property rights. Property rights are essential to what it means to be an American. And they are essential to how our society works, how we operate as a free nation of sovereign citizens. And when you start to dismantle property rights, you start to tell people that the things that they belong don't belong to them anymore, it's very problematic. Think about any of your possessions, whether it's your car, your clothing, and jewelry item passed down through generations, and certainly any real property, homes that you might own. When someone comes along and tells you that that is no longer your property and you don't have the right to do with it as you choose, that should concern everyone. And that is the basic premise of this bill, is that the person that invested in the ownership of the property through their own hard work and effort, or even if it was passed down from a family member, someone else's hard work and labor, who thought to give it to that property or hand it down through their lineage, and undoes that by government force. And make no mistake, that's what this is about. The government only has the power to use force to change behavior. The government doesn't create wealth. The government doesn't give away things. All the government can do is transfer things. It can take money or possessions from one person and give to another, but it's not making anything. And it always has bothered me in politics that often when the government is putting together policies that benefit segments of the population, they act as if they're creating that out of thin air. We're making a new program. This is going to be subsidized housing, or this is going to be a benefit to people who live in a certain district or match a certain description in some way. The fact is the government's not doing that. The government is taking the property, the wealth of other people and transferring it to them. And it should never be forgotten. There is no free lunch. We can thank Milton Friedman for that little bit of wisdom, but it's absolutely true. So when anyone's telling you the government is giving you a benefit, remember, it's at someone else's expense. And this bill is about as clear as it possibly can be. And the issue I have with this is that what's going to happen is you're going to have the government taking property away from property owners who've done absolutely nothing wrong. Absolutely nothing. Their only crime in this committee is that they own property. That's their crime. And this bill is a penalty. It's a sentence, effectively, to be punished for the crime of owning property and desiring to rent it out. And what it does is it transfers the right to occupancy, which should always belong to the landlord, except for the terms with which they agree to in the form of a mutually accepted contract that the parties have signed their name to, and give it to a tenant. And my guess is that this is only going to really become operative in cases when you have a tenant that is not desirable. Landlords, I've known many over the years, and in my experience, they only care about two things. Are you going to pay the rent on time? And are you going to preserve the property? Are you not going to damage the property? Those are the two things that they care about. I've heard all sorts of commentary from testimony, from colleagues about different scenarios, but in my experience, that's the bottom line. Landlords don't care about someone's race or their sexual orientation or any of that stuff. The only color that they tend to care about is green, and whether or not you're making that rental payment, because that's a business, just like Walmart or anywhere else. Does Walmart care what their customers look like? I don't think so. They just care whether or not you're going to come in and make a purchase, which incidentally is a very similar contract. I'm going to hand you money, you're going to hand me a product. Everybody's happy. A real estate contract, a lease, is a similar agreement, except it's actually governed by a lot more rules that are put in place by the participants. And there's actually the ability to negotiate those terms. Now, I've heard people come before this committee and say that landlords are not willing to negotiate terms, and that's probably true in a lot of cases, particularly in a market where there is a shortage of available housing. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, I'm just having trouble hearing because of the conversation that's going on over there. Trying to keep my train of thought, but thank you. So I understand that some folks might be upset that landlords are not as willing to negotiate in some places when you have a market similar to this one, where there is a certain lack of available and affordable housing. And that very well may be true. But I still think that under the right circumstances, a tenant can negotiate the terms of a lease. And I will suggest that the vast majority of leases have been modified over time because every property is different, every situation is different. And over time, when relationships grow between landlords and tenants, they accommodate one another to create a long-lasting, mutually beneficial relationship. And I believe that that's the way most of these agreements occur in nature, and not the way they're described in this committee, where every particular situation happens to be this evil landlord and this innocent tenant that is being abused are at odds with one another. And I'm not going to disagree that there aren't some landlords that take advantage of their tenants. And it's often cited in this committee about out-of-state landlords, private equity landlords that don't care much for their tenants. That may be true in some cases. I also think that painting anyone with a broad brush like that is fundamentally wrong. And actually, I'd go a step further and say it's ignorant. It's as bad as racism. It's as bad as saying that all people that are of a certain color act in a certain way. I mean, if you believe that we should just go ahead and target all private equity because you have some examples that some of them are bad, you're as bad as a racist, in my view. That's not true, obviously. Some companies are going to be much better run than others. They'll be much more respectable than others, just like some people are. And some landlords are bad, and some landlords are good. And I'm going to get to the crux of this issue, which is that some tenants are bad too. A lot of tenants are good. They pay their rent. They take good care of the property. They want to be treated with respect. But at the end of the day, whether tenants are bad or good, the contract is what governs the relationship. And one of my main issues with this bill is that it tears up the contract. Basic contracts are like the most fundamental part of government. I'm a small government conservative. That's where I get my political ideology from. And I think, generally speaking, that government, when it gets too big, does more harm than good. It tends to create problems instead of solving them. And because of that, I'm inclined to say we need less government pretty much all the time. I'd like to shrink things. The thing is that we need some government. I'm not an anarchist, thinks we should get away with having no government at all. But if we were to actually strip things back and say, you know, all of the government that's been created over the last couple hundred years in this country, what actually do we need more than anything? I would say a couple things. We would need a rule of law, first and foremost. We need to have laws to protect citizens from one another. Can't go around murdering one another or stealing from one another. So you'd have to have a system of laws and justice. And then you need to have a court system. And that court system is a part of government that we would absolutely need. And one of the main functions of that court system would be to adjudicate private contracts between citizens. So if you hired someone to do a job for you and you paid them money and they didn't do the job, you'd have a mechanism to enforce that contract, right? That's like a basic building block of government. If you don't have that, then you don't have anything. And it works the reverse too. You do the job for someone and they don't pay you. You'd have the ability to go to court. So if we got rid of almost every level of government, I think we could do very, very well if we could just have those pieces as the basic building block of society, which is free citizens contracting with one another to make decisions. You could do everything. You know, people say you need government for the roads. Well, you know, that's how a town government works now. The people in the town get together. In our system, they elect folks to represent them, but those people engage in a contract to have work done. It all falls apart, though, when the government gets involved and starts dictating the terms of those agreements, in my view. That's why I don't like prevailing wage, binding arbitration. Those things stand in the way of the freedom of people to conduct commerce and work with one another. I'm also a firm believer in this system because, in my view, that system of freedom that is really the most limited amount of government except to protect contractual agreements is capitalism. Capitalism is the mechanism that has made us all very, very successful as Americans. The average American citizen, even the poorest American citizens, are probably far better off than they are than the poorest citizens in other nations around the world. I mean, people have running water, clean water in America. We have roofs over our head. We have heat and hot water. Almost everybody has a cell phone. Almost everybody who lives in Connecticut has a car. I mean, people are pretty wealthy and pretty well off. And this happens because of the ability for some people to get extraordinarily wealthy. And they get extraordinarily wealthy by engaging in commerce, sometimes real estate, sometimes landlords, sometimes investment in the stock market, sometimes investment in private equity, real estate operations. People go into business making everything from food to computers to you name it. And when they become wealthy, they employ people, they grow their business, they create opportunity. And all of that results in us having more wealth created. And the chairman's looking at me because I know he wants me to stay on topic. And trust me, there's a point to all of this because it goes to the motive and morality of the legislation that is before us. The thing is that system that creates all that wealth is based on the freedom for people to interact with one another and to have contracts that they can trust are entered into voluntarily by the parties that are not going to be altered by an outside force. And without making a further pitch for just how beneficial that system has been to us, I have great fear that as government grows, as the motivations of politicians change from making good policy and negotiating the terms of those policies with one another in good faith to getting an edge over the other side for electoral purposes, we lose sight of those freedoms. Another thing that bugs me about this bill really is that the chairs, and I have great respect for them, they know how much I hate this bill. They know. And I would just suggest that, and I'm not the only one, there's, I think, very little likelihood that any Republicans will support this legislation in this committee or beyond. And when you have a situation where a very, very significant portion of the legislature, representing a very significant portion of the people of Connecticut, is adamantly against something, like this is a 0 out of 10 bill, that's a place where you should say, maybe we just shouldn't do this. And we should stick to, more bipartisan things or things that really at least the minority is not going to so adamantly and so strenuously object to. I feel like the majority, when they put a bill like this forward that is just such an ideological challenge to the minority, are doing it out of some I want to be careful because I don't want to ascribe motive to anyone, but it's because they can, frankly. And I think that's a shame. I think that having balanced government does a lot of good things. And one of the things having balanced government does is it prevents bills like this from moving forward that are just really one-sided as far as ideology goes. I already mentioned that this is big government. And one of the other problems with big government is that big government can take sides in disputes, something that frustrates me in this committee to no end, which is that every bill and every debate is characterized as landlord versus tenant, landlord versus tenant. I caught myself saying it a few times myself. I am not here for landlords or tenants. Neither, or both. You choose. I'm here to determine what the best policy is. And even more important than what the best policy is, my number one function and responsibility when I come to work every day as a state senator is to protect the rights of the people I represent, and that's all of them. That's the landlords and the tenants. I want to protect their right to operate as free citizens, to make their own choices, to enter into the contracts they choose, to have responsibility for those things, and actually, yes, to suffer the consequences of their own decisions as well. Because that's what a good society does. That's what's actually fair. Some folks define fair as taking from people that have a lot and giving to people that have a little, but that's not actual fairness. Ask any 3-year-old. When you take something away from them that they actually achieved to give it to someone else, they don't think it's very fair. And neither do I. Fairness is creating equal opportunity, not going ahead and modifying a contract to transfer wealth from one party to the other. This bill not only picks a side, it picks the side of tenants very, very clearly. You can go through this bill, and while the chairs will probably suggest that there are some protections built in here for landlords, they are nothing compared with the protections that existed previously, which were based on an agreement that the tenant and the landlord agreed to, that the parties agreed to. If tenants wanted to get more security in their lease agreements, those things were able to be negotiated, just like if landlords wanted to get changes to the way they negotiated business, that would happen. It is a dangerous path to go down when you enlist the government to come help you by modifying what can appear in the terms of a private contract. And I will just say my experience has taught me that what happens is, because we see this in every industry, whether it's housing or health insurance or you name it, you'll have the hospitals will come one year and they will make a lot of demands, and the legislature will pass some laws to benefit hospitals. And guess what? The next year, the insurance companies will be like, no, you can't be doing that. So they'll hire an army of lobbyists and send them to the Capitol, and then we'll pass some different legislation that goes back the other way. And we will just end up going back and forth. And maybe it's good for all the people that get paid along the way. And maybe it's good for all the politicians who are able to tell their constituents they were fighting on behalf of one group or another. But it's not good policy. It's not what we're actually supposed to be doing. This also, as a result of the government taking sides in this transaction, is going to limit the freedom of the parties. And that's both parties, by the way. And I remind people of this in the Labor Committee all the time, that when you go ahead and you put in a new standard for what can appear in a private contract, you're limiting both parties. So while you might think you're offering a benefit to a tenant by making this policy, what you're doing essentially is you're limiting the tenant's ability to negotiate those specific terms. So they don't get to just negotiate that with the landlord anymore, so that's a given. So guess what happens? The landlord has now given something that was not even negotiated for, so that means that they're going to react by having to take away something else. This is what happens in the real world. When you squeeze a balloon in one area, it's going to get fatter someplace else. And when you put pressure on a housing provider by telling them they have to live up to certain requirements, they're going to make it up any way they can by changing other terms of agreements. And I can imagine a number of ways that could happen as a direct result of this bill. I mentioned that this is a violation of property rights already, and I just want to hit that point one more time before we move on, because I think it's a key and very important point. One of the great problems we have in this country is affordability right now, and I met with a bunch of high school kids yesterday, and I can tell, just talking with them, that they're scared for their future. They don't know that they're going to grow up in a America that offers them the same opportunities that maybe generations before them have had. And I was reading somewhere recently that the average age of home ownership has gone up a lot, the age at which you can purchase your first home. And it's going to be out of reach for more people than ever. That's a problem. I would like to solve that more than anything else. I would like to see people be able to own property and buy their first home before they're 50 years old. I want people to be able to do that in their 20s so they can raise their children there. In my view, when you take and limit the ability for people to use their property as they choose and their ability to earn money in the process, all you're doing is prolonging that problem, making things even more unaffordable and therefore less likely to be achieved. But we do have to get a handle on that. When people do finally reach the level of making enough money and having enough savings to buy a home, some people, and this is much more common than I think people would realize, some people actually buy their first property as an investment property. And they do it because sometimes it's easier than actually buying a single family house. You buy a two-family or some kind of side-by-side two-unit building because the bank will give you a mortgage considering the rent that you are getting from your tenant. I think that situation may change pretty drastically under this as well, because the banks are going to automatically recognize that when you are depriving the landlord of the right of their use and occupancy of the property in perpetuity, That means that who's the bank negotiating with now? Is the bank negotiating with the unit owner anymore? I don't know that they are, because the unit owner has lost their rights to determine how that other unit of the building is being used, and therefore the money being generated or lack thereof in a bad situation is now going to be a problem. And I don't think banks want to negotiate with this bill. It's really negotiating with the government, but the terms are set out in the bill that's before us, which is that there is a very distinct possibility that tenants that are not going to pay their rent or maintain the property might have the ability to maintain occupancy beyond a period that might have existed if it was up to the landlord. And that is not going to be beneficial to someone who lends property to homeowners or investors either. I guess I'll just say one last thing about the ideology of this, and we'll get back to all of that anyway, going through the bill. But the last thing I would say, and this is probably the most important, and I've said it a lot during our hearings on this, and I brought it up at the last time we had this meeting, which is that the thing that frustrates me the most is that this bill is being put forward as some sort of benefit to tenants. This bill is not going to benefit tenants. I can't say it more clearly. Landlords are going to adapt to whatever happens. If this bill becomes law and these changes go into effect, the very first thing that happens is that landlords will become more skeptical of who they place in their buildings. They will have to. Because you're being told as a property owner that now you don't really have the same options you had before to get rid of a tenant that you don't want for whatever reason. And remember, in my view, the only thing that generates a problem for a landlord is failure to pay the rent or damaging the property. There are certain circumstances where landlords might want to reclaim their property for other reasons, and we can talk about what those are as well. But in your typical rental situation, that's when the negotiations fail, is when the landlord fails to live up to their obligation to the tenant by not providing a clean, safe, habitable structure, which is another topic we will cover about who's responsible for that, or the tenant is not doing one of those two things. So now that that's the case and the landlord is going to be faced with a situation where they're not as secure in having good tenants that live up to those obligations, and that they can't predict the long-term outcome of a tenant beyond the current lease term, I think that they're going to become automatically more skeptical, and they're going to be much less inclined to accept tenants unless they have very, very good credit and very, very good job history. In fact, they may go an extra mile and ask for more references. They may ask for a lot of things. And ironically, the people that we saw come to testify in favor of this bill, many of them, admittedly, they told us that they were folks that did not have perfect credit, that they were borderline tenants. Maybe not their words, but that's the way you might describe their sets of circumstances, sometimes through no fault of their own. I mean, people end up in difficult situations all the time, and I know this because people say these things. You know, I'm looking for a rent, my credit's not so good, but, I had a divorce, but now I'm back on my feet again, and I've been making my payments, I've got a good job and everything else. Will you take a chance on me? And the answer from landlords is often yes. Yes, you know what? You sound like a good person. But the fact is that now that's going to happen a lot less often. Landlords are just not going to take those chances. Because if you pick the wrong person, it's like the lottery. If you pick the wrong person, you're going to end up having some difficulties for a long, long time. I think during one of our previous hearings, I brought up a conversation that I had with a landlord that I know who owned a 6-unit building in New Britain. And that building had great tenants in it when he bought it, and it was a very productive building for many, many years. And At one point, he had a tenant move out, and he replaced that tenant, and the new tenant brought nothing but drama to the building. They brought bugs with them. They brought blocking the parking space. They brought people that were noisy, stayed up all hours of the night. And slowly but surely, all of his other good tenants started leaving the building. And pretty soon, the building started to suffer because these great tenants that had been there for a decade or more, that used to actually plant flowers by the front, they moved out. So no one planted flowers there anymore. The landlord had to start taking on more and more responsibilities. And of course, as he did that, he had more expenses because the tenants were not keeping up the building like they were before. So he had more maintenance to do. And he had to raise the rent several times. And then he lost a couple of other tenants. And before you know it, the quality of the building diminished dramatically. And so did the quality of life for all of the tenants. But under this proposal, I don't think that a landlord would have the ability to remove such a person. We're going to talk in some detail about all of the reasons that the government will allow a landlord to evict a tenant beyond the date that they were supposed to leave at the end of the lease. And that is not an exhaustive list. And just sitting down for a few minutes, you could come up with countless other sets of circumstances which would legitimize why a landlord would want to reclaim their property. And this bill essentially says, no, that property is not yours anymore. That property is governed by rules the government sets. And some of those rules say that it's not yours anymore. I think this bill also shows a lack of understanding of rights, just as a fundamental concept. I've had some folks come and testify and say housing is a right. I just want to just talk about rights for a second. Housing is not a right. Healthcare is not a right. I mean, those are things people should have. Don't get me wrong, but they're not rights. A right is something that you're born with and that you need to survive, much like housing and healthcare. But the difference between like having your right to free speech or to defend yourself, those kind of things that we protect as rights in this great country, the difference between those things and the right to housing or healthcare is that housing and healthcare are things that are provided by other people. Your right to have free speech is not provided by anyone else, right? Your right to defend yourself is not provided by anyone else. But the right to housing is not a right at all, because that would mean that it would have to come from someone else. I already described earlier that, nothing comes for free. It has to come from someone else. So if you think housing is a right, by extension, you also believe that you think you have a right to something that belongs to someone else. That's what you're saying when you say housing is a right. Same for healthcare. I got news for you. You do not have a right to what belongs to someone else. And I think a lot of the people that say that, if someone else tried to come for things that they own, they would be pretty protective of those things. And I wouldn't blame them, because that's kind of how our world works. If you work for something and you achieve it and it belongs to you, it's yours. And it should be yours to do with the way you choose. I think this bill also shows a lack of understanding of economics, supply and demand, basic market principles, because we're facing a housing shortage in Connecticut, right? Everybody says this. I don't know if that's actually true. I mean, you have to assume a few things if you want to say that we have a housing shortage. That means that you think that more people should live in Connecticut if you say that there's a housing shortage. And that's a debatable premise. I mean, we already have a lot of congestion. We have limited resources as far as, water and, electricity. We already know it's very difficult to satisfy our growing electrical needs in the state. So if you're saying there's a housing shortage, that means that you want to grow the infrastructure in Connecticut too. And potentially that is very beneficial in some parts of the state. Eastern Connecticut is not very populated, but if you're going to try and increase the amount of housing in Fairfield County, for example, you're just going to get more congestion. I mean, isn't the traffic bad enough already? I mean, but the thing is, housing shortage. If it does exist, I think what people are really saying is not so much that there's a housing shortage, it's just that the housing that is available is too expensive. And I just want to address that for a second, because I don't disagree, but I also think we should point out that everything is expensive. Everything. Groceries. I went to Costco over the weekend, and I can tell you, my grocery bill was staggering, and very frustrating. And everything, the bills we get for electricity, the bills that we pay for almost everything, have gone up dramatically. And there's reasons for that. And I know it's off topic, so I won't go there very long, but I'll just briefly say that I think government has a lot to do with that. Government creates taxes, creates regulation, creates impediments to doing business that cost money, and those costs are passed on to consumers. The largest reason for inflation, though, is that the federal government, a number of years ago, printed a great deal of new money. And when money is printed, it devalues the rest of the currency. So you need more actual dollar bills to pay for the same thing as before. And, my grandparents, when they were alive, they used to talk about going to the movies for a nickel. It's been a long time since then. But I'll bet that my kids, when they might end up having to pay $50 to go to a movie, that $50 will be equivalent to whatever the $15 or so it is today, or the nickel that it was in yesteryear. That's inflation. Inflation happens because governments like inflation. Inflation is a mechanism to recover debt, and to diminish wealth. It's a way to confiscate wealth effectively. If you owe somebody a lot of money, you owe somebody $1 million, and inflation happens and devalues the currency 10 times, well, now you only owe them $100,000 in yesteryear's money, right? And the same thing for, that's how governments pay off their debts. If they have inflation, guess what? We don't owe as much as we used to. It's also a way to take wealth from people that have it. If people have a lot of money, if you devalue the currency, they don't have as much wealth any longer. So inflation is very dangerous. But inflation, when governments create it, always does, in fact, impact the people at the bottom of the income scale the most, because they're the ones whose income probably does not rise at the rate of inflation most dramatically, and therefore costs exceed their ability to pay. And in housing, that situation is the reason why we're all here today, is that housing's not affordable. The government is struggling with a way to address that issue. And I don't know that the government has a way to address that issue, other than getting out of the way in a lot of other arenas. But the attempts that we're making, including this bill, in my view, are not going to fix the problem. In fact, they're going to make the situation worse. I also would suggest that the lack of affordable housing is kind of a misnomer, because if you say at the same time that there's a lack of housing, and then you say there's a lack of affordable housing, that can't work together. Because the truth is, if there's a lack of housing, that means people are in those properties already, and they're renting them, and they are paying whatever the price is. So there are people affording the housing that's out there. The question is, what about everybody else that is not affording that housing? And that is a difficult question. There's no question about it. And there's not a lot of solutions, because to build housing in Connecticut or to create housing in other means, switching from commercial property, it's one of the ideas that we have bouncing around. That could work. But because the demand is so high, and clearly there are people with the ability to pay the higher price, they're going to take precedent. So the folks that don't have the money to afford the market rate properties, they're going to continue to struggle. And I don't know what the solution to that is. They need to find a way to make more money. The government should be encouraging Connecticut to become a more thriving economic center, so there's more jobs available for people, so they can earn the money to be able to afford that housing, in my view. But that's a whole other conversation. The point I'm making as it pertains to this bill is simply that this bill shows a lack of understanding of the rental market, rental agreements, economics, and supply and demand, because this bill is obviously going to be an impediment to housing providers. You cannot have available rentals unless you have people that offer them. So making it more difficult for people to offer them, it's just a logical conclusion, right? You will have less rentals. People are going to choose not to engage in that activity any longer. They're going to sell off their property. It'll be used for some other purpose. All of the single family rentals that are out there, by the way, and there are a lot of them. I wish I had a statistic that would tell us exactly how many single family rental homes exist in Connecticut. But every one of those houses that's a single family rental property can extremely easily be converted back into a non-rental property. All that has to happen is the landlord's got to decide, I'm not renting this house out anymore, I'm selling it. That's all that has to happen. And you will lose all of that inventory. It will disappear in a flash. I say this from personal experience because people like to point out that I'm a landlord on this committee. I'm not the only landlord on this committee, by the way, in either party. But the fact of the matter is that what I own are a couple of single family homes, and I rent them out. And if I get frustrated enough, if I get fed up with this committee and the government telling me how to run my business, I'm going to just sell those properties. And they are no longer going to be available to the people that rent them from me, who, by the way, I will point out, are very happy with their circumstances. They pay very reasonable rents, and they have an excellent landlord who takes very good care of the property. And we have a good relationship. But that will go away the moment me or anyone else that's in a similar situation senses that this is just too much. And I'm telling you right now, Mr. Chairman, this is too much. This bill, thankfully, affects 5-unit buildings or more and not single-family properties. But I know how this building works. I know that that's what we do here. This is only going to affect businesses with 100 employees or more. Well, next year it's 50, and then it's 1 or more. We just did it for paid sick days, I think. It went from 50 or more to 1 in the next year. So I can see the writing on the wall that the government, once they take a bite of the apple, they not only want the apple, they want the whole basket. And I can see that coming. I mentioned very briefly in passing that this bill is unconstitutional, and I just want to explain that really quickly. There's a clause in our Constitution that's referred to as the Takings Clause. It basically says that the government cannot pass laws that deprive citizens of their property. And I believe that this bill is as clear as it could be to violate the Takings Clause, because essentially, if you allow someone, as an example, to own a car, to go out and purchase a car, but then you tell that person, well, by the way, you can drive that car for a year, but after the year is up, we're going to take the car, and we'll decide whether or not someone gets to drive it. I would say that's a taking. And I think it's very clear, and I believe the courts will see it that way also. And that's what's going on in this bill. When a year goes by in this bill, you lose the right to your own property. A couple of years ago, I mentioned a quote that was in the media from Chris Powell, who's a noteworthy reporter in Connecticut. And he said, in such a political environment, Connecticut will be lucky to get construction of any rental housing, and then only the most expensive kind. Forget affordable rental housing. No one will invest in it when rent increases and evictions are prohibited. And this bill is symptomatic of that exact scenario that he described. If proposed restrictions on landlords are enacted, people who already have apartments may keep them going, but I don't think you're going to see a lot of new people invest in Connecticut. And while we're simultaneously debating whether or not we're going to find ways to create build is the operative word, new affordable housing in Connecticut. Who's going to run this affordable housing when you're passing other legislation that is telling landlords, don't get in this business, you're crazy if you do? It's just like, I don't understand how we can have those kinds of things in the same legislature, in the same committee, and on the same agenda. We're building housing over here, creating incentives, and then we're also telling people, don't do this because it is not the profit maker that you thought it would be. I remember during one of our hearings mentioning profit, by the way, and having a number of people boo in the room. And I just want to take an opportunity to just, I mean no disrespect, but I want to educate those people that there's nothing wrong with the profit motive. Without a profit motive, people do not become landlords, and then there are no rental properties available. I mean, that's the only reason to do it. There's no other reason to do it. And in fact, without a profit motive, a lot of things don't happen. People don't build beautiful buildings. People don't build malls. People do not design popular clothing. People don't record music. People do not make movies. People do not develop life-saving drugs. You want to know why America's great? It's the profit motive. Profit motive is what causes people to invent things, to create things, because there's an opportunity to improve your station in life. It is what we should all be aspiring to. So if you're going to mock someone for suggesting that profit is a bad thing, you should think twice about the country you live in and how lucky you are to be here, in my view. So, Mr. Chairman, that was a good opening salvo, I think. Let's talk about the actual bill. Can I just start by asking why the effective date of October 1st, 2026?
I think we had the conversation with proponents, with folks that we were talking to when we proposed the same bill last year. And I think July 1st was just a little quick. October 1st was a little bit easier for folks, but I don't think that it makes a significant difference. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I asked just because, there's a lot of existing rental agreements out there and negotiations going on for things. And I appreciate you saying it doesn't make a lot of difference, and I get what you mean, which is that whether you made it September or December or something like that, I think the bill is going to make a big difference to people. I don't think you would disagree with that either. I just am curious how this impacts existing lease agreements. Does this affect people that already have an existing lease agreement, or is this only prospective?
It impacts people who have current lease agreements and is also prospective.
When I asked the question, I should have been more clear. When you say that it affects existing lease agreements, does this mean lease agreements that are of any term, whether they're month-to-month agreements or one-year leases, or maybe even a 5-year lease that was enacted or entered into 5 years ago?
Yes, I think that is true. The only thing that I was trying to be careful about was prospectively when it comes to the 1-year rule that we will talk about at some point. Senator Sampson.
Okay. Well, again, maybe I should be more clear about framing the thing. The whole bill is becoming effective on October 1st, 2026, from my reading. And I was thinking in part about that 1 month or the 12-month clause that is in here. Does that apply in the case of someone who has an existing lease? So the clock is already ticking from the time they started, or will it start ticking on October 1st?
It is the intention and my understanding that the clock starts ticking for those that are entering into lease agreements, but it would not, other than the 90 days from these original agreements, it would not apply for a full year on those existing terms. Senator Sampson.
I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. So if someone started a lease 6 months ago, their clock for the 12 months would not occur until potentially after their lease already expires 6 months from now, and it might be in the middle of their next one-year lease?
No. I'll have to parse through the language. The intention is for that agreement, since it's a 6-month agreement, or they're 6 months into the agreement, they would get the extra 6 months, and then the clause for bringing a summary process eviction and the 90 days we spoke about would then apply.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I also want to just ask you about 12 months. How are we defining 12 months? Is it a calendar year? So if a lease starts on, what's today, March 10th, 11th? Say March 10th. I don't know what day it is. It's terrible. They all run together this time of year. It's the 10th, right? So if we started a lease today on March 10th and it expired March 10th of next year, I presume that's what you mean by 12 months.
That is what we mean by 12 months, Senator Sampson.
What if the lease was purposely written so that it would end on March 9th of next year?
That they would still have that one day, Senator Sampson.
The reason why I asked this question is because you have described this 1 year provision, this 12 months provision, as being a protection for landlords because they get to basically, and again, I don't want to mischaracterize you. I think you actually said these words, though. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but they get to try out the person to make sure that they're good, and they have that year. And if nothing happens, that's when this trigger takes effect. Am I correct about your characterization?
I'm not sure if I said that this year or last year. I would characterize it as somewhat of a trial or probationary period. Yes, Senator Sampson.
All right, thank you very much. But if the person has a 1 year lease, essentially, I don't think that trial period exists for the landlord. Because effectively, if the lease is for 1 year, like most leases are, and you have a 12-month period, that means that like on the very day that the lease is going to expire, so does the landlord's ability to non-renew the lease. And they'd have to provide that notice, is it 90 days in advance?
90 days in advance, and they would also have 90 days from the quit date, so that would be the end of the lease, the March 10th that you spoke about. They would have 90 days to bring an action.
Right.
As well.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some understanding of how the bill works before we get to the whole notice to quit and eviction process. I'm just saying if a landlord has a lease from March 10th to March 10th, so next year, March 10th, the landlord is really fed up with this tenant because they have created a situation that's difficult with the other tenants or some other reason that is not enumerated as one of the acceptable reasons. Can the landlord still non-renew that lease agreement?
Yes.
How is that conform to the language in the bill that says that the 12 months has expired?
That is the 90-day provision in which they can bring the action as long as they provide that notice.
I'm confused, Mr.
Of
Chairman,
what the date is
because
at the end of the.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But I'm confused because I don't understand why you would need a notice to quit.
For this provision, it would lock it in time, so you would have those 90 days to bring an action. It allows you to give the time for folks to either go through with an action or you can rescind the notice.
I hate to say this, Mr. Chairman, but I'm not understanding. And I thought I had a pretty good sense of this bill, which is that 90-day period has to do with a landlord that is looking to use one of the reasons. We're talking about a situation where they simply want to not renew the lease. what you might characterize as a lapse of time eviction, but I would argue is not an eviction at all. It is the termination of the mutually accepted agreement. So what I'm trying to ascertain is, I mean, you're suggesting this 12 months period is there to help the landlord, but it's not there to help the landlord if they still got to go through an eviction process.
I think I think we're getting a little confused here. I'll take a second, Catherine. All right. I think we've parsed through it. If folks want to come back to order in a second. Guys, if we can come back, I think I have a reasonable explanation for this. I apologize to everybody who's watching as well, because it did get a bit confusing, and it wasn't the good senator's question exactly. It was, I think, just kind of where the language landed. What we're trying to do here, and what I think it does, is you are able to tell the tenant you would not like to renew the agreement. You would like to have them move out. You give them a notice to quit, which is giving them the date that they shall move out. And then you have 90 days to, if they decide that they are not going to do so, just like we have in current law, that they are not going to leave, then you have 90 days to bring a summary process eviction to make sure that that person leaves via lapse of time. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I really appreciate the conversation and that clarification. It's very enlightening, and it's extremely disappointing because it has kind of revealed that this bill doesn't have any protection for the landlord at all. I don't know that that process is any different from the process after 12 months. I mean, if you're going to require a notice to quit and then put the landlord in a position where they're effectively going through an eviction process, if the tenant does not wish to leave, then you've done nothing. There is no 12-month protection. What exactly protection does exist in the 12 months if you've still got to go through that process?
I wouldn't characterize it as that you have to go through that process. Just like now, you do not have to go through that process, but people may choose not to leave. People right now can choose not to leave and have an eviction brought upon them. This is just saying that within that 12-month trial period, you as a landlord are allowed to reclaim your property, rent it to another tenant if you would like, and hopefully do it peacefully. But if the tenant isn't peaceable, that is something that you're going to have to deal with a summary process eviction as you would any other time. Senator Sampson.
To clarify, Mr. Chairman, are you suggesting that in the first 12 months of the lease period, nothing is changing from current law?
Effectively, yeah.
Okay. And the difference in opinion that we had was simply based on this notion of whether or not someone would leave at the end of their lease term if asked. And even under current law, if that occurred and a tenant refused to leave, you'd still be forced as a landlord to go through an eviction process.
That's my understanding, yes.
And that does not change from this bill. However, I would also point out that the whole concept of this bill effectively nullifies the expiration date of the lease, which is kind of muddy the water substantially. And the reason why I asked about 12 months is because I think it gets very sticky when you start saying 12 months, and particularly when you have an effective date that's going to start interfering with that. Because normally, by the way, leases are written for 12 months, but it will be written beginning on a certain day, say March 10th, but it will end on March 9th at 11:59 p.m. That's almost always how they're written. So they will all be maybe a minute less than a 12-month term. I would also suggest that if you create a mechanism where the landlord automatically loses a certain amount of rights to do what they want with their property at the expiration of a 12-month period or whatever that period is determined to be, they're going to change. The landlord's going to start rewriting his leases. They're not going to go from March 10th to March 10th. They're going to go from March 10th to March 5th. I'm going to give myself 5 days to make sure that I have maintained my right that I would otherwise sacrifice. So I think that when you're starting to make laws that are forcing people out in the world to do crazy things like altering the notion of 1 year, I think you got a problem with the policy that you're proposing. I also noticed that it says in the language on line 20, it says during a lease period of more than 12 months. And I'm just curious why the more, through you, Mr. Chairman.
This is a change that we were trying to make that we missed. Happy to do an oral amendment if we'd like, but this was supposed to be, and let me just bring it up so I say it correctly. This was supposed to say not more than 12 months. So the omission of the word "not" obviously creates a bit of an issue here. But it is intended to be in there, and if it was taken out on the floor, it would absolutely be in there. It would say not more than 12 months.
Understood. So that's a technical drafting error that will be corrected.
Yes.
Okay. Just want to talk about this 12-month thing just a little bit more. Is it correct that under this bill that once the tenant has lived in a covered property for 12 months, the landlord can no longer recover possession simply because the date on the lease that was mutually agreed to has ended?
That is correct, Senator Simpson.
Okay. If that's true, then what purpose does even having a ending date on a lease have anymore?
I would argue that if the ending date was before this 12-month period, that would give you a reason to have an ending date. Other than that, I think it's, the terms that were agreed to, sure, but effectively, if you were getting towards saying that it doesn't matter, I would tend to agree.
Right, because now the expiration of the lease is no longer an expiration of a lease. It becomes the expiration of whatever period of time the landlord would have to protect himself from requiring the reasons for just cause in the bill to non-renew. Are we effectively converting what is since the dawn of time, the understanding of a fixed term lease into an indefinite tenancy, unless, of course, the state gives the landlord a reason to end it through you?
I would not call it an indefinite tenancy, but we are changing the way that the end date of a lease would apply, and being that it wouldn't. Senator Sampson.
Can I ask, Mr. Chairman, I think even though you said no, I think that it's clear we're creating an indefinite lease at this point. I mean, indefinite means we don't know the end of it. The landlord doesn't know. The tenant may not know. And that is the change from having defined terms with a beginning and an ending date that we are accustomed to.
It could work that way, yes.
I have so many questions that I hadn't even thought of prior to this debate. Like, for example, how does this affect, when a landlord can change the terms of the lease in ways that are still acceptable under this provision? I mean, landlords typically can only change the amount of the rent that's due at lease renewal, right? But now we're not going to have lease renewals effectively because those dates are going to be meaningless. And if that's the case, then why would a landlord ever do anything more than a one-day lease? I'm just thinking out loud here, but I mean, I'm asking for the purpose of logical discussion, which is, if I'm a landlord and I know that I only have the ability to change the terms of my agreement on the renewal date of a lease agreement, why would I lock myself into those terms for a long period of time? Why would I lock myself into only making my rent increase on an annual basis? Now, since the expiration of the lease doesn't matter anymore, the tenant's going to stay indefinitely, then why would I do anything more than a one-day lease so that if I want to, I can change the rent every day? Do you have an answer for that, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I don't think that in this case, when you say indefinite lease, or you talk about changing the terms of a lease, when we're talking about the no expiration, we're talking about the right to occupancy, of course. But at the same time, that end date for your lease is when you can renegotiate what the terms of the lease are. You can always ask for a fair and equitable rent increase, and if that person does not agree to it, that is a reason herein. It's not just an indefinite, you're signing this one-year lease and then you're governed under that lease for the rest of all time. There are opportunities to renegotiate, and while I understand we can talk about ways to maybe strengthen that negotiation happening, this does not lock you into the terms of the lease indefinitely. It locks you into occupancy, being able to live there. But you can always talk about how you're going to change the terms of that occupancy, other than eliminating it.
I appreciate the answer, Mr. Chairman, but I think you're missing my larger point, which is that the expiration date on a lease contract is the date that right of occupancy is terminated unless the parties both agree, right? But it's also the date at which the landlord can renegotiate the terms of occupancy, and so can the tenant. But if you're denying the landlord the right to determining the right of occupancy entirely, all that you're leaving him with is the ability to negotiate the terms. And landlords like one-year leases because they want to have a tenant that's long-term. They don't want to be stuck having to, refill their units or have tenants that are leaving, every 3 months or every month or that kind of thing. So the lease period actually is a mutual benefit that exists and was created out of nature's necessity, Mr. Chairman. I mean, the reason why we have contracts that have the terms that they do, including beginning and end dates, is because nature requires it. Two people standing there trying to say, look, well, I own an apartment unit and I need an apartment unit. Let's make a deal. It's just part of nature that suggests, well, how much you want? Oh, I'll pay you this. Okay, well, how about this? When are you going to move in? Oh, and when are you going to move out? What is the terms? When should we revisit these terms to make it fair to both of us to decide whether we still like the agreement? Well, let's do that once a year. That's how this all works. But the tools that the parties have are in their freedom to negotiate. That's the tools that they have. Their freedom to negotiate. The landlord being like, well, I don't want to rent it to you anymore unless I get my terms. Right? The tenant's like, well, I'm only going to stay here if you're offering me terms that I agree with. But you're undoing that. You're denying the landlord his most valuable tool, which is, I can reclaim my property because it's mine. It's shocking to me. I also think it's like unbelievable that the way that this bill is written, that effectively the majority believes that you are allowed as a property owner, as a landlord, to have a certain right. You own this right. It's your property. You can decide whether or not you're going to have a tenant in your property for 12 months, according to this bill. But at the 12-month period, somebody becomes a pumpkin, and boom, guess what? You are no longer entitled to your rights as a property owner. It's bizarre. You have a right, no you don't. You have a right, no you don't. And for people that are always talking about how everything is a right, I think it's very interesting that we're denying a right to someone who's actually the rightful unit owner of the property itself. And that's the main thrust of the problem with this bill. And it's something we're going to keep coming back to. But I just want to ask a few more questions about some of the confusing language. I'm reading the part about common interest communities or condominiums, for example. And I notice on lines 39 and 40, it starts talking about if such tenant's landlord owns 5 or more dwelling units. And I know this is not new language, but I think it's very problematic, especially now because while it may, in existing law, have not made a big deal, but now that you're denying the right of the property owner the ability to simply non-renew a lease based on the expiration date, I think it matters much more, both to the tenants to know what their landlord situation is, how many units they own, so they know what rights they have, and to the landlord to know how many units they can or cannot have before they start losing their rights. Because I think that's worth pointing out here is that everything in this bill is utterly arbitrary. I mean, utterly. The choice of 12 months, arbitrary. Why not 11 months? Why not 2 years? Why not 10 minutes? It's because the government says. The government says you can have a right, but only for 12 months. Then your right goes away. And it says, oh, by the way, if you're a landlord, you can actually have more rights. But, whoa, you now own 5 units. Guess what? Your rights are gone. This will change behavior in the world. That's what happens when we pass laws. When we pass a law that says that you're going to lose a right when something changes, guess what? People stop doing it. So under this language, Mr. Chairman, it says if such tenant's landlord owns 5 or more dwelling units in the same common interest community. What if they own 4 units? They don't have to follow this through you?
That is correct, Senator Sampson.
And if they purchase a 5th one down the road, does that apply to all of them?
Yes.
So can I ask you, Mr. Chairman, if someone was going to take a rundown unit in an apartment building or a condominium and renovate it and turn it into a functioning, available unit for rent in the world to provide more supply, to help reduce the demand and lower prices, what incentive does the landlord have to make that purchase?
I don't think I understand the question. If you're speaking about purchasing 1 unit, this would not affect your willingness to do that.
Mr. Chairman, I already stated that this person owns 4 units already.
Okay.
So they'd be buying 1 additional unit that would break the threshold of 5.
And then can you restate the question? Not trying to be hard ass here.
No, I understand. And forgive me, I get heated when I start thinking about this bill and its impact in the world. But it looks to me like if you own 4 condominium units, you have all the rights that you have right now. But if you end up buying a fifth condominium unit to rent out, you lose all those rights. And I want to know what the incentive is for someone who owns 4 or 3 to buy 2 more, whatever it is. Why would anyone do it at this point?
The incentive is the same as it is now. Is they want to own more property. Obviously, they want to collect the rent from that property. Maybe they want to renovate it because it's near some of the units that they rent now. Those are some incentives that they would have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the chairman suggesting that there are still some incentives, quote unquote. But that's like saying, you know what, you can buy 4 new cars, right? And they're beautiful and reliable and they work very well and they get good mileage and everything about them is great. But if you buy a 5th car, all of them become unreliable. You wake up in the morning and they all each have 1 flat tire and they're useless to you now. They still have some value, but they are no longer the same that they were before. That's effectively what you're doing here. And to say that you're still offering some incentive is an absurdity in my view. And I mean no disrespect to my colleague and my chairman, but I'm going to say some words that are pretty harsh. Okay? This is not about him specifically. This is about the arrogance of government generally. I mean, who does the government think they are to be able to go and dictate to private citizens who have private contracts with one another that they've entered into freely what the terms are? And how are you deciding that somebody who owns 4 condominium units has more rights than someone who has 5 condominium units? Where do you come up with these numbers? Mr. Chairman, how is the number 5 chosen?
I think the number 5, when you talk to Fair Housing Center and folks like that, is kind of the threshold between folks who buy small properties. We spoke about it a little bit earlier. You might want to buy a 3-family to kind of start yourself off as a young person, be able to make your way, be what we call mom and pop landlords. And then 5 or more units is where you end up getting some of, not all, but some of the private equity into the equation, or out-of-state folks. Senator Simpson.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Is it your opinion that that would survive a constitutional challenge, that you are artificially determining who should have rights and who should not based on the number of units they own?
I don't know if that challenge specifically, but I know the constitutional challenge that was offered before was the takings clause, and this specifically isn't taking the unit. It is definitely talking about occupancy. It's definitely talking about whether or not you can rent it to this tenant or another tenant. But as we've gone through, Section 2, I believe, or maybe still Section 1, subsection, sorry, just let me get my, Section 1, subsection 3, large F, if you take your unit off of the market, or you decide to live there yourself, which I think is H, yeah, you're allowed to do that. So it's not taking away your right to your property, it's the occupancy piece, which I don't think is affected by the takings clause in the same way that you describe here.
Thank you for your opinion, Mr. Chairman. I don't agree with it. I think that there is enough case law, and I'm not a lawyer, but I'm quite certain some lawyers would be happy to share with you that the takings clause has been upheld over and over again when people have lost some aspect of ownership, even if they do not lose their entire ownership. And taking away the right for someone to use their property in their own way by their own choice is absolutely a taking. I don't think you could argue it's not a taking. Whether it passes the constitutional challenge is another thing. But the fact that we're doing the taking in this bill is offensive enough. It's a reason to not do it. And to do it arbitrarily based on the number of units someone owns is unacceptable. And I appreciate the argument that you made, but it goes back to, are all large landlords bad and only small landlords good? Is that true, Mr. Chairman?
No.
So why are you targeting large landlords, and I say large, 5 or more units, and not small landlords?
Two things. One, this is current law when it comes to our seniors and our disabled. We're keeping with that. Secondly, I think that it's not unfair to say that while this is not all large landlords are the ones that, in more cases than the small landlords, have properties that have had the issues that we've heard in public hearings that led to this bill being asked for. Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was a good answer, and while it might be true, it certainly doesn't mean that all large landlords are bad. It also doesn't even necessarily mean that those large landlords were ultimately responsible. Maybe the property management company didn't advise them of failures that were going on. And again, they are responsible at the end of the day, but there's reasons for things to happen. And I think a lot of it has to do with the failure of the various municipalities to uphold their fire codes, public health codes, and so forth. I think that, if we had our large cities, actually the municipal governments investing a little bit more effort in policing some of these situations, then maybe there'd be less problems. We had a councilwoman here from Bridgeport, and I asked her all those questions, and we brought this up before about, how much resources are set aside to make sure that these buildings are properly maintained and so forth, and she didn't have answers for those questions. And I mean, that's where I would go. If I was a resident of New Haven or Bridgeport, for example, I would go to those town governments and I'd be like, why aren't you doing this? And I'll also point out that some of the reasons that we heard tenants say that they were afraid of retaliation. Well, guess what? If you're the tenant, you shouldn't have to worry about retaliation, and you wouldn't have to worry if the public health inspector came around to that building once in a while and they brought the issue up to the property owner, so you didn't have to. So in my view, I don't think it's a legitimate excuse anyway, because if you live in a 50-unit building and you contact the public health department, they ought to just come out there, and if there's an issue, report it to the landlord. Got nothing to do with you. At that point, you were anonymous in your reporting. But I don't want to get off track, because this whole thing just drives me bananas. I also very specifically says each tenant's landlord owns 5 or more dwelling units in the common interest community. And I'm only bringing this up because the chairman mentioned the notion of private equity and large landlords. Well, the way I'm reading this, that means that this would say you could own 1,000 units. You could own 10,000 units. As long as they're not in this complex, you only own 4 in this complex, guess what? You keep your rights. But if you only own 5, and that's the only 5 you own and they're in, you lose your rights. Who wrote this bill? Was that an intended consequence, Mr. Chairman, or was that just an accident in the drafting of the language and how it conflicts with the taking of rights that are existing as new policy in this bill?
I would call it an intended consequence. When we talk about the underlying statute, that as it applies to seniors and disabled folks, it's 5 units. We're keeping with that. And yeah, we believe that those of us who support this bill, everybody should have those same protections within those guidelines. Senator Sampson.
Within those guidelines, Mr. Chairman, that's the caveat at the end. But what are the guidelines? The guidelines are you only get new rights. I'm putting air quotes because I don't think they're rights. Privileges granted by the government at the expense of others, you get those, under this bill, but only if the unit owner has 5 or more units. And if it's in a condo complex, they have to own 5 in that complex. But if the landlord owns 10,000 units across the country, but there's only 4 units that are in your complex, you don't get those rights. Privileges granted by the government at the expense of the property owner. It seems very arbitrary, doesn't seem to make sense, and I think it's also a reason to consider that this bill is confusing at the very least. We actually have a clause in our constitutional requirements which is about clarity. And I don't know that any of this is clear enough to the average citizen to pass muster. So, just moving on a little bit further about mobile homes. Excuse me, I got to. All right, I think I will live after all. Just had a bit of a cough. A lot of talking will sometime do that.
She's a nurse center. She knows CPR.
I'm not going to touch that offer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Reading further on lines 42 to 51, and again, this is mostly existing language, but again, the way it interacts with the new just cause provisions is the concern. Because now we're talking about mobile homes. So we're not even talking about buildings or structures. Okay, so it's not even occupancy anymore, right? You can't occupy land, at least not effectively. So I'm trying to understand how this interacts with mobile homes, because do the same requirements apply to mobile manufactured home parks and their owners, that if they own 5 or more units? And what's described as a unit in a case of a mobile home park, Mr. Chairman?
If you'll give me a second, just on units of a mobile home park, 'cause it's a little complicated the way we govern that. Well, I will start by saying it does apply. I would, however, say that we will get clarity on units in a mobile home park. I'm assuming it's the actual mobile home itself, but I want to ensure that it doesn't apply to plots, because mobile homes are governed differently in the state of Connecticut. They're more about the parcel of land than the actual mobile unit itself. Does that understand?
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, but you're saying it doesn't apply to the actual leased land? Because I'm reading that it does.
I'm saying it applies to any park with 5 or more units. What I am trying to parse through, and I will definitely get the answer for you, is whether or not the leased land or the actual mobile home on the land is what qualifies as a unit. Does that understand?
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. I think that's actually covered in the last couple sentences of that paragraph. What I'm wondering really is that, like, the following language that starts on line 52 through 76 is all of the reasons that the state would allow a property owner to keep their rights in those very specific and limited number of cases, right? But those are very clearly written with the intention of talking about a home or apartment unit, not about a land lease. You know, for example, no one's going to move into a empty lot, for example. So I think that a little more of attention should have been given to that specific portion of the bill. Let's talk about those reasons. But before we do so, I just want to revisit our main topic of conversation, which is the notion of an expiration of a lease versus an eviction. Okay? As I mentioned several times during this conversation, the expiration of a lease is a natural part of any agreement that just happened by nature. It's not someone made a law saying leases should have a beginning and end date. That happened naturally because that's how people in the world do business. And they do it with everything. I mean, when you go to the store and you buy a product and you bring it home with you, it's understood you've bought it forever, right? That's part of the contract, right? But if you rent something, like you rent a car, there are terms. It says, I'm renting the car from this day to this day. And that becomes part of the contract. And it's acceptable. It's also acceptable for people to put requirements in the contract, like, well, you can drive this car so many miles, but if you drive it more than those miles, guess what? We're going to charge you a little extra. Or, if you damage the car, we're going to do this. And people put these things naturally into contracts because they're the things that matter to the parties, right? That's how it happens. That's what private contracts are. They're generated by freedom and people interacting as adults with one another, trying to make themselves better and improve our society as a result. That's how our system works. When you start to say that certain aspects of that contract are no longer able to be negotiated, the parties lose their rights, as I already mentioned. And if you tell someone that they're going to have less rights on some aspect of a contract, they're going to want to make it up elsewhere. If you give someone a benefit that they didn't even ask for, they will naturally lose their ability to negotiate for other things that they might actually think are more important. We see it all the time. There's a bill in labor that actually says that municipalities have to offer certain benefits to union employees. And I would say, that's something that has historically been negotiated, right? And when you give it to them, guess what? They can't negotiate it anymore, but now the town has to give it to them. So town's going to point it out every time now. We gave you this, so guess what? You can't have this other thing that you might want. And that's what's happening here, is we're denying the one side of a contract the ability to set the terms of that contract, but you're also denying the other party, the tenant in the lease agreement, to set the terms too. And when you tell the tenant that they don't get to set those terms either, I think that what happens is you end up putting them in a more difficult position for some of the reasons I stated, but also in the ability to negotiate other aspects of the agreement. I want to know more than anything, Mr. Chairman, why does this committee, and by committee, I mean the people that are going to vote in favor of this bill, and you, Mr. Chairman, why do you believe that it is morally equivalent to treat the expiration of a lease as if it was a wrongful eviction?
I don't agree with the premise of the question. I'm not going to answer, respectfully.
Well, can you tell me why you don't agree, Mr. Chairman?
I wouldn't want to speak for everybody who's going to vote for the bill, and I also wouldn't agree with the premise that it is a moral objection.
Well, I appreciate that, but I'm trying to say that the way the bill is drafted is it treats a expiration of a lease that has existed forever as if it is now a wrongful eviction. That's what the bill does. And I'm looking for a justification for that.
We are not applying whether or not it's rightful or wrongful. We are just implying that it should no longer exist in this case as a cause for eviction.
Thank you. So why shouldn't the normally peaceful end of a lease term no longer be sufficient for a landlord to recover possession of their property?
For the many cases in which it has been not as normally peaceful, for the situations in which, and I know we've spoken about them before, such as property owners by the name of Yoso Properties in Bridgeport, who bought, I think it's 60 plus units. I'm not sure what the exact number was. Kicked folks out because their leases had expired, even though many of them were month to month or working with the property owners they previously had for a significant amount of time. But they decided, and yes, these are out-of-state landlords. If you look them up, they're from New York. They decided that they would rather not have to be subject to 7-148C. It's our fair and equitable rent increase statute. And they raised rents that were, in some cases, $1,600, $1,700 to north of $3,000. And while I understand that is not all landlords, and I understand that there are many other reasons that proponents would tell you we are trying to put this into place, that specifically is something that hits home for me. It's smack dab in the middle of my district, and people shouldn't be able to do that that way. They shouldn't be able to just say, you know what, we're going to reclaim this entire property and raise the rent to levels that I don't even think they're half occupied at this point, because it just doesn't make financial sense for those people that live in that area, or for people who would want to rent in that area. And they kick people out, raising their rents to levels that are $1,300 above what they were paying, that they cannot afford to be in anymore. Those people, some of them are homeless, and others have had a hard road just trying to find adequate replacement housing. So I think it'd be part of it. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the sidebar and the discussion that you brought up, and I'm happy to debate that with you. And in fact, I will for just a moment. You said that you don't know whether those units are now occupied or not. Are you certain that they're not already occupied at the higher rent?
I'm certain that there is a large number. I'm not going to put an exact number to it, that are not occupied or haven't been able to be rented.
So are you suggesting that this landlord came and renovated this building and increased the rents, and it's purposely left vacant on top of it?
No, I don't think it's purposely less vacant. I think they are expecting a certain return on investment. They're expecting a certain level of rent, and because of the area that they are located in, and because of the folks that are maybe looking to rent there, they can't recoup that amount, and they are leaving them vacant because they're looking for rental terms that they cannot agree to with folks that are in the area.
Okay. Well, it's a very interesting conversation, and again, I'm happy to have it, because I think it's important, because it really gets to the bottom line ideological difference that we're having. And I think you're saying that this investor made a poor business decision based on your calculation, because they invested all of this time, money, and energy into improving this building and increasing the rental requirements at the same time, but they're not able to recoup it. So I can't really speak to whether or not they're intelligent business people, but I can tell you that if they actually went into that with the motive of improving the building and increasing the rents, and they were able to rent the place for the higher amount, I just want to hear from the chairman, what's wrong with that?
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I will say that I don't think I brought up the term improvement. I don't think that they've made significant improvement. They might have renovated a few units here and there, because some were in disrepair, and I understand that. And there is an argument to be made, and a conversation we can have about people buying buildings that are in disrepair, and what it costs to renovate those, and what it costs to recoup the amount of money. And I'm not sure if it's a bad business decision, Senator Sampson. I would say it might be taking them a little bit long to get those high rents, but because of the way that the rental market is, they'll get them eventually, and they'll probably end up making out because of it in the long run.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your comments and this dialogue. You started by saying that there's nothing wrong with it if that's what their goal was. But effectively, I think that's the exact opposite of how you started the conversation, which is to say that there was something wrong with the fact that they were able to buy this building and increase the rents and make more money. The bottom line with all this is it's economics. I mean, it just is. You know, if they bought the building, whether they renovated it or not, and they increased the rents, people are either renting it or not. If they're renting it, well, then they made a smart business decision, because there are people that are willing to pay the amount of rent that is being asked, and they are affording it, and the business owner is resulting in having an improvement on their income as well. If they're not renting it, then at some point, the business owner is going to be forced to reduce the rents to the market, or they're going to lose the building and someone else will buy it. But this is a fact of like we have in America, that people make business decisions, they take risk. Sometimes that risk pays off, sometimes it doesn't. But important facts are that it's happening out there naturally. When you're starting to put in policies that are restricting the behavior of the participants, both the participants, I keep reminding people, then you are effectively interfering with their freedom, and you're interfering with nature, and you're interfering with the market itself. And what I think the people that are proposing legislation like this think is that if they use the hand of government to artificially prevent people making a profit, that will ultimately result in a better situation for the tenants because they'll have lower rents, right? Makes sense. If we cap rents, and make no mistake, anyone who's watching, these are all rent caps. You can call them anything you want, but that's what these types of policies are. They're designed to cap rents by either restricting the actual dollar amount of rent or restricting the landlord's ability to be able to collect it. So in some way or shape or form, these are rent caps. But what ultimately does happen in the real world for anyone who's read an economics book is that when you create these artificial requirements, what you do is you create shortages because there are less and less people willing to engage in that type of commerce. And shortages lead to higher prices, not lower prices. So the government can continue to do this, but they are only exacerbating the problem. That's all that's going to happen. The only other solution, which I have not heard come from the majority, is that the government just buys all the housing and offers it for whatever amount that they want. And frankly, that's a better solution in my view than forcing private entities, free people, to sell products at a price that they don't agree to. Like, Mr. Chairman, I don't know what kind of car you drive, but if I walked up to you and said, no, I know you think your car's worth X, but I'm only giving you this for it, 50% of that value, you'd be pretty pissed off. And if you're going to be the government and you're going to go to a landlord and say, well, I know you bought this building and you invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in it and maintaining it in all these years and, put up with all of the grief and aggravation of being a landlord and being disturbed at 3 a.m. to come over and check the water heater that's leaking and everything else that goes on in your life. Yep, you don't get to collect the same thing you did before. You do not get to have the same rights as you had before. You do not get to get rid of the tenant that makes the neighbors call and complain to you every 5 minutes, or the reason why the police are coming, or that brought cockroaches into the building and made all the good tenants leave. You no longer have those rights because the government says. That is in a direct equivalent to the government telling you that you do not get to drive the car that you bought. Not yours anymore, we'll say. That's what really fries me on this, is that it's not theirs. Whose house is it anyway? And it's not between the tenant and the landlord when I ask that question. It's between the landlord and the government. But it seems to me that the majority thinks the government owns the property and they should be able to decide how it's used. And anyone who's familiar with American history would realize just how offensive that is to our system. So let's talk about these reasons, because this is the crux of the bill. I've alluded to a bunch of different reasons why a landlord might want to get rid of a tenant. And by the way, I don't want anyone to mistake that for one landlord getting rid of one tenant. This is a landlord in a building saying that this tenant is a problem, not just for them necessarily, but also maybe for the other tenants or the neighbor across the street or God knows what. So that means that if you had a 6-unit building and 5 of the unit owners could not stand this one tenant, all they did was bring problems to this building, and they're constantly on the landlord about why are you letting this person stay? Well, this bill says that the landlord's got very, very few options on how to get rid of them. That's not a good system. So, non-payment of rent. Great, Mr. Chairman. I think it's wonderful that you allow a landlord to go through an entire eviction process because someone doesn't pay their rent. I think that we have that already as an option. Material noncompliance with the lease. Now, I intended on printing, and in fact, I might have it actually here somewhere. I do. This is one of those bills where you start reading the section and it refers to some other statute like every 3 words. So you got to know what these other statutes are if you want to get anywhere. Okay. 47A11. Material noncompliance with section 47A11. This is the tenant's responsibilities section of the bill, which materially affects the health and safety of the other tenants or which materially affects the physical condition of the premises. Are there any limitations on how this can be used, Mr. Chairman? Can I just, as a landlord, can I just say, I'm non-renewing your lease, here's a notice to quit because you have violated 47A-11? What has to happen for that threshold to be met through you?
As you said, there would have to be some sort of health or safety risk. There'd have to be a material damage, and then obviously that would have to be adjudicated. Senator Sampson.
I thank you very much for making it clear with the final aspect of your statement, which is, and it would have to be adjudicated. So that means that a landlord could be upset because a tenant did significant damage to the unit, but their only option is to ask them to leave. If they refuse to leave, then, and again, I'm talking about after the lease term has expired. Okay? That's the craziness here. This is what would normally happen during a lease term. But this is after the lease term's expired, where the landlord would have said they don't want this person and asked them to just politely leave anyway. They would have to document what was wrong, and they'd have to pay an attorney to go to court to try and convince the housing court that this tenant should not no longer have their right of occupancy to the property. And coincidentally, the tenant might represent themselves, or they might get an attorney. Or in Connecticut, I believe we actually pay as taxpayers to provide attorneys for tenants. Am I correct about all that, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, that'd be the right to counsel program. Senator Sampson.
So do you see this being applied as an additional burden to the property owner?
This is current law when it comes to evictions. It's also current law when it comes to just cause for those that already have it. So additional, no.
Well, it's not current law for those currently not subject to the just cause law. So in that case, is it an additional burden?
Yes.
So what do you think happens, just people listening, what do you think happens when you put additional burdens on the landlord? Do you think that they just absorb those and go, oh yeah, no problem, I'll take it out of my child's college fund? They pass on those costs. That's what they do. Just like any business. There's a bill in labor that says that they're going to require that you can have no more than one self-checkout at the supermarket than 2 cashier man checkouts. And of course, this is designed to protect the union employees at the grocery store. But does anyone doubt that's going to raise the price of groceries? Of course it is, right? And this is going to raise the cost of rents, because it will, naturally. And even with the Fair Rent Commission, which is another unholy, un-American idea, the Fair Rent Commission is going to be required to look at that and say, well, yeah, we did put on additional burdens. I mean, this is assuming they're going to do their job legitimately, that's a whole other ball of wax. But assuming they do, they're going to have to look at, well, these new burdens were applied to landlords. So when they come back and they say we need this rent increase, they're going to be able to justify it because of the policy that this committee is making. So we're trying to make rents more affordable, but we're putting more pressure on landlords who are going to raise rents. The logic escapes me. All right, so that was material noncompliance, which there's a whole lot more to talk about, by the way, because I really do think that the threshold for a housing provider to reach after having to pay attorneys and go through all of this rigmarole to actually get to the point where they can go through an eviction, where chances are the tenant is not cooperating, may not be paying their rent at that point, everything else that could be going on. I think it's just an unbelievable burden to be putting on in a situation once the lease has expired. The next section is D, voiding of the rental agreement. I'm sorry, that one has to do with material noncompliance of the rental agreement. So that means not damage necessarily, but not abiding by the rules that might be in the rental agreement. Like I'll give you some, these are probably not the best examples, but like I know that there are some rental agreements, like I know I have a friend who had a single family house that had a fireplace in it one time, but his insurance company told him that they would not allow the tenant to use the fireplace because there's the potential for a hazard there. So they put it in the lease. So now the tenant is told that they shouldn't use the fireplace, but then they end up using the fireplace, and the landlord is upset about it, and they're like, look, you're not supposed to be doing that. You're going to get me in trouble with my insurance company. You might burn the house down. Is that enough to satisfy, in your opinion, Section D of that paragraph, Mr. Chairman?
Well, I think it should be, and it may be. I have not been a part of any of these proceedings, either as a landlord or tenant, so I wouldn't have a clear view of what the court process is on that. Senator Sampson.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. But at the very least, we'd be going through the same thing again, where instead of just a cut and dry thing, which is, I need you to leave because you did this, the best case scenario for the landlord is you got to give them a notice to quit, and you got to go to court, and you got to hire a lawyer, and you got to be prepared to make the case and prove, by the way, that the tenant was violating the rules. And I don't know that that's an easy stretch. Meanwhile, the tenant could have a lawyer paid for by taxpayers. I think this one's probably my most interesting one, which is F, permanent removal by the landlord of the dwelling unit of such tenant from the housing market. That means basically that the landlord decides that they're no longer going to rent the property anymore. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, but what is the definition of permanent in this case?
Meaning that it's removed with the intention of not putting it back on the housing market at all. But does not mean that the housing unit cannot be put on the market down the line. I'm not sure if we define permanent in this section.
Yeah, no, I don't see a definition of permanent, but permanent is a word that means permanent. I don't know that we need a definition in the bill. There's already a definition of the word. And permanent is pretty permanent. That means forever and always. That's what permanent means. So in this particular case, what you're doing is you're telling the landlord, we're taking your right from you, right? But you can have your right back if you make a permanent change, which is to stop using your property the way you choose in the future. Forever and always. I don't think it's fair. I also don't think it's enforceable because who's going to be checking 2 years, 5 years later, whether or not the landlord, is there a mechanism in this bill to go ahead and check up on landlords to make sure that they are going to actually permanently remove the dwelling unit from the housing market?
No.
So if that's the case, then why wouldn't every landlord just say that that's what they're doing?
Landlords have. I'm sure there's some cases that you may be able to look to that this has happened with seniors and disabled folks. But while permanent is certainly a word here, and the Merriam-Webster's dictionary definition is exactly what you described, folks have taken their unit off of the market intending to be permanent for a time and then re-entered the housing market. Senator Sampson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, I'm sitting over here as someone who's being asked to vote on this bill, and have all this conflicting information. Like, on one hand, I should be upset because I think that this is unfair. This is taking someone's right away from me unless they do something, which I think is pretty extravagant. Also, well within the takings clause, in my view, say that you have a right to use your property as you want, but unless you meet certain requirements, guess what? We're going to take from you the ability to use your property for all eternity in the way that you want to. But on the other hand, I have the chairman telling me that it's probably happened before that people lie about this. So it's probably not enforceable. So, if I'm a person listening to this, I'm like, what the heck? This is the kind of laws we pass in Connecticut? Ones that are so unbelievably arbitrary and capricious that they're willing to deny American citizens of their rights of how to use their own property, but at the same time, well, you know what? It's actually not so enforceable, so who gives a damn? I mentioned arrogance a little while ago, Mr. Chairman. That is the utmost arrogance, that you're willing to go ahead and make such an unbelievable demand of a free citizen property owner in our country. But then you're like, it's not even that important to me that we would actually put any enforcement behind it. That is unbelievable arrogance. And again, I don't mean to speak to you. I'm not trying to attack you. I'm talking about the language of the bill. Reeks of unbelievable arrogance. It reeks of the state has all the power and citizens have none. You don't matter at all to this government. The government owns all the property. The government will dictate what the rules are. The government will decide who gets to live there, whether or not you have rights to your property or not. We will decide when. We will pick numbers out of thin air. We will make them not make sense. We will go after small landlords. We will go after giant landlords. We will decide who's good and who's bad. It's crazy. The whole thing is crazy. Also, Mr. Chairman, what does it mean, housing market? Do you mean the rental market? Is that what's intended on line 64?
Yes, it's intended to be the rental market.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Because it concerns me that it says housing market, because if I read that in common English, that tells me that not only can you not rent the place, but you can't sell it. Because I think taking it out of the housing market means it's no longer for rent or sale. Do you understand my concern?
I understand your concern. That is current law, and it has not affected the sales of homes.
Okay. Because it's not enforced, Mr. Chairman, because that's not what the bill says.
Because that is not what the bill says.
All right. So can I have, for legislative intent, just to put it on the record, that this only means the rental market?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Okay, so next we have G, bona fide intention by the landlord to use such dwelling as such landlord's principal residence. The first question I have is, how do you determine what a bona fide intention is?
Bona fide intention is bona fide is the very serious intention to do so. I don't know if I have a better explanation for it. That's just legalese for we really mean it. Senator Sampson.
Right. And again, I will ask the same question. Is this enforceable?
You'd have to see how it plays out. And once again, you have to see how it plays out in court. I've not been in these proceedings. I can't firmly answer that one way or the other. Senator Sampson.
So this is all about whether or not the landlord intends to use the dwelling as their principal residence. So what if they intend to? Their intention is totally bona fide. It's real. I don't know if that's exactly what you said, but it's what they absolutely, truthfully, fully intend. But what if they don't do it? Does it still apply?
I think that in the past, I don't know how much this has come up, but it's like if you intend to do so, yet you don't even move a piece of furniture, you don't even put a mat at the door for yourself. You make no changes to that unit that signify that you're going to be there. That would be something that courts would look at and say, well, they didn't have the bona fide intention because they didn't even make an effort. Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would suggest that moving a piece of furniture or something like that should not be the determining factor for a court to decide that. There are plenty of reasons why someone might say to themselves and to anyone asking that, yes, I'm going to, once my current lease expires on the property I'm renting, I'm going to move into my rental property. And then ultimately, the law changes, and I get to stay in my rental property where I am causing a nuisance to my landlord because no longer can he get rid of me as easily. So I change my mind and I decide I'm not going to actually move into the unit. I'm just throwing that out there, Mr. Chairman, because I think it's absurd, once again, to use something like a bona fide intention as a measure and then have no mechanism to enforce it, and then it ultimately reeks of arrogance again, to me, much like the previous provision, which basically says we're going to set these rules in place to deny certain folks their full rights as the property owner, and we don't care enough to actually think too much about when you can have your rights back. It goes on to say that not just the landlord's principal residence, but the bona fide intention of the landlord to use such dwelling unit as the principal residence for such landlord's child, grandchild, parent, or grandparent. So that is a short list of relatives. Can I ask, Mr. Chairman, why we came up with this list of relatives and not including siblings, for example?
Yes, we had conversations about it. This is obviously new language. In general, it does not exist as part of the existing statute. We thought it was important to make sure that you have a kid coming home from college, grandkid coming home from college. You were able to do this if you had a parent or grandparent that may be going through some health issues and not be able to afford elsewhere. You could do this. However, we felt that if you were to say siblings, cousins, family members, maybe as described in certain statutes such as PFMLA, you would run into the situation where folks would have the bona fide intention of moving in their cousin or brother. They'd stay there for a week or two, and then that's a way to empty out an apartment. It's a loophole that would be created. Senator Sampson.
A loophole. Mr. Chairman, are you suggesting that the PFMLA statute includes loopholes to allow people to collect benefits that they shouldn't through you?
No, I do not think so. I think specifically to that statute, even though it's not relevant, it provides folks who are doing the important work of taking care of another that opportunity. But in this case, I do not think that it applies in the same way. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. I think it's pretty clear that when the government wants to pick and choose whose rights they're messing with, they decide based on politics or popularity or whatever. They don't really respect all people the same. If they respected all people the same, then they wouldn't be picking and choosing certain categories are above others. I think that the PFMLA statute actually allows friends. You don't even have to have a relation with somebody. And this is restricting, like, my destitute sister. So I've got an apartment that I've rented to someone for a year, and a couple of months before the end of the lease, I become aware that my sister's homeless, and I go to the tenant and say, look, I really need this place back because I need to put my sister in here because she doesn't have a home. She's living in on the street. She's in a tent in the woods. Am I, as a landlord who bought the property, who owns and is making mortgage payments on it, and doing everything right, am I allowed to ask the tenant to leave on the date that they agreed to in writing with me so that I can put my destitute sister in there, Mr. Chairman?
You are not allowed to force them to leave, but yes, you are certainly allowed to ask. Senator Sampson.
So even though they agreed to leave on a certain date in the contract, I'm only allowed to ask, but I can't require them to leave. Is that right?
Other than that 90-day waiting period or that a year probationary period we spoke about, that is correct.
Can I ask, Mr. Chairman, why the 90-day period anyway?
In many things that we do here, there are the 60-day, 90-day clauses. We figured 3 months was well enough time for somebody to decide whether or not they wanted to bring summary process eviction if they couldn't get somebody to agree to move out. Senator Sampson.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just suggest that the vast majority of leases that are entered into by landlords and tenants that exist naturally in the world without the government's interference do provide notice requirements. And I would say that they typically are 60 days, although I've seen ones that say 30 days too. But 90 days is a substantial period of time. Is it your intention, Mr. Chairman, as this bill reads, to suggest that if someone becomes a problem to a landlord, not in any of the categories mentioned in the previous paragraph, but in a way that they would want to have them not renew the lease as agreed to, that they have no recourse effectively in the last 3 months of that year period?
Before I get to that, and I promise I will get to that. I just wanted to, before we get too far into this debate, you asked me a question about legislative intent a few questions ago when we were talking about the housing market and whether that was rental or housing in general. I just want to, for the record, say that while parsing between rental and the sale of the home, I would say that it is intent for us to allow rentals, but also conversion to a commercial property or the demolition of a property is removing it from the housing market. Just want to make that clear so we don't mess with that intent of that bill or of that section. Can you restate the question one more time? I apologize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate that, except that it opens up a whole bunch of other questions, which I will not ask, about whether someone has a bona fide intention of demolishing their house. And I can tell you that, like, it could definitely happen that a landlord, discovering that his tenant that agreed to move on a certain day is not going to agree to move on a certain date, and that they're going to throw this language and this law back in the landlord's face. They may have a bona fide intention to burn the house down. Not with them in it, mind
this is
you.
Regarding permanent removal, just to be clear, not the bona fide intent.
I understand. Okay, so the question I had asked, Mr. Chairman, was about the recourse that the property owner has in the final 90 days of the initial 12-month lease term. And my question is really about what recourse that landlord has. If someone pays their rent on time for 8 months, maybe not even 8 months, they might not even consider it a problem until after they haven't paid their 8th month's worth of rent on time, for example. Do we, is it the intent of this legislation to limit the ability of the landlord to react to a tenant that has maybe purposely, because of the law, paid their first 7 or 8 months on time, but then realizing the landlord has less recourse in the final few months maybe is a little late with the rent through you?
I don't think this affects that. It's my understanding that the 90 days begins after the lease ends. Therefore, it would be 12 months plus 90 days, not those 90 days included within the 12 months. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. All I would say about all this is that when you start changing the rules of the game, the people that are the players, they start changing their behavior. I can promise you that if the NFL made field goals worth 10 points and left touchdowns at 6 points, you'd see more field goals. I can guarantee it. Okay? And that's exactly what's happening here. This building makes the rules. And we're setting up a framework for the people that we represent. And we should not forget that we're representing landlords and tenants, and we should be respecting them and their rights. I would go so far as to say we are more required to respect their rights even than their wishes. Because I'm not going to take someone's rights away from them even if they ask me to. But we're changing the rules of the game. And each one of these things that we're debating is changing the way the players will operate. And I believe it's going to significantly alter the rental real estate market in the state of Connecticut, and not for the better, and certainly not to the benefit of tenants or landlords. The next part of this bill all is about the references to the Fair Rent Commission, but most of that is an existing statute. But I found the next part after that really, really interesting, which is the part where we're changing the mechanism to determine the proof of protected status. And I got to tell you, Mr. Chairman, this is going to be an interesting conversation we're going to have on this. It just blows me away how some of these things, just arbitrarily, I mean, is there an actual introducer of this bill, Mr. Chairman?
It's kind of an amalgamation of a couple of legislatures now. Obviously, we started this process before I even got to this committee. I will say that. I've taken on some of the changing of the language as we've seen it from its original drafting. This is not that. But I would say, myself, Senator Marks, have done a lot of work on the language of the bill, but some of these things are things that people have figured out with LCO and the proponents, and we have continued to support. Senator Sampson, best answer I can give you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason why I ask is because I think that the people of Connecticut have a right to know who's responsible for certain things. This has become much more obvious to me as we've debated things like earmarks in the legislature, debating them on the floor of the Senate, where I'm asking why an earmark's included in the bill and who's the requester, and not getting that answer for me is alarming as a citizen, let alone as a lawmaker. And this bill, in my view, has a lot of alarming parts to it. The part I'm about to get into, I think, is somewhat surprising. And I'd just be curious who asked for this. I want to know if there's anyone willing to take ownership of this portion of this bill that changes the determination of how we define whether or not someone has protected status.
While your original question asked who the author was, the second question you asked pertains to ownership, and if we're gonna go that route, I'll take ownership for it. I believe in this section of the bill.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't mean to put that on you, but you are the chairman of this committee. Ultimately, it is your decision to advance legislation, and you have the say whether you want to change something in the bill. So I imagine that is true. And my intent is not to put you in a provocative position, but I need you to justify this for me, why we would change this requirement that exists in current law that says that a landlord, to determine whether or not a tenant is a protected tenant, which would be somebody who is got a disability, effectively, a genuine, a bona fide, if I might use the term, disability, Mr. Chairman, they may request proof of such protected status. And the current proof that is included includes a statement of a physician or advanced practicing registered nurse in the case of alleged blindness or other physical disability. But I noticed that that is bracketed out of this bill. Like, no, we don't need that anymore. A landlord can't have a physician's statement to provide proof of a disability. Now, these are the options to provide proof. Medical professional. I don't know what that is. I don't think a medical professional means doctor necessarily, but I can live with medical professional. Social services agency, because certainly a social services agency would have no reason to ever try and help a tenant deceive the landlord about whether they have a disability. Counselor, case manager, peer support group, or, I love this one, a statement from another reliable third party. Why are we replacing something as legitimate as a doctor's note or indication that someone has a disability with something as suspect, frankly, as another third party? Do you have an answer for that, Mr. Chairman?
Absolutely. It's not arbitrary. It tracks with HUD's requirements or HUD's recommendations on documentation to reasonable accommodations. It's basically the same language that they put in place for this. So this is just taking that language, replacing it. And the only reason that we bracket out physician or advanced practice registered nurse is because we believe that'd be covered under medical professional, and we wanted to cover these other instances as well. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I do not believe that to be a medical professional, you would have to be a physician or advanced practice registered nurse. So that particular change diminishes the quality of that verification, quite obviously. And this is intentional. I just want to point that out. You know, this bill is all about just cause evictions and rentals and stuff like that. But somebody took the time to go ahead and change this portion of the bill too, just to make it even that much more arbitrary, to diminish the ability of the landlord to question something that they might have a legitimate question about, to be able to protect themselves. Somebody took the time to do that. I got to tell you, it's impressive to go that far. There's another quick section that I want to ask about, which is, and we're just finishing up section 1, so I'm on line 121. This is some existing statute that has to do with the Commissioner of Housing creating a notice to be used by landlords. It was supposed to be done by December 1st, 2023, and then at the bottom of the paragraph, it says that this form has got to be revised as of December of 2026. I have two questions. The first one is, did they, well, maybe I have more than two, but did they actually create the existing notice, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator Sampson.
It also says in this paragraph that notice is to be used by landlords to inform tenants of the rights provided to prospective tenants. So that means that the state thinks it has the right and ability to tell a private citizen that they have to tell other private citizens what their rights are, which I think ought to be alarming to anyone. I mean, the state should be the one responsible for advising people of their rights and what the laws are. Telling a third party, telling another citizen, hey, by the way, we're just going to pass a law, now it's your job, is kind of absurd. So the new section that says not later than December 1, 2026, Commissioner of Housing shall revise such notice in accordance and shall post such revised notice on the Department of Housing's internet website. I might see this as an actual positive thing, Mr. Chairman, if you answer this question for me the way I hope, which is that, does this mean that no longer will the landlord be required to use this document to inform tenants of the rights provided to protected tenants, and it will now simply be required to be posted on the website of the Department of Housing? Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
I believe this is meant to, and unfortunately, Senator, I believe this is meant to be additive. It's meant to be posted on the website and then printed and distributed as pointed out earlier.
Well, that's a shame, Mr. Chairman. I thought we were actually getting somewhere by at least eliminating a reach, another arrogant requirement that the government seems that it thinks it has the ability to tell private citizens that they have to go around informing other people of their rights. I don't know if it really reads that way, because the dates that are in here kind of tell me that that requirement might have ended on December 1st of 2023, but I don't know. I'll take your word for it, because I would suspect that chances are we would maintain a requirement like that in this legislature. I'm going to pause here at the end of Section 1. I have some concerns about Section 2 also, but I think it's a good time to maybe offer an amendment or two. I think one of the main problems with this bill is that even though you could never get me to come around on this policy no matter what, because I think it is just, frankly, beyond the pale, it's that in the process of drafting this policy, you left a very, very limited list of reasons for a landlord to legitimately require a tenant to go. What we have here is basically nothing. Non-payment of rent, which already exists, breaking the lease, which already exists, or their bona fide intent to give it to a family member or to move in themselves. That's all that we've provided. And I want to thank the chairman for adding at least those couple things, because I think those were generated out of our debate from 2024. But there are countless other reasons. And again, I feel stupid doing this, and I want to just say I do. So if you are annoyed by my amendments, I'm sorry. I'm annoyed by my amendments. I'm annoyed by my amendments because I have to do them, because these are the kind of things that I'm left with as a mechanism to make this less bad. I don't want this to happen, Mr. Chairman. I think this is terrible policy. What we're doing here is a violation of the traditions of our country that we protect people's rights. And I'm trying to find ways to piece back together in tiny little chunks the rights that are being taken away. And I have to do that by being clairvoyant, for crying out loud. I'm going to have to use my full mental capacity to come up with every legitimate situation that I can think of where we ought to be giving the landlord the right that they already have that's being taken away back to them. And I hate to do it because I'm going to miss things. And I suspect the majority is not even going to vote for these amendments, even though I think I'm going to make a strong case for all of them. Can I ask, Mr. Chairman, what if the landlord becomes aware that a tenant is engaging in prostitution, the sale of drugs, illegal gambling, something like that? Wouldn't that be sufficient cause to suggest that the landlord should be able to enforce a eviction for cause? I hate using these terms, especially when, in my view, some of the time at least, this would not be an eviction at all. It would be asking people to honor the contract they already signed. That's the question that goes with the amendment that I have prepared. So, Mr. Chairman, I don't know how you want to do this. Do you would like me to hand these amendments to the clerk so they can pass them out, and then we can go from there?
Yes, that'd be great.
racism on how they did it here to do what they did.
All right, I think the floor is still Senator Sampson, and if he wants to officially offer the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before we took our small pee break for some of us, we were discussing about the short list of reasons that are contained in the bill proposal for why a housing provider would still be able to have for a lapse of time eviction. Again, a term I don't agree with, but it's the term that seems to be the term of art for this committee and this discussion. And my goal here is to kind of start to piece back some more of the rights that the landlord is losing versus the current law. And this is the first one I would like to offer, which is that I believe that it makes sense that the landlord ought to be able to enforce a lease expiration if they discover that the tenant is using the premises for prostitution or illegally selling drugs or for illegal gambling. And I have an amendment that has been distributed to the committee members that would effectively add this to Section 501 of the bill at the end, that would say, notwithstanding any other part of the bill, the tenant uses or allows the premises for prostitution or to legally sell drugs or use lease premises for illegal gambling, the lease is void and the landlord may proceed with an eviction without first serving the tenant notice to quit. I think this is a perfectly responsible amendment. As much as I don't like the bill, I don't believe this in any way undermines the larger intent of the bill. This is just what I would consider to be one of those very legitimate exceptions, much like the ones that are included, like non-payment of rent, and if the premises is going to be occupied by the owner, for example. And I move adoption of this amendment, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like a roll call vote.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions, comments, or discussions before I add my own? Representative Turco.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I just have a question regarding the amendment on the last part of the proposal, without first serving the tenant notice to quit possession. Can you tell me the justification for the landlord not having to serve the tenant notice to quit if they found that these activities were taking place?
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That is a good question. For me, it's really just a matter of whether or not the landlord would have a legal requirement to start the process with a notice to quit. I'm certain that the landlord would be asking the tenant to leave, and if the tenant was refusing, that's why the eviction would become necessary. But the notice to quit is a legal requirement to set the clock in place for a typical eviction. And what I would suggest is that you don't need that clock in this particular case. The landlord has cause. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Turco.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, how would the landlord be able to, distinguish the tenants, activities living in this unit and these illegal activities that you've listed here? How would the landlord know for sure that these activities are taking place? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Sampson.
Well, Mr. Chairman, through you, I mean, all of these reasons that are stated in the bill currently and any amendments that I offer are all the same in the fact that they would still require the landlord to hire an attorney, to go to a courtroom where the tenant is going to have their legal fees paid for by the state if necessary, and they're going to have to prove their case in order for that eviction to stick. So I think the burden of proof is on the landlord if they're going to make this claim already. It's not the best circumstance. I don't think it should even be necessary, and I don't claim that this is a true benefit to the landlord. This is just trying to piece back some element of the rights they're losing.
And through you, Mr. Chairman, isn't this not covered under current law that if an individual was to take part in these activities and found criminally liable, that they would not be breaking their lease, and already the landlord would have the authority to move through with an eviction? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Sampson.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, we don't know what the lease agreement says. So unless it's stipulated in the lease agreement, these items are not included. There are provisions for federal HUD properties, but not for a private landlord-tenant relationship.
Thank you.
Representative Turco.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the reason I ask these questions is because, I don't believe anybody should be doing illegal activities that under our current, Connecticut state statutes. And especially if their lease, prohibits those illegal activities and it would void their lease. So I can see some rationale on where this proposal is coming from. I'm just a little concerned with, the specific details of this and how it comes to play with our current law, and just want to make sure everything's following the correct process under our current housing law. So just wanted to get a little bit more clarification. I'm still not entirely sure, but I'm hoping there'll be some further conversation to clear that up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Turco. Senator Sampson.
Mr. Chairman, I would just point out that at the bottom of this amendment and any future amendments, I've included the language that says the Legislative Commissioner's Office is authorized to make any technical or conforming changes as may be necessary so that they can fit this language in appropriately to accommodate our intention. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Corpus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to support the amendment. Because I've only been in this legislature a year, sometimes I think that I still have the mindset of, and I hope never to lose it, the public. And I just want people to think for a minute as human beings, what we're talking about is someone who has lent a property or rented a property to someone who's doing illegal activities on that property. And we are sitting here contemplating a bill where a landlord will not be able to protect his or her property or any of the other tenants from illegal activity going on. I mean, if you have a family that you're trying to raise in this apartment building and someone is doing illegal activities and you go to your landlord and the landlord is forced to say the state of Connecticut won't let me get the person out, it really, it just blows through the bounds of any kind of sane, common sense policy making. So I just wanted to point out what we're really talking about here. This is much more than a policy debate. This is really real life, and it defies common sense. Thank you.
Representative Zullo, followed by Senator Gaston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Follow-up question and then just a couple of comments. Through you, Mr. Chair. Under 47A-31 presently, if a person is convicted of these things, you are able, a landlord is able to have that person removed without the need and dispense with the requirement of a notice to quit. Is that correct? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Senator
To
Sampson.
the proponent, if he knows.
I'm going to presume that that is probably accurate, but that should not impact whether or not this is good policy. If somebody becomes aware of these activities and that can document them to the satisfaction of the housing court, I think that's plenty. Conviction might not happen for a long period of time down the road. We have created in this proposed bill timelines, including this 12-month time frame. Landlord is going to lose their rights at some point to make these types of requests And if they become aware of it at a point where the conviction is not certain to occur ahead of time, I don't think we should deprive them of the ability to start the action.
Representative Zula.
I appreciate that answer, and I'm agreeing with you, actually. No, I'm envisioning a scenario where not every time somebody is charged with a drug offense do they get convicted. You know, we have very generous accelerated rehabilitation programs in the state of Connecticut, which equivalent, the result is you are not convicted. So can you imagine a scenario where you are dealing drugs, right? And your landlord is aware of it. You've been arrested for it. And you go to court. Now, that doesn't mean that you're guilty, but you go to court, right? And instead of proceeding to a conviction, you take advantage of one of the state's many accelerated rehabilitation programs. And because of that, you manage to come out of that without a conviction. Imagine the inconsistency there where the landlord still has to serve you with a notice to quit, even though you've pretty much acknowledged, hey, I'm taking advantage of this program to avoid a conviction. I think this actually does close a very small loophole, but a meaningful loophole, which I hadn't thought of until this very moment. And so because of that, I do support the amendment, and I would encourage you to open your minds and maybe think about that as well. Thank you.
Senator Gaston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the proponent of this amendment, I have a couple of questions for you because we know that currently the Connecticut state law typically requires a notice to quit, which follows the action. So I guess the question that I'm asking is, if courts are generally requiring that a notice to quit is served upon the tenant, then your amendment seems to suggest that this could be voided even without going through that process. And so do you see there being challenges to due process in that regard?
Senator Sampson.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, this is going to require a landlord to go to court and to prove to the judge, and I don't know exactly what the standard is in housing court, but I imagine it's a pretty high standard, that their tenant is engaged in these activities before anything happens. I believe that is the utmost amount of due process.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Through you, Mr. Chair. And also, what would qualify as gambling? Is a private game card technically included? How would we substantiate what that is?
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That's going to be up to the housing court to decide. I included the term illegal gambling in the amendment, and the court will decide whether they consider the activity to be illegal gambling.
Senator Gaston.
Through you, Mr. Chair. And my last question to you is, obviously we're talking about individuals perhaps being arrested or perhaps even being convicted for these alleged incidents that you name in your amendment. But what if, it doesn't result in someone being convicted of the alleged activity? Do you foresee there being wrongful eviction actions taking place on behalf of the tenant, raising those concerns?
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And the answer is very simply no. I mean, the court will decide whether or not the eviction will go forward after they have made a determination about whether or not the activity rises to the standard that is listed in this language. And just think about what we're doing here, Mr. Chairman, is we're having a very simple yes or no conversation about whether or not a landlord should be able to, even if they are able to prove in a courtroom where they've got to provide the attorney for their side and pay that expense, that the tenant is engaged in prostitution, selling drugs, or illegal gambling, to the court's satisfaction before they can actually ask a tenant to leave at the expiration date of the property's lease. Through you.
Senator Gaston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? I will just say that this conversation that we're having, I think, is an interesting one, especially given the way that Rep. Zullo was speaking about it. However, I would say two things. One, the elimination of serving a notice to quit is problematic for me. Outside of the, legal ramifications of a notice to quit, it's also kind of a warning shot, gives people time to prepare, figure out what they're doing in terms of being evicted. I think that that's an important thing to consider here. And I would also say that while I appreciate that this would be, housing court figuring out these issues, I would say it's a little problematic for me that we're leaving housing court to decide whether or not somebody is participating in these activities. I understand that maybe we should do something, and I'm open to do it. I promise I am, to figure out how to do this prior to a conviction. However, I don't know if this provides the necessary burden of proof to satisfy somebody who may, and I know that it's not going to happen for everybody, but may be abused with the statute. Somebody saying that they're doing these things, they commit to rehab for things they have done outside of their apartment, their home, and then their rehab is then used as a reason as for them, participating in these activities. I just think it leaves a lot to be desired. But I do appreciate the intention, and I'm happy to continue to have the conversation, but not in this manner. And I would say that this is an unfriendly amendment. Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to say another word about it. I just want to provide some clarity here. First off, what we're doing here is I'm trying to add to the list of reasons that are stipulated in lines 52 through 76 of the bill. These are the reasons that the state is willing to relent from depriving a property owner of their rights to make a determination about whether or not someone can stay beyond the expiration of their lease. That's what this is about. And none of these things, including non-payment of rent, require a notice to quit in those cases. That's the reason why there's no notice to quit in our amendment. It is simply being added as another reason why a landlord would be able to say, we're not going to renew your lease because we became aware of these activities. That's all it is. You wouldn't need an eviction necessarily under most circumstances. The bill requires the eviction. So in my view, the standard by which you are rejecting this amendment is an absurd one because you're putting that much more emphasis on the procedural activity than the fact that you're depriving the landlord of their rights to begin with. This is a really basic question for people watching. Does a landlord have the right to reclaim his property at the end of a lease term that was agreed to by both parties in writing with a signature that says the lease ends on a day in certain specific situations that the state has now limited the landlord to? And if that's the case, this amendment would say that one of those reasons that the landlord should have is if they can prove in court that the tenant is engaged in these illegal activities. And I just want to point out, by the way, that we're not proving that the person is a drug dealer who should be convicted, because the housing court's not going to convict them of a crime. But you can certainly be arrested for dealing drugs and then have to go to a rehabilitation program or something like that. So it'll be documented that you're engaging in that legal activity without ever having to be convicted of the crime. Same thing with prostitution, etc. I think that this is the lowest of low bars, frankly, Mr. Chairman, and ought to be the most friendly amendment ever to acknowledge that you are actively assaulting the rights of property owning Americans in this bill, and that you're depriving them of their rights even in cases that are absurd. And if you reject this amendment, you are basically slapping them across the face to say that not only are we going to make you keep tenants that are causing problems for your other tenants, we're going to make you keep prostitutes and drug dealers too. Very simple question. If you think landlords should have the right to evict, I caught myself using the word, non-renew a lease to someone who is a drug dealer or a prostitute, then you vote yes. If you think that the landlord shouldn't have those rights, that the state should govern their property as if they own it, then I guess you vote no.
I'm sorry to respond this way, and I will do so with my palm free of any residue from the faces of our property owners. But when we talk about the inclusion of not needing a notice to quit in this, nowhere in the language does it include that a notice to quit is not needed, and that's because when these actions are taken, there is a notice to quit that is a part of the process. This actively removes that from the process. It's not that it's implied or not implied. Your amendment actively removes that. When you have a non-payment of rent, that there must be a notice to quit served. Notice to quit served before you go through that summary process eviction. That's how you serve an eviction. And as I said, happy to talk about fixing a section to make sure that these things can't happen, but you use the example of an arrest. There are people that get arrested plenty of times for things that they have not done or things that they have not yet been convicted of, and then they might be found not guilty. But that person got arrested. And maybe because they didn't want to go through the rigorous process, and they might have some other issues going on, they do a rapid rehabilitation program, right? And all of a sudden, because they accept going to that program, it is now automatically an admission of guilt, a reason to take their housing from them, even if they may not have done those things. I think it's problematic, and it leaves a little bit to be desired. As I said, and I will continue to say, happy to work on it further, but this does not do that. Does not solve the problem in my view. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I respect what you said, except when you start throwing doubt out about the lack of due process, I want to remind you that this also includes a courtroom decision. I mean, the housing court would have to be satisfied. I don't know what kind of bar that would be for a housing court to actually acknowledge this. It's almost absurd, actually. This amendment, this is a desperate attempt at anything, Mr. Chairman. That's what this amendment is. It's so desperate that I'm throwing out something that I don't think can even happen, because I think the housing courts would be loath to be able to say that someone is actually a prostitute or drug dealer without a conviction. But the fact of the matter is that's going to happen. And this is a reason among thousands of reasons that we could come up with why landlords are currently able to use lapse of time evictions. Not that I agree with the term. And you're denying them the ability to make these choices. What if every other tenant in the building is complaining to the landlord that this activity is going on and they're threatening to leave? Should we let all of those people's concerns go unanswered? Should they all abandon their homes to satisfy the one person that we are protecting with this at the expense of the rights of the property owner? Mr. Chairman, if it's possible, I would offer to withdraw this amendment, and I would eliminate the last several words after the word eviction, where we are saying that without serving the notice to quit. I will omit that from the amendment if that makes it more amenable to the chair.
I'll take it under advisement, but I do want to hear from Representative Butler before we do so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have probably somewhat different perspective of this initiative. One of the issues I have with the bill is the limited amount of criteria that is spelled out here, because certainly I'm sure, I don't know how many more amendments are coming, but I'm sure that there could be a couple other areas that could be added to that list. But I have concerns on both parts. For tenants who think that this is going to be very helpful, I would just say that just think about this. This bill is going to force a cause of the action being taken against them. So that action is going to be a part of any record, and it's not guaranteed that everyone will have a lawyer to represent them. While we voted for that legal representation, it's not guaranteed that when a particular tenant needs it, one will be available. And for this particular amendment, I would just say that I would see it very difficult to have tenants actually come and make these complaints. I think that when those kind of activities are going on, it's very hard to get somebody to come forward and actually make that complaint because they got to live in this environment. And depending on the people who are doing this, that intimidation could be very tough, which actually puts the landlords in a difficult situation to have somebody come forward to actually testify to prove this. So on both sides, there's somewhat of a burden. And I would just, that's the problem I have with the bill being brought forward in the first place, that, we're trying to, work with this. And it is my hope that there's some kind of compromise language that could actually get beyond this confrontation. But so I'm not going to vote for this because I don't think that this is just one of many reasons that could be brought forward, and it's going to put a burden on both tenants and the landlords to actually prove it or have somebody who will come forward to testify. I think that would be very difficult. And even if it's brought forward, what happens when this action is brought forward? Is everybody thinking that everybody's going to be civil in the housing arrangement they're living in? Or could just think about the repercussions of what could happen when this is brought forward. So for those reasons, I'm not going to support this initiative, even though I understand the intent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Butler. Any other questions, comments? We'll vote by roll.
An amendment has been called, marked Amendment A. How do you vote on the amendment? Representative Felipe.
No.
Senator Marks.
No.
Representative Scott.
Representative Scott votes yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is yes.
Representative Roberts. Senator Gaston.
No.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes no.
Representative Brown.
No.
Representative Butler.
Representative Butler votes no.
Representative Corpus.
Corpus votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez. Representative Hall. Senator Hockadell. Representative Jensen.
Jensen votes yes.
Senator McCrory.
Is this the bill or amendment?
This is the amendment.
McCoy votes no.
Representative Sweet.
No.
Representative Turco.
No.
Representative Weir. Representative Zullo.
Rep. Zullo votes yes.
The vote is completed. 5 yea, 11 nay. The amendment fails.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I believe that was a party line vote. And I will tell you, it's extremely discouraging. I normally would have tried to work up from the bottom to the top on my amendments about how significant and very clear they would be as far as being placed in front of your typical common sense person on the street. And I'm not surprised, but I remain shocked at the things that I can get the majority to vote for these days. frankly, Mr. Chairman. And that's because I think what's happened is there is very little concern by the members of this committee about the blowback from the electorate on the decisions that are made at the state capitol. And I got to tell you, that is the most distressing thing that I can think of. Our system only works when people engage in it. We have the best system in the world for creating laws and establishing and maintaining a civil society, and that is the system of representation. But representation works because people on the street are engaged and they're choosing their representatives to serve in local, state, and federal government based on how well those folks match their values and how they vote on different issues. And the only explanation I have for something as common sense as what I just offered to be rejected is the fact that the majority doesn't feel that the average person's going to know about it. Because I don't know that you can find too many random people on the street that would suggest that first you should deny the validity of a contract signed by both parties with an expiration date. First off, if we just did a random phone call poll or grab people on the street, do you think that if someone signed a contract with a beginning and an end date, we should just throw that away? Yes or no? I think most people would say no. And if then you started to get into more details and said, well, this is a term of rental agreement, do you believe that the parties have a right to terminate it at the end point as they've agreed to? And do you think it's okay for the state to decide that one of the parties has got to ignore the end date if the other party chooses to? I mean, certainly this bill is not written so that landlords can say, no, you have to stay in the apartment. I know the lease ends on March 10th, but no, you have to stay here because I need you as a tenant because I need you to keep paying rent. Doesn't work that way. So the state is clearly choosing a side. They're clearly making a determination that someone is more value than someone else. And that's what is so disgraceful about this policy for me, is that the state shouldn't be deciding which party to a contract should have more advantage than another, first and foremost. And in this particular case, I think the level of advantage is extremely significant. There are lots and lots of legitimate reasons why landlords might want to have a tenant not renew their lease. Many of them. We've discussed some of them in our conversation here today, including the benefit to the other tenants in the building. This bill eviscerates that. It says that you only have a couple very, very specific circumstances, which I think are patently obvious anyway, to tell a landlord, oh, guess what? You can decide not to renew a lease for someone that doesn't pay their rent. Oh, well, great. I mean, a landlord can do that already, anytime, in the middle of a lease. Oh, you can choose to not renew someone if they break the lease. Well, guess what? You can do that already, too. You're not really giving the landlord anything except for this subjective language about whether or not they're going to give it to certain very specific family members. And I think that that is just too little to justify this policy. There's so much more to say, and I have 20 some odd amendments to offer, but it's very clear to me from the fact that I did not get a single favorable vote from the majority on something as clear cut as giving the landlord the ability to make a determination when a housing court establishes as a matter of fact that they have a tenant that is a prostitute or a drug dealer conducting business out of their property. If you're not willing to go that far, then chances are you're not willing to excuse the landlord's ability to reclaim their property when the tenant lies about having a pet, or is conducting a commercial business out of their apartment, or that they lied on the lease application to begin with, which in my view are all perfectly legitimate reasons why a landlord would still have these rights. But apparently the majority feels that they can just take these rights away from people, and there's not even a legitimate argument about why they should have their rights taken. And there's no exceptions. Even the most egregious exception that I could come up with is not enough. So I don't know that it makes any sense to waste the time of this committee or my colleagues to offer all these amendments. I do, however, want to state, as I finish my remarks, that I don't like this bill, if anybody was wondering. And I'm going to do everything in my power to stop this bill. I'm going to. I realize I can't stop it today in this committee. We're sitting here having a discussion about whether or not we should go to midnight or what we should do about this thing. Well, in 2024, I went to midnight on this very same bill. And while it didn't go, I don't think it had anything to do with that other than the potential of what could happen in the House and Senate later on. And all I want to reassure both of the chairs of this committee is that that potential still exists. And just because I'm not going to do it today doesn't mean that when we get down to brass tacks, and this is in front of the legislature in the House and Senate about to become law, I will pull out every stop because I really think this is the worst policy that you can pass in this building today. This is going to have the worst level of impact on tenants. I'm going to close with that because it's probably the most compelling part of my argument, and it's true. Tenants will suffer. The people that came before this committee asking for this bill are the ones who will pay the highest price. When you create this kind of pressure on the providers, they are going to push back. At the very least, they are going to be that much more skeptical about potential tenant applicants. They're not going to take chances on people. You're going to see the ads change overnight on Zillow for rentals. It's going to stay in there. Don't bother me unless you have a 775 credit score. That's what landlords are going to do in reaction to this. So everyone who thinks they're helping tenants, you're wrong. You're not helping tenants. What you want to do is you want to make it easier for landlords to get rid of tenants that are a problem. If you did that, then landlords would be more willing to take chances on more people. When you make it harder for them to get rid of people that they don't want, guess what? They make it harder for people to get an applicant approved to begin with. It's obvious. All you have to do is think about it. That's the actual repercussions of this bill. You are not helping tenants. And that's the part of the debate I would love to have. If anybody's willing to take me up on it, I want to hear someone explain to me how this is actually going to help tenants in the real world, when effectively what all you're doing is you're putting a landlord in a terrible spot where one specific tenant that they are trying to get rid of, which they probably have a good reason for, because as we stated, landlords are not interested in anything except for receiving their rent and making sure their property is not harmed. The good tenants don't need this. Anyone who is actually abiding by those rules, they don't need these protections. The only people that need these protections are people that are generating a situation where the tenant, their landlord, wants them to leave. And yeah, you might protect that person temporarily, but what's their future look like after they're evicted? How are they going to get the next apartment when they got an eviction on their record? Because now there's an eviction for every friggin' thing that happens going forward, period. No one's ever leaving politely anymore. All you're doing is you're going to make a lot of lawyers very wealthy. And when you make those lawyers wealthy on the back of the housing providers, who do you think they're going to pass the cost on to? As I mentioned, people that can exit the industry will, because it'll make more sense to open a Subway that own a bunch of rental property. And for people that say, well, but somebody's going to have to use those buildings to rent. What about all the single family properties? I wish I had that number. I've got to find that number, but it's tens of thousands of homes in this state that are single family properties that are currently rented. When you make it hard enough on those landlords, they're just going to sell those properties. And you have just eliminated a giant percentage of the available housing in the state. And when you do that, what do you think happens to the prices? The prices are only going to go up. The government is causing the prices to go up. The government is not helping anyone. All they're doing is shifting burdens around. If we're helping a tenant in this way, you're harming a landlord in this way, and vice versa. But those harms don't disappear. They are translated into other costs and other expenses elsewhere. This is terrible policy, Mr. Chairman. It is terrible on almost every level. I mean, some bills are violations of individual liberty. Some bills have negative ramifications in society. Some bills violate our constitutional premises and our core beliefs as Americans. This bill does all of it. This bill doesn't make sense from an economic standpoint. It's unconstitutional, and it's morally wrong. I can't even understand the justification for it. That's all I got today.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know some might think that my good fellow ranking senator is all bluster and talk. But if you get through a lot of that, there's a lot of truth in what he says. Property rights, people who own these properties are getting those rights taken away. That is a fact. I don't think even the most ardent proponent of this is going to deny that fact. Someone who owns a property is going to not be able to do the things that they could do previously to that. That is truly taking away property rights. I also worry about this being a slippery slope. We see slippery slopes in this legislature all the time. Currently, it's, the elderly, the disabled, and now we're extending it to pretty much everybody. What's the next step? We saw it with a bottle bill. It was 5 cents, and it went to 10 cents. There's so many different examples throughout the state, of all the different things we're doing that just fair share. We had this conversation in the last two sessions about fair share. It's a slippery slope. We know what the end agenda is going to be, what was wanted to be done, where we have to take baby steps to get there. For someone like myself who's against knowing where we're going, but also where we are today, we need to make our objections known now. Can't just accept this because we know where this is going and we know where it's going to be. And we have a vision of how that's going to affect the people that we're trying to actually support. I do believe this will actually hurt in a lot of ways, not in every way, a lot of ways. This will actually hurt the tenants. I think there'll be a lot more attempted evictions for things like nuisances and all these other things that maybe people were just willing to swallow and deal with until they got to end that lease and said, okay, you know what, let's move on. They're going to be in courts. They're going to have some of them might actually get evicted. That's going to be on their record. Then they're going to have a really, really, really hard time of getting any property, getting any rental property in the future. You're going to put them in a massive bind because of that. I just think we need to understand the ramifications for some of these things. And I think we've discussed them some. I think Senator Sampson has done that. But we also need to stand and make sure that these ramifications are not going to actually be negative to the overall purpose of what we're trying to accomplish. I do have a couple questions. And I know this was hit on with Senator Sampson already, but I was confused. So I am going to ask for clarification. I hope I can ask a question the proper way, that I can get an easy answer to make my head clear on the topic. We're going to go to roughly lines like 15, 16, and 17. We're talking about the 12 months again, okay? Here's my scenario, and I would just like to understand your answer to this scenario. My understanding is, and this is not in the bill, this is just my take of it, and tell me if this is accurate or not, is landlords get a shot, a year of renting it to this resident, this tenant. And if you decide as a landlord to re-up them, extend that lease for another year, now you have signed up to be on the hook that now the tenant gets these rights. If you signed a 1-year lease and the landlord decides to extend that lease, they get these rights. Is that an accurate depiction of what you intend this piece specifically and this bill to do? Through you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Scott, this only applies to the first lease. It does not apply to leases thereafter.
So my confusion has always been, and I think we had this conversation even last year, the year before, is once that lease ends, the first lease ends, they get the rights, or is it to the extension to the second right? So basically the day one you rent the lease to them for a year, they have these rights theoretically, or is it when you extend them and give them that second year lease, that's when they become getting the rights through you?
It's once the 30-day period after the lease, and then the additional, I think it's 60 days, ends. So you do not have these rights when you sign the lease. You don't have the rights after 1 year. It's after those 90 days that you have to take action. If you do not take action, or that person doesn't willingly leave, then you will have all of these rights. Representative Scott.
Okay. And for that to happen, there has to be some kind of action taken, meaning notice to quit, something legal action to be taken through you?
Within the 90 days, if you are trying to evict for reasons that are not specified, yes.
Okay.
Unless the tenant agrees to leave
Okay.
after the expiration of the first lease. Representative Scott.
Are you worried, as a proponent, and we've talked about this before, as a proponent of this bill, are you worried that potentially there could be more legal actions against tenants because that year might run out and people just like, hey, the year's gonna run out. We don't want you back. Nobody around here wants you back, and you call it a big nuisance. But now we're going to have to go through this action that maybe would not have had before. Are you worried that potentially there's going to be more notices to evict because of this law?
I will answer that carefully, Representative. I will say two things. One, I think about the fact that where this is done elsewhere in our country, there has not been the policy itself, and I'll get to the 12 months, I will. The policy itself has not led in any way that we can track through data to a significant jump in evictions. When this has been put in place, I think New Jersey, somebody correct me if I'm misstating which state it is, has had this for about 40 years in its entirety. They've had it in its entirety for a while, and that has not led to more evictions. The 12-month period is a novel idea. I think it's something that was done in Oregon, and they haven't had this long enough for us to really have data on whether or not it's affected that. Happy definitely to reach out to folks there and get their take. I do think it's a possibility. I won't sit here and say that it isn't. However, I think from my perspective, I have a little bit more faith in folks who would be renting to agree to leave peacefully rather than sticking around and trying to shove it to a landlord that frankly doesn't want them to be there. Representative Scott.
I do worry that looking at other states, you almost have to look at the entire eviction process to really compare. Because something like nuisance, maybe there are some states, and I don't know New Jersey's law, I'm not even a lawyer, maybe they allow for, or more liberal and allow to have folks get evicted for nuisance, which don't think Connecticut is really allowing very much. So I think we have to look at it in totality and compare directly, but I get your point. I do get your point that we have a couple examples throughout the country that can potentially look to. I just worry that's going to be the knee-jerk reaction. And to me, it's always about we want folks to be able to have housing and stay in housing, fine. But if we're looking at ways to really potentially get them out of their home, I mean, or what is their home at that time, I just worry this might do that because of the folks, getting out by that year time period and saying, no, we're not going to renew you. And it's that simple. Can you tell me, we're at month 11 and a half. You have to give what kind of notice to be able to tell them they're not going to get renewed? Is that the 90 days or 60-day notice that you have to give them to not be renewed?
So at that point, you can basically just tell the tenant that you would like them to leave. But once that lease expires, if they have not agreed to do so, you would have to serve them with a notice to quit, and then the 90 days would start. Representative Scott, and just to a previous thing you said, just to clarify, because I do understand your intention, we do allow evictions for nuisance in Connecticut, but the argument that folks have had is that the burden of proof is high, but we do allow for it.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah,
Representative
I
Scott.
appreciate it. I think we're on the same page there. Because I work, again, this is where like the nuance, and this is a problem last year, and it's still going to be a problem now, is the nuance of that lease. So we end it in 12 months. You tell them to go, but they're still there, right? They're still going to be. If they choose not to leave, they are still there. And at this moment in time, today, there is no eviction, and Senator Sampson has mentioned this many times. There's no process right now for that. After they leave, or after the eviction, the lease ends, the expiration date of the lease. To me, and I had this conversation before, is to me that's trespassing. You are in a place that you are not legally allowed to be in anymore by contract. I do understand it's a house, so it's looked at totally different than the couple examples I'm going to give, and I understand that. But I just want to make it very clear that you have a contract to be somewhere, no matter if you're renting an Airbnb, no matter if you're renting a car, or you're renting a hotel. And I understand, housing your home is different. I get that. But it all still goes back to an agreement of a time you come in and a time you leave. And both sections, all three of those examples I gave, same thing. You come in at a time and you leave at a time. It's all agreed upon. You pay, you get. In this scenario that you mentioned, like, the lease is up. If the lease ends December 31st, January 1st, you're trespassing. That's what you are. You're in a place that you're not allowed to be in anymore. This is going to give them the protection to stay 90 days longer, and potentially drag out proceedings and potentially actually hurt them, right? Again, you go to proceedings, if they choose not to leave, then you have to go through proceedings to get them to evict. And again, in a perfect world, that wouldn't go that way, but as we know, this is unfortunately not a perfect world, and I do worry that this will open up some unintended consequences to a lot of renters and a lot of tenants out there that are now going to have this scarlet letter on their record that is going to make it even more difficult for them to get a place. I will also say that I do agree with Senator Sampson on the fact that I do worry that now landlords are going to be extra careful on making sure they're not going to be leasing to anyone that might be any of a threat. They're going to look even more through a fine-tooth comb to really make sure that this one who might be, I don't know about this one because I have 7 people here interested in this unit. These 2, I'm really confident. Those 5, you know what, I'm not going to take a risk on them. And then that's the case, you're just making these folks who are looking to find a place to not get that place. And we're going to be at the point of there's nothing to rent, there's nothing affordable. Well, it's because some of the legislation that we passed that makes the people who do have the risk, the ones who have the risk are the landlords. There's the risk. The risk is they have a property that they need to rent or they are going to lose money, period. And if not, then they're going to sell it. And maybe that place will not be a rental unit anymore. And now we have less rental units in the country or in the state. And that's going to even be a bigger burden on those who are still looking for property to rent. You're making an even bigger burden. You know what that's going to do? That's also going to raise the prices up. Because less, and we all know how supply and demand works. Less supply, the demand's going to go up. So we're taking a lot of risk as a legislature to pass legislation that is going to put those risks forefront right now on a place and a time that we really shouldn't be doing so. This is not the place and time to put that risk out there. We already are burdened in terms of potentially houses, especially at the lower end of the pricing, and this could be a hurdle for those individual tenants and units that could be slowing down the process for them to be able to get housing. I really do think, and I will be honest, and this is not bluster, and this is not hyperbole. This is a bill I would never be able to support. I would never even offer an amendment on it because I don't even want to put an amendment on it. It makes no sense. It's not even lipstick on a pig. This is not something that I would ever be able to support. And there's no changes to the bill that I would. Like, I would say the sibling, my good ranking, we should be able to add siblings to that. There's no question. That should be added to that, to allow siblings who might have a problem to get in there. That's not in there. We could offer that amendment. I think even if you add it, it's still not going to make anything better about the bill. So I just wouldn't necessarily do so myself. So I'm going to keep mine short and sweet. I think we've had a lot of discussion on it already. But I will say that this is, again, something I'll just never be able to support. I'm more than willing to talk to you about the finer edges of the bill, because of course that's what we want to do. And I'm not just going to walk away from it and say it's your problem, go sit on it. But I will say this is against everything I believe in, from property rights, ownership rights, that I just need to think that we really need to think hard. Is this the answer to what we're trying to solve? And I just don't think it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been listening, 3 hours now, maybe more. And it doesn't matter how we look into this. Don't like the bill, but didn't like the amendment either. I'm trying to be fair and trying to see, both sides, the landlord and also the tenant, because I was a tenant and then I was a landlord. So I would like to see both sides and try to be fair. When we force, a landlord to go through the eviction process and spend thousands of dollars when it's not necessary, that creates a lot of problems. When you go to court for eviction process, and people will tell you, you can go to court, you don't want the tenant, you can go to court, they will resolve the problem. In 1 month, you're gonna be out. I will say this, if I was in the island in Puerto Rico, I will say, okay, I'll take that for a month. Because in the island in Puerto Rico, a month and you out. If you create problems and the landlord go to court, they won't give you a chance. They will say, a month, you're doing bad, you out. Well, I will say that, I will take that any time for a month. But when you go to court here and you wait 5, 6, 7 months, they don't pay the rent for 7 months, they destroy the apartment, and by the time they are out, there are thousands of dollars that you gotta pay. Now, we talk about, like Senator Sampson said before, that this bill, just a Republican will go against it. I'm not a Republican, I'm a Democrat. I don't like the bill because I want to be fair. When you're not a landlord and when you don't have to go through that process, like you have a tenant that is destroying the apartment, that it brings 10 or 20 people, that the noise and the cars, and they park, in front of your driveway, and the neighbors complaining, it will drive you crazy. And I'm saying I went through that. It's not that I'm against because I'm a minority. I'm supposed to say, I will go with this bill. No, I can't do that because I want to be fair with everybody. I want to be fair. But when you start having problems and you have the neighbors knocking at your door 10, 12, 11 o'clock at night, and the noise and whatever, it will reach a point that honestly, you get so tired and sometimes you can sleep because all these problems, you end up saying, listen, we're gonna sell. We don't want no more problems. We can't deal with tenant. And I'm not saying here, let me correct this because I don't know if people misunderstand. It's not about saying African Americans, Latinos, or white people, because we all have the good and we all have the bad, and we have to be fair. We have to be fair with that. When we also said that we have problems, that we have a shortage in housing, yes, that's what everybody's saying. So it's like maybe, I don't know if it is maybe a national thing, I don't know, or something is going on in the air. But I really don't believe there is a shortage. Why? Here in Hartford, and I'm going to talk about Hartford, just Hartford. Go around my community, my district. Go and hit the other district, all over Hartford, downtown, wherever you go. It's a lot of vacant apartment. It's a lot of apartment out there. But when you go and ask for the rent, looking for how much is the rent is from $1,000. People that buy from out of Connecticut, they raise their rent to $2,000. Now, I'm taking now the other side, because what I said before, I want to be fair. They buy a building, their rent is $1,000. Sometimes they don't do nothing. They just don't do anything. But the rent goes up to $700, $800, $1,800 to $1,000. That's another problem that we have. So what I'm saying here, we have a problem, and we have to be fair with both sides. We can attack. We can punish the landlord when they said that they don't want to extend or they don't want to sign the lease. The lease expire you out. Could be a lot of reasons why you don't want that tenant. So why, if I sign a lease, it expires in a year, why I have to go because the tenant want to stay, because, the job, because the schools, because whatever. Now I have to allow that. And if I don't agree, then I have to go to court. Why? It's my property. I have the right to decide what do I want. If I want to rent, if I want to continue with that lease, or I want to turn some rent to somebody else, or maybe close the apartment and that's it. That's my property. That's my right. So what I see what's going on in Connecticut, it's out of control. It's crazy. Let's be fair with both sides. Let's see when the problem is on the landlord that is creating problems, but also let's see when the tenants are creating problems. We can be, babysitting people all day long and for whatever, because wait a minute, she's working, but she don't have enough money. Well, the thing is this. I understand there are so many problems. How we can resolve the problem? We have the fair commissions. When they try to increase the rent, it goes there, and they will complain, and the fair commission, they make the decision, whatever they decide. But here, what we're trying to do, I don't think it's fair, and I don't think it's right. We can't punish, the landlord because I want to stay in the house, and the landlord don't want to extend the contract. Forcing that, I don't think that is fair. We're here to resolve problems. We're not here to create problems. And doing what we're doing right now with this bill, even though that I didn't like either the amendment, but this is creating problems. I don't like the bill. I won't vote for the bill. If this bill, we can fix this bill, and maybe we can come up with another plan so how we can see both sides and be fair, I might consider the vote on the floor for this bill. But like this, Mr. Chair, I won't support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gonzalez. Representative Zula.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As my good colleague used the term, I just have a couple questions. I want to work through a couple things on the finer edges of the bill, just for my own edification, and then just a couple quick thoughts. As I understand it, what we're doing here is we are discussing the circumstances and changing some of the law around when somebody can maintain a summary process action for a lapse of time. Is that correct? I want to start from that premise. Is that correct? I don't know if I say to you or through you.
Representative, I'll clarify by saying it preserves lapse of time within that 12-month window and the 90-day probationary period afterwards. But other than that, I would agree with Senator Sampson when he said we are eliminating lapse of time for everyone else.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Maybe I was too optimistic and I should have adopted Senator Sampson's characterization of it. But, okay, so we agree on that. And so, one more time, because I think reps, I came into this hearing fully understanding the bill, and then after 3 hours, I had no idea what it said. And I think I'm understanding again. But I want to make sure that if I am a housing provider, a landlord, whatever you want to call them, and I rent to somebody for 6 months, a 6-month rental agreement, and that rental agreement expires, and that person doesn't leave, I have the right still to bring a summary process action for a lapse of time.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And I guess what I want to clarify then is that affected in any way? I heard some comment about the day before the 12 months, so 11 months and whatever, 29 days or 30 days. That doesn't change anything. As long as I bring that lease expires, what you're saying is as long as I do it within that 90-day period, I bring I serve them with a notice to quit, and I bring it suit within the 90 days after that, then I can still maintain an action for a lapse of time because I did it under those circumstances.
As long as you clarify that the expiration date of the lease is the quit date, then yes.
Okay. Excellent. I'm now understanding the bill the way I did when I walked in. This is good. Okay. So, my only question, and now you're really going to laugh about talking about the fringes of the bill, but I want to make sure we're clear on this. Is there a difference between 12 months and 1 year? And I'm not trying to put you in a. I just want to explore this because I want to make sure. Not that I want to fix a bill if it's not going to do what you want, even though I don't agree with what you want. So, in your opinion, I guess, is 12 months the equivalent of a year?
I don't know how to answer that. I will say that the reason that it's 12 months is to effectively make sure that it's not like in the way we run a fiscal year, right? It's July to July. This would be from whenever this starts to exactly 12 months afterwards, and obviously 365 days after something starts versus May 10th to May 10th might be different by a matter of a couple of days. So
I appreciate the answer, and I appreciate you trying to get to this. And the reason I'm saying I'm talking about the fringes of this and the nuances is that, as an attorney, I'm looking at this saying, well, in my mind, there is a difference between 12 months and 1 year. In the state of Connecticut, we have the statute of frauds that says certain contracts that can't be performed within a year have to be in writing. And I'm looking at this saying, well, I think there's a substantive difference then when you look at this between saying 12 months and 1 year. And I think you should take a look at that because you may have unintended consequences of more leases not being in writing because of this. I'm just thinking that way, okay? Because there is, from a legal perspective, maybe not under the landlord-tenant statutes, but in the overall statutory framework that we have in Connecticut, I do believe there's a difference between 12 months and 1 year. I may be wrong. I could try to look up some case law, but I think when you say 1 year, you mean something, and I think when you say 12 months, you mean something. Because if you add up 12 months, it could maybe not equal the equivalent number of days in a year. And I think you need to take a very careful look at that to make sure that you don't have unintended consequences here. The second thing that I just wanted to bring to your attention is under current law, or at least under current case law, a landlord can't maintain an action for a summary process for an eviction, right? If they serve somebody with a notice to quit and then they equivocate, right? They maybe say they'll accept rent, or they wait too long, right? If they wait too long after they serve a notice to quit, some courts will say, listen, you gave the tenant too much hope, you equivocated, you didn't make it clear you wanted them out, and so the notice to quit is no good and you can't maintain an action. What I want you to be aware of is what you're essentially saying here, I don't know if you're intending to, is that waiting 90 days is not equivocating with a notice to quit. A landlord can string a tenant out for up to 90 days, kind of letting them fester, say, oh, are they going to evict? Are they not? Are they going to bring the summary process action? Are they not? And I'm not sure that that's the intended policy statement you want to bring or you want to be expressing. I'm not sure that that's what it does. I'm reading it saying it might do that, so you may just want to consider that as well. I offer those as constructive criticism on some nuances, some things on the fringes, as my good colleague noted, because again, while I'm not I'm probably never going to agree with the basis of the bill. I don't want it to do things that you don't intend for it to do, and so I offer that as some insight. The last thing that I'll just offer, again, in my critique of the whole situation is I always say that I believe in government as a safety net, not as a way of life. And I think what we're doing in this bill and what we're doing in this legislature every day, unfortunately, is we're introducing government as a way of life. And that's in our rental contracts, that's in our zoning, it's in everything. It's in our health decisions, how we educate our kids. And I don't think it's a good policy. I don't think that that's what we should be doing here. And for those reasons, I oppose the bill. But I am willing to continue to work with you on all those fringe issues because, again, I don't want you to do things that are unintentional here. So thank you for the indulgence, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Representative Zullo. Senator Marks.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, there was a lot said here today. We listened for 2.5, 3 hours to the good senator to my right, which he's left. I wish he was here to listen to me, but maybe he's watching CTN. So a lot was said in this, and many statements were made about this is what the tenants feel, this is how the landlords feel, this is what the tenants feel, this is what the tenants feel. And I just have a hard time understanding how such hearsay, innuendos can be said about an entire group of people that don't really have the voice here that the landlords have and the apartment owners have. I was a tenant when I was younger, and I certainly didn't know my rights. So if my landlord told me to leave, I would have left because, I would have thought I was going to get in trouble. As there is that power struggle, which was so talked about with proponents for those bills and the advocates. And, I love public hearings because we do learn so much. And that power struggle is something that I thought about off the cuff, but I don't think I really thought about how every day when the tenant goes to sleep, that they know they're the person that doesn't have the power, and that it's the landlord who does have the power. And I would think that most landlords would be empathetic, although the good senator said all landlords care about is money and a good tenant, which I hope that's not true. I mean, I think if you have a home that you're selling, apartments, you're really proud of your apartments, and you really want the family to move in, to love their apartment, just like when you sell your house, right? And it's been your family home. You're really excited when somebody lovely, a beautiful family buys your home. So I do think sometimes the good senator, who is a landlord, who I guess has his own perspective, but I don't think he really can talk for all landlords. Here he is. And so, just because you can't see out there. So I question that our landlords do just care about money and just care about a good tenant. When you become a landlord, it's a business. And of course, you want profit. I become a nurse. It's not because I'm an angel, although I am, but it is because I truly love taking care of people. And it's what I've done my entire life. Even when I was a young kid, I just have an innate want to care for people. And the cost of me doing my business is that I might take care of somebody with COVID, or I might take care of somebody with the flu, or with MRSA, or C. diff, or I might get hurt in wherever I go and take care of that person, or that I'm going to work nights, and nights takes years off your life because it's really hard. And that you're going to have some mean clients. I'm going to have some mean clients that I can't evict. I have to learn to talk kindly and to try to give the absolute best care I can, no matter what, because that is my job. It is the landlord's job to give a home to his tenant, her tenant, their tenant, we'll use their tenant. And that is the cost of doing business, that at time you might have a tenant that is not the absolute best. We all can't be 100% all the time, right? I wish we could. I barely make 60% most of the time. So that is the cost of doing business, and I am sure that there are things you can do to make it better. And if you have to evict, you can still evict. I want everybody to know that this is not saying you cannot evict somebody, but to say that people are not evicted based on the color of their skin or who they love or who they worship or who they bring home at night, or if they cook food that's smelly because they don't like the spices that culture uses, don't think that those people are not evicted. And I'm sure there's data that says that. I love data. I like to say things that have data in them. And there was actually a poll done in Connecticut right after the last session, and I took a picture. Let's hope I can find it. And it's amazing that actually a lot of Republicans are actually very supportive of this. If you say to a Republican, do you think people, let me see, hold on, just 1 second while I try to open this. Here we go. Support or opposition requiring CT landlords to require reason to evict a tenant by party identification. So Democrats, 75%, believe that that should not happen, and 7% have no opinion, 12% do not think it should happen, and then with Republicans, 41% approve and 11% have no decision, and 39% disapprove. So more Republicans believe that tenants have a right to have a just cause to be evicted. So I'm not going to just say it out of my love for tenants and my love for fairness and my love that, yes, having a home is a human right, and as is public health, and as is having a right to a lawyer. Like, why is it okay to have a right to a lawyer, to have a right when you go to the court of law to have a lawyer, but it's not a right to have a home, and it's not a right to have public health? If somebody can explain that to me in the hall someday, I would really greatly appreciate it. So I truly believe that this is a really important bill. I hope to be chair of the Housing Committee, and I hope to have the privilege to come back here until I get this bill across the finish line. There are a few things I want written on my gravestone. One is I have unruly hair and the gift of the gab, which is actually what a reporter once said to me, unruly curly hair. And the other is that I have 4 awesome kids and 2 awesome grandkids, and that I passed just cause. And I made the lives of our tenants much better. And when we talk about those really tough those tough tenants, they have to live somewhere. And I just want everybody to remember that. You might kick them out of your house and you might out of your apartment. Don't think it's going to be really easy for them to get another apartment. And many of them are living in the 5 bedrooms or less. If this was my bill, if I was the initial proponent back when this first came out, I would never have given in to the 5 units or less, and I would never given in the 1 year. I think 1 year can be, life is really short. It's so short. The older you get, and you find out how really short it is. And every year is so precious. Life is precious. And to have to find an apartment, love the apartment, and then get kicked out because of who you love, the color of your skin, just because they really don't like you. They don't like that you have a Trump flag hanging from your car, or they don't like that you have an Obama sticker on your car. And don't think that doesn't happen. It does happen. So I really like this bill. I think our tenants need it. I think those, the least of our brothers, those that life is really, really hard, need it. But even those that life isn't that hard. To those that say we don't have a housing shortage, I'm not sure what newspaper you're reading, because we have a housing shortage. You cannot find an apartment. And when the good senator talked about the single-family homes, oh my God, they're all going to go off the rental market. The single-family homes are protected. Like, they are protected. I wouldn't protect them, but they are protected in this bill. So there were a lot of things said. Many things I think were said off the cuff without data behind them. And I too have said things without data, but we all have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? We all believe in that piece of paper, and we all believe in that data. And having a home, a roof over your house without the fear of leaving is life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. That is the ultimate pursuit of happiness, because everybody loves their home. Everybody, especially if you own a home, well, I guess that's innuendo. I would say most people that own a home love their home. So I'm very proud of this bill. I'm so proud of being the co-chair of housing. I thank my amazing co-chair, Rep. Felipe, who has showed me such grace through these first 2 years. I didn't even know what a notice to quit was 2 years ago. I knew what eviction was, but I didn't know what all of the little terms were, and I still have a lot to learn. I have a lot of studying to do, and I just do want to tell the good senator to my right, I will be so ready when we debate this on the floor, because I care about this bill so much. And I really think if we really listen to the people of Connecticut, which is who we are here to represent, that the majority of them want this bill. The landlords might not, but the majority of people do. So I thank you for allowing me the time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm sorry to speak after one of the chairs. I was trying to get my button before that happened to raise my hand, but so please excuse me for doing so. But I'd just like to give my views on the bill. And I know the intent, and I could sympathize to the intent of what the bill wants to do. But I also I just have this feeling of unintended consequences that will prevail if this was actually passed as it is. I think we forget about the good tenant-landlord relationships out there. How many tenants and landlords, property owners get along just fine? I mean, we're trying to actually put something in place to address the bad scenarios, but there's a lot of good tenant property owner relationships. And, I just feel that one of the unintended consequences is that we're going to have a negative impact on those kind of relationships that are out there working just fine. I would rather see a different approach to this. I would like to look at some areas, and just off the top of my mind, I'm thinking about in terms of leases for the property owners to give 60-day or 90-day notices when they're not going to renew the leases, which would give tenants, say, 90 days, 3 months to find a new rent. I mean, that's something that I think would be helpful. Also, instead of the 5 units, I think 5 units might be a little low. I think if we go somewhat higher, we could capture most of the mom and pop type of property owners and actually kind of move on from them. Because, and I say that, and I would like to see that in place, because if the mom and pop property owners actually decide to move along and sell their units, guess who's going to be buying them? And when these other probably out of state kind of people come in and buy those units, what are they going to do? I think one of the first things they're going to do is what? Raise their rents. Okay, so now you're creating another problem that you didn't have before when the mom and pops were just doing just fine. I think that, you know, I'm concerned about my tenants too, because I hear about some of those rent increases, but I can tell you almost in every case, it's been in units of that have sold to outside developers, and the units have exceeded like 30 to 50 plus units. It's those scenarios that I hear most of the complaints. And I think we ought to focus some of what we need to do there. I also, I'm concerned about my tenants. I don't want them to get, get comfortable with the fact that this particular legislation is going to be, the be all, the end all to actually help them in this scenario, because when they're facing lapse of time versus any of the given criteria that has to be brought forward, I think lapse of time going for a new unit versus one of the criteria that property owners are going to be forced to put on the record would be more advantageous than those actual reasons. And also, when they have to go to defend themselves, just think, don't count on the fact that you're going to have a lawyer. Yes, we actually passed something to make lawyers available, but I've heard cases where there just hasn't been a sufficient amount to represent all the people that actually require that legal assistance. So, don't think that's guaranteed. Also, I just want to state that, property owners have lifelong managers that will find new ways to circumvent this type of bill. And, I don't want to create the scenario where we're just pitting a battle that's going to be perpetual. That, okay, we passed this, they come up with new ways to circumvent it. Then we have to find new legislation that will be proposed to try to get around that. And we go back and forth with this relationship. Can we not try to do something that settles the relationship between tenants and property owners? Can we come up with initiatives that improve relationships versus actually set battlegrounds? Okay. I also want to say that I believe that New Hampshire had a just cause bill that they just repealed just last year. So if they, put something in place, I think they might have run into some of the unintended consequences and thought better of it and actually thought to repeal it. And again, if I don't know, if I just feel that I want to improve the relationships between the tenants and the property owners, something fair and equitable. And if we could change some of the language in this on the floor to actually achieve that, I'd be willing to vote for it. But you know what? I want to really protect both tenants and property owners, especially the good ones that have good relationships. And I would really like to see policy going forward that makes working relationships between tenant and property owners better, not policy that escalates confrontation between them. I would like to see us pursue that as an initiative. So, I just wanted to get on the record how I felt about this and hope that we could come up with something to actually, be more driven in that vein of that relationship than where we're going now. Because I really believe the unintended consequences are going to be something that the tenants in particular, who this is geared to help, I think what they see as a result, they're not going to be happy with. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Representative. And just to clarify, and not to contradict anything you said, but the New Hampshire issue, it's not actually something that was repealed. It's that they did not codify a Supreme Court decision. I just want to make that clear. Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that I was very clear before that I was a tenant and never create any kind of problems. At that time, I was going through cancer and with 3 kids, and I was on the lines of welfare. I didn't create any kind of problem because I knew that I have 3 kids, and I was responsible for my kids. And if I knew that I was raising them by myself, and I said I know that we need a roof over our head, and if we need a roof over our head, and I said that's why we have to do good, because if not, I don't want to end up losing my apartment. So that's common sense. Landlord, it was a nightmare. Not with all the tenants, but I did have a tenant that lived in my property for 17 years. 17 years. And I raised the rent twice because I did some remodeling in my apartment. So I'm not saying that as a landlord, you don't have to have a heart. Yes, you have to have compassion for people. You have to, because there are some people that need help. But also we have to look at the other side of the coin. We come here, we bring our opinion, and we bring our experiences. I don't know who else in this committee being a landlord, but if you don't go through those problems as a landlord, if you don't go through those nightmares, you will never know what's the kind of problems that you have to deal being as a landlord. Now, if we come here, all the members who come here with our opinion and our experiences, what I expect is that every single member of this committee respect that. Not criticize, respect that. If you never was a landlord and you never went through those problems, just accept the experience and the opinion of any other member. To make it clear, I want to say this. I am a Latina, I am Puerto Rican. I never, in this committee, I never heard or I never said that if you are Latino, you will get evicted, but if you are white, you will never get evicted, or maybe African American. And I repeat again, we have to respect everybody's opinion, because I have the right like everybody else. And I don't think I will never accept that, because that's not acceptable. The first thing is us. We have to show some respect between us members here, so that way the audience here, the people here, they will respect us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? I'm gonna show a provision of the bill in action. I'm gonna give myself a notice to quit talking, and I'm gonna use my 5-minute probationary period just to express the way I feel about this bill, the reasons therein, and I'm not gonna do it while addressing anything that other members have said. As the good representative before me has said, our opinions are important, and there are opinions. This particular piece of legislation, the reason that we've been bringing it back time and time again is because I think there is a difference when you talk about the way that we had a conversation today about economics. We talked about commerce. We talked about the relationship between tenants and landlords. And I will say first and foremost, I am not one who, by ideology, buys into this tenant versus landlord relationship. I do think that there are certain parts of this deal that we have going on, especially the way that it's currently governed or given guardrails. It does skew unfairly in my mind one way naturally, but that doesn't mean that there aren't good property owners that do good work and are fair. But I do feel that this allows folks to stay housed. I want to be clear about when we talked economy, we talked about commerce. It's different, right? I'm one of those people that says housing is a human right. And what I mean by that is that the opportunity to have housing is a human right. And when you deal in housing, it's not the same as if you deal in rental cars, if you deal in, renting textbooks like we do sometimes in the university where I work. It's a different kind of relationship, and there's a different kind of responsibility when you're the person providing that, right? You as a property owner providing something that every single person needs. You need a place to lay your head. You need a place to have that foundation. And a lot of that, what we do in this housing committee, especially when we talk about homelessness, not saying that this is a direct causation of homelessness itself. There's many causes of homelessness. But when we talk about these things, we talk about the way that your life speeds up, the way that everything speeds up when you don't have that safety net or that foundation. And when we talk about it in a way that is only to speak of the business transaction that it is, without the need for that foundation, without the need for tenants to have those certain feelings of just being at home, it takes away from this conversation. I understand that there are those market forces, and I'm not somebody who is 100% against those working themselves, but I do think you have to put some guardrails in place, some guidelines in place for how you establish giving out this kind of good, giving this kind of service, doing this for people. And I think even me, when I have conversations, I might be flippant. I compared it earlier this session to Pokemon cards, and how at some point it was just a good hobby for us as kids to engage in. Right? We had fun. We brought our cards. We played the actual game, and now it's a business. Now you buy them because you want to see if you can take a $5 booster pack and get $50 out of it, right? Or you grab $500 worth of cards and see what your return investment is. And I don't think that that's a terrible thing for that marketplace, for that to happen. But when it skews firmly in one direction versus the other, when we're talking about trading these cards as property, as a business proposition, you take the essence and the fun out of it, right? And when you talk about housing as a business proposition, you take at a basic level, you sometimes take the humanity out of it. You take the fact that when you're providing this housing, you're providing something that people need. You as a housing provider do not need to provide housing, right? I have a job that I enjoy. I can go do another job. And people might say, well, you have an apartment you enjoy. You can go to another apartment. I am one of those people that think the availability of apartments is not that vast. Especially, I have to stick to 1/6 of one city, but obviously that's just me. I guess what I'm saying all this to say is, don't forget what we're talking about here is people. We talked about earlier the Yoso properties, and I might be coming up on my 5 minutes, guys. I've been keeping track. The Yoso properties in Bridgeport and how they raised their rents. And my good colleague to my right is correct in that they will correct themselves. If they raise the rent too high, they'll bring it down to a place that's reasonable. But those people that got kicked out still got kicked out. They're still not going to be able to be there, and they still had to go through that hour-to-hour, minute-to-minute decision-making that you have when you are unhoused. And you're spending all the money to keep your car battery running so you can have heat at night. You're spending money on fast food that you could be spending on groceries and cooking. And while groceries are very expensive, I can tell you that if you eat McDonald's or Wendy's every night, it's more expensive than that. So at a very basic level, I'm not sure where we're going to go from here. I would love to pass the bill as it stands, and I would love to work to get all of my colleagues to support it. But I would also just love to get to a place where those folks didn't get kicked out of their homes, where Yoso Properties didn't think that $3,000 was something that they could get in rent, where people wanted to live somewhere and were able to stick with it, stay there, and not be kicked out just basically because people want to make a little bit of money. And that's not an allusion to anything that was said earlier. I think it plays on both sides. Some people are in this to make money, but if you're in this to make money, good on you, right? Go for it. But there should be some protections as to how you provide a service such as housing. And with that, vote will be taken by roll.
A motion has been made and seconded to JFS to the floor, Agenda Item 1, SB 257, an act concerning evictions for cause, LCO number 2900. How do you vote, Representative Felipe?
Yes.
Senator Marks?
Yes.
Representative Scott?
Representative Scott's a no.
Senator Sampson?
Sampson is no.
30 seconds, but I have a question. I just wanted to repeat some.
Senator Anwar, your microphone is on.
Representative Roberts?
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Senator Gaston?
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Senator Anwar?
Senator Anwar votes yes. Sorry about my questions.
Representative Brown?
Yes.
Representative Butler?
Representative Butler votes no.
Representative Corpus? Representative Corpus, I believe you're muted.
Rep. Corpus votes no.
Representative Gonzalez? Representative Hall? Senator Hockadell? Representative Jensen?
Jensen votes no.
Senator McCrory?
McCrory votes yes.
Representative Sweet?
Sweet votes yes.
Representative Turco?
Turco votes yes.
Representative Weir? Representative Zullo?
Rep. Zullo votes no.
Senator McCrory, I think you didn't have your camera on. If you could vote one more time.
Yep. Sorry about that. Senator McCrory?
McCrory's a yes. Can you see me?
Yes.
Can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
All right.
Let's see where we go. Next is Senate Bill 151, an act prohibiting certain land use and zoning limitations on housing. Is there a motion? Oh, sorry. One second. JF to the floor, and the LCO is 859. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Representative Corpus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lower my hand. Okay.
Sandwich from the girls thing. You want that?
So thank you for calling on me. I have a lot of questions about the bill, but I thought it would be useful to start out by looking at it in the totality of all that we're doing here today. So today we have 16 bills in the committee, and it's my assumption that because they're all being brought forth, the majority intends for all of them to pass this year. So I would like to take them as a whole and see what they do in their totality. So in the area of rental properties in the state of Connecticut, what we're doing here is in SB 257, which we just voted on. Landlords could in effect have perpetual tenants unless a certain set of just cause eviction triggers are met. In 5092, we're saying that a landlord cannot increase the rent more than 5% the first year if the property changes ownership. In 335, we're saying that a landlord cannot charge a utility bill to a tenant, essentially has to eat the cost of that, unless the landlord goes to the expense of installing separate utility meters for each and every tenant, regardless of how that is configured on the property. SB 337 is establishing a task force to study the removal and storage of the property of evicted tenants, which we heard from many witnesses in the public hearing who do that kind of work, that idea would add chaos to the process. In the area of land use, we are looking at 5364, which would change the definition of what a set-aside development is for purposes of 830G from a 40-year deed restriction to a fixed period of time, which we don't know what that is. In SB 256, we're prohibiting private equity entities from owning properties in the state of Connecticut unless they wait 90 days and fulfill a set of conditions. And then if they violate those conditions, they can be sued by the Attorney General of the state. In 5092, we're saying if someone buys a new property in Connecticut, they cannot increase the rent more than 5% in the first year. And in HB 5359, we are saying that the Department of Housing is going to publish standard rental terms, which include statutory penalties for late payment of rent outside a grace period is no longer going to be allowed. And finally, in 338, SB 338, we're saying if a town challenges an 830G development in court and the case lasts for more than 6 months, the town loses its ability to get any housing unit equivalency points on the resulting development.
Representative, just make sure you tie it to the item before us. Thank you.
Thank you. So I share the views of my colleagues who have said that all of these changes taken together, instead of incentivizing more people to come to Connecticut and own property and rent it out to tenants and provide affordable housing, are going to drive them away. Capital is mobile, businesses are mobile, and people are mobile. And what we're considering today, including SB 151, will have the opposite effect. I don't see why people wouldn't throw up their hands and say, in the light of all of this, Connecticut is not a place to be a landlord, it's not a place to do business, and it's not a place I want to live. And that is just what's on the docket for today. So 151, which is the subject of this debate right now, is being put on top of two superstructures that already exist in our housing policy. One is 830G and one is HB 8002, which just passed 4 months ago. And we still have not figured out what 8002 means to our towns. In fact, one of the 243 witnesses who testified in this committee on SB 151, which was the Council of Small Towns, which represents towns with populations of less than 30,000. Those are not my towns, but represent our small towns, said, we encourage state lawmakers to focus on supporting the efforts of OPM, the COGS, and the municipalities to comply with 8002 instead of putting new mandates and compliance burdens on us. So I agree with them. And I believe SB 151 is doing just that. It's a whole new superstructure. Before I came here, I thought that any time the legislature passed a bill, it was fitting a puzzle piece into the existing legal framework that was there and making sure it made it better. And I believe that's how it should be. But unfortunately, I've realized that sometimes bills get passed in this building where we have no regard or even knowledge of exactly how it's going to fit in with what we have so far. And given everything that's out there as far as the housing puzzle and the Venn diagram of all of these bills, I feel like 151 has exactly that problem. So as we go through the sections of the bill, I'd like to highlight places where it overlaps with what we're already doing in the state of Connecticut and ask which of these superstructures controls. So with that intro, if I may ask a few questions about the bill itself. So in section 11A, which is line 69 of the bill, this prohibits municipalities from establishing a minimum lot size of greater than 5,000 square feet on which a single-family dwelling or townhouse may be located. So I just had the question, first and foremost, how was that particular lot size chosen? 5,000 square feet is roughly equal to 0.11 acres, a tenth of an acre.
If I am not mistaken, this is cutting the current minimum lot size or average minimum lot size people would see in half.
So is that to say that the average minimum lot size in Connecticut right now is about 0.2 acres or 0.22 acres?
I would not say that on the record. This is also a number that is used in a couple of other bills that we've seen statewide, nationwide, including Maryland, where this language was taken from.
Okay, my understanding is that Maryland has proposed this legislation. We can get to that a little bit later, but that Maryland has proposed this legislation, but it hasn't actually been passed. Is that correct?
I said we took it from Maryland. I didn't say we took it from past language in Maryland. That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So I had a question about this. So have the proponents of the bill made any calculation of what the population of the state of Connecticut would be if this bill comes fully to fruition, which is, from what I see here, 0.11 acre lot sizes throughout the state other than the specific exemptions of the bill?
Say that one more time, Representative. I apologize.
If the bill comes to complete fruition and the entire state of Connecticut is subdivided into 0.11 acre lots other than the carve-outs under the bill, what would the state of Connecticut's population be? How many people would we be fitting in the state of Connecticut relative to our 3.5 million population now?
I have not done those calculations. I don't even think that's plausible, but if you have an estimation, go ahead.
I don't. I'm just asking.
Yeah, I don't think
Okay.
it's math anybody has done.
Okay. So what happens in this particular bill, which is effective October 1st, 2026, if someone is currently in a house that is above 0.11 acres? What happens to that property in that person's house?
We are not getting rid of their ability to own that property or have property of that size. We're simply saying that the minimum lot size cannot be larger than that. There is still a large range of amount of lot sizes you could have from there. This is just the lowest, the minimum can be 5,000 rather than anything that folks want, Representative.
Okay, so if a town has they all do, various lot sizes, including, their minimum is already 5,000, but they go all the way up to, in some rural areas, 4 acre zoning, the town doesn't have to make any change?
As this bill stands, there's no provision that talks about maximum lot sizes, so that is correct.
Okay, so they just have to develop more. They just have to be able, you just have to be able to put up houses of that size in each and every town in Connecticut. Is there any grandfathering of existing properties? Or I guess what you're saying is that if the minimum lot size, say right now, is 10,000 square feet, and suddenly the minimum lot size drops down to 5 as a result of the bill, does that have to be on land that is not developed right now?
Yes, or if you wanted to subdivide, yeah, you can probably subdivide your lot into 5 acre lot sizes, but this is only a minimum number. If you already had 10 acres or 10,000 square feet, you can continue to do that, and if you had larger, you can do that too.
Okay. Okay, so the additional language on the minimum lot size talks about this is only going to be, the minimum lot size will only apply to areas connected or planned to be connected to public water and sewer. So one of the witnesses in our public hearing, the Western Connecticut COG, testified, and one of the headings of their testimony was "Connection is not capacity." And they talked about how the presence of sewer and water service does not mean that the systems actually have available capacity for more volume and more use. And that because we're such an old and historical state, a lot of the sewer and water systems in Connecticut were engineered to serve neighborhoods based on the zoning in those neighborhoods. That is, just because something's hooked up to the sewer doesn't mean it has capacity for a lot more density. So, what does it mean to be planned if there is water and public water and sewer systems are planned to be connected. A parcel of land is planned to be connected. What does that mean?
That means that the municipality has plans to connect that area to water and sewer. I don't think it would apply to like well water or private stuff. I think it's just if a municipality wants to is, as we said earlier, has the bona fide intention of connecting the water.
Okay, so if there was a plan to connect a part of a municipality many years ago, sometimes these plans stick around for 20 years and they don't, come to fruition because the town doesn't have the money or the development isn't proceeding as the town expected. So how are we going to differentiate between a plan that was put on the books in the town of Greenwich in 1970 to connect a part of the back country, which is our more rural part of town, but never came to fruition? Does that mean that that area is considered to be planned to be connected?
I would assume not, Representative. It's not specified in the bill, but it's definitely something that we can talk about.
I think that that is an important distinction because we are hinging this minimum lot size requirement on whether something is connected or planned to be connected to public water and sewer. And that trigger has a lot of significance. So I do believe at a minimum, we ought to clarify what the trigger actually is. So the parts of this that I worry about too are that does this mean that a part of town that is more rural, again, like the backcountry of Greenwich, that maybe is not subject to a plan where everyone is living on septic tanks and well water, does that mean that municipalities that have more of that type of land are simply not going to have the bill's not going to have the same impact on them as it's going to have on other municipalities? Like the city of Stamford, 85% of it is connected to public water and sewer. The town of Greenwich, 80% of it is connected to public water and sewer. Does this mean that the city of Stamford, because it's more dense and more of the town is subject to public water and sewer, it's going to have more to do? This bill's going to have a greater impact on it?
Yes, to connect it to water and sewer. I don't think density has anything to do with it, other than the fact that maybe they would be more likely to be connected. Representative Corpus.
Well, what it says is that no town can establish a minimum lot size of greater than 5,000 for lots which are located in areas connected. So that means that any area of town which is connected to public water or sewer or is planned to be connected now cannot have a minimum lot size greater than 5,000. So doesn't that just logically mean that the less of your town that is connected to public water and sewer, the less of an impact this bill is going to have on you?
Yes.
Okay. So I would posit, therefore, that our most dense places in the state of Connecticut, Hartford, Bridgeport, Waterbury, Stamford, New Haven, that have the greatest percentage of their land connected to sewer and water, are therefore going to have more of their town subject to the tenth of an acre zoning than the more rural or the more larger lot sizes like the backcountry of Greenwich, which has larger zoning than this, kind of never needs to be touched because it's not connected. And I don't think that is the intent of the proponents of the bill, but that is in fact the effect that this would have. So what happens, could a town that, I'm not saying this would happen, but again, I really feel like we have to draft, as you would in a private contract. We're making law here that's going to bind every single person in the state of Connecticut. So we have to draft it in a way that's, very tightly buttoned up. Could a town that doesn't want to be subject to this stop planning and or disconnect people or take the plans off the books?
feasibly, I guess they could do that. I think it would probably interfere with a lot of other things that they would want to do or grant money they would want to receive. But yeah, if they wanted to.
So how do we know if something is connected to public water and sewer? How are we going to, is that something I'm really asking this as a point of fact? If there is, a public water line going up to North Stamford, which I represent, and it's not yet connected to each and every parcel in that area of the city and the suburbs, how do we know what is connected and what is not? Is that decided on a property by property basis? Is the planning decided on a property? I mean, people know if they're connected to public water and sewer, but is the planning connected on a house by house basis, or is the planning just a main tributaries going up to North Stamford, and is that sufficient to trigger a plan?
It's my understanding that you would have to have a plan for that specific parcel of land, and a inspector would go out and do an inspection for that, and they determine whether or not you are connected to water or sewer. Representative.
Okay. So it is interesting to me that of all of the infrastructure requirements that are compromised, in my opinion, severely by this bill, being connected to public water and sewer is singled out as something which is so sacred, if you will, that it is only those properties which have that, which would be subject to the minimum lot size of 5,000 or more. Could you explain a little bit more about how that particular, well, I know why that was chosen, but why some of the other public infrastructure demands are not, didn't rise to that level? Things like traffic and density and the education of our kids in more densely populated areas. How were those things not put in here as requirements?
I guess that they weren't considered in the same way. We talk about density and traffic. There are reasons for that. I think we had a conversation in the public hearing where people were talking about this adding to the traffic between Bridgeport and Greenwich. And while I understand what folks are thinking in that vein, I would say this would probably create more housing that people can afford. And if you created more affordable housing, and I'm sorry to say this if it's offensive to you, Representative, if you created more affordable housing between Bridgeport and Greenwich, then the folks that work in New York, the folks that work in Stamford from Bridgeport, the folks that work in Greenwich from Bridgeport, wouldn't be clogging up a road so much because they would just live in Stamford, Westport, Greenwich, Ridgefield. So we didn't consider it because we figured that this would actually help that situation. They would live closer to work and not clog up the highways.
Thank you for, you didn't offend me at all, Mr. Chairman. People offend Greenwich all the time, but you haven't, so don't worry about that. My question about this is, and this is a very real topic in Northern Stamford, which I represent, which is a city which is increasing in density significantly. And it is such a resounding issue for my constituents in North Stamford that their schools are overcrowded. And some of them are on public water and sewer, and some of them are on septic. And it is going to be very difficult for me to tell them that the minimum lot size for those properties which are connected to public water and sewer is going to drop in some cases by 90% if there's 1 acre zoning up there now, which could ostensibly mean that for every one child in the school system, right now, they're going to be 10, or that's assuming each family has one child. It is going to be very hard for me to convince them that crowding in schools, which is an issue for them, is somehow not significant enough as a public good that we would not consider it when dropping minimum lot size requirements. So I feel compelled to voice their concerns about this bill because I think that they are significant. So with respect to the minimum lot size, I just want to make the point here that this is a very significant development for our state, and it is, in fact, a serious densification issue, and that the public good of water and sewer is not the only public good, but unfortunately is the only one considered here. Moving on to A(2), which is minimum square footage or exterior dimension requirements. So from what I understand about these, these include maximum height restrictions. So this means that no town in or city in the state of Connecticut can put a limit as to any building height anywhere. Am I reading that right, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Okay. So if a town right now, I know my town and city are the zoning requirements, the height restrictions are different. So on a quarter of an acre lot, you can only build to a certain height. If you go higher to a half an acre lot, you can build higher, and so forth and so on. On the theory that by building higher, if you're far apart from your neighbor, you're not restricting their sunlight and their air and their visibility of the natural environment. And your ability to see around buildings. So how is a municipality going to deal with this? This is one of the places where the superstructure of 8002 interferes with this. So right now, towns know exactly what zones can build how high, so they can figure out their housing units roughly. If a town is making its municipal housing plan under 8002 and suddenly there are no height restrictions, how is it going to be able to predict how many people are going to be on that lot?
Just as a clarification, for a townhouse, I'm not sure about for a single family home. I'm pretty sure that we have in other statute a maximum. I don't know what that is exactly. It might be 3 stories, but that does exist. I don't know who's going to build a single family home that's 1,000 feet tall, but I guess it's plausible, or I guess it's possible. I wouldn't say it's plausible, Representative. But I don't think this is like carte blanche, build as high as you want. I think there
Well,
are
I think
reasonable limits that people would just have in general.
I think that it might be carte blanche, and I'm really asking this as a point of information. One of the people that testified in the hearing said that a townhouse did not have a maximum capacity limit in the statutes of the state of Connecticut. If you could clarify that, what actually is a townhouse?
There are a few definitions of townhouses, I think, that we've seen over the last couple of years, but I think I'll ask for the most basic one. Just give us a second, Representative.
Okay.
A townhouse, Representative, is a grouping of residential buildings in a cluster of 3 or more. 3 or more?
Yes.
Of 3 or more attached units.
So it is 3 or more. So there, in fact, is no upper limit of what a townhouse can be. A townhouse under that definition could be a cluster of 10 units, 20 units. Correct?
Yes, but they would probably be side by side, not necessarily 10 stacked on top of each other. I'm pretty sure, and I don't have it in front of me, so I'll ask somebody to get it to me, that there is a limit to how many you can stack on top of each other. But yes, you could have a cluster of, let's say, 9 if you have 3 side by side and 3 floors to each.
Well, could be a town restriction on how high the townhouse could go. But I guess what I'm saying is under 151, towns can't make any maximum height limits anymore.
Representative, that wouldn't be a town restriction. That would be a general state restriction that I'm speaking of, which would prevail here. This just sets what municipalities can do.
So there is currently a state restriction which restricts how tall a townhouse can go. And
I
that would,
believe so, but I'm gathering that information as we continue the conversation, Representative.
okay. Should I wait, Mr. Chairman?
No, continue, and I'll get it when I have it.
Okay. I think it's a very significant point because right now towns can do that, can restrict how tall a single-family home or townhouse can go. If this bill passes, they no longer can do that. So if what you're saying is, but the state will continue to do that, and what the state is doing will trump what the town is doing, that means that these townhouses can't go up as high as, the sky. But so I think it's a very important point because if there isn't a state law, and now we're saying there can't be a town law, then there's no law whatsoever governing this. And what is so interesting about some of the testimony that we heard about this was that, and this comes up again when we talk about minimum coverage. I understand that this bill is intended to build more affordable units, but a couple of the witnesses said that, in fact, if you can build as tall as you want and as far to the sides as you want, then the kind of development of McMansions, if you will, which tries to eke out the most value and the most luxury housing unit in the smallest amount of postage stamp lot to generate the most money. This bill would promote that because there's nothing in here that says the townhouses or the McMansions have to be affordable. So that is a real concern. That is not my concern. It was brought out by the witnesses in the hearing about this height of a townhouse. So moving on to little 3, which is lot coverage maximums for single family homes. So what this means, I learned in the testimony, is lot coverage is usually you cannot cover your entire parcel right now with pavement, driveway, patios, asphalt, etc. And the towns right now can restrict how much is paved for purposes of the environment. But what this is saying now is that is no longer possible. And interestingly, in the public testimony, people that were concerned about the environment really came out on this. You could think about one parcel of half an acre or of a quarter of an acre, putting a couple extra feet of their driveway, that wouldn't have a profound environmental impact. But when you look at it, the cumulative impact across literally every property owner in the state of Connecticut, it could be significant. So the increase in impervious surfaces, that the problems that were cited with that from people that testified in the hearings were peak storm water flows rising sharply, drainage systems not being able to handle storm runoff, overland flow increasing, basements and roadways flooding, and downstream water bodies receiving higher velocity discharges. This is an issue in my district. We have the Byram River, which runs through the 149th. And as First Selectman Fred Camillo testified, the neighborhood of Pemberwick gets flooded because it's down in the river valley. And we've spent a lot of money as a municipality trying to fix that and protect that neighborhood from when that happens. But this is a very dramatic reversal of standard zoning and standard environmental policy. The current percentage of the Connecticut, which is impervious surfaces right now, as we sit here, is approximately 10%, and in suburban areas. And the recommended amount for suburban areas of impervious surfaces is also 10%. So that means we don't really have any more room to create additional impervious surfaces. So to the proponents of the bill, Mr. Chairman, I was going to ask you, what percent are we willing to go to here in impervious surfaces in the state of Connecticut, given that the benchmark is roughly for suburban areas 10%? How much is too much?
I don't know if we have a clear answer to that. I will give you a clear answer to one of your earlier questions, though, Representative.
Yes.
when we talked about there's no actual maximum townhouses, but I will point you to lines 95 through 98, which talk about building code, fire code, health and safety. It's generally accepted that 3 stories is kind of the maximum you can go for a townhouse before it becomes unsafe. That's not written anywhere, and we can certainly talk about figuring that out. But that is where I was going with that. I just had misremembered where I heard it from.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So, but unfortunately, the lines 96 to 98 don't just say anything in violation of building or fire codes. They impose a higher threshold, which says the building or fire code has to be necessary to address an immediate threat. So does that mean that if we have townhouses now going far to the perimeter of a property and higher than they are currently allowed in most towns in Connecticut, does that constitute an immediate threat? Or is that an immediate threat?
I don't know if that's an immediate threat. I will also say that we have another statute, 8-2, which talks about height restrictions, and this doesn't preempt those height restrictions. So you can set height restrictions within the original statute still. I apologize. I'm getting this information as we're having this conversation because it's obviously not in the bill, and this is a statute that I didn't have in front of me. But that would also prohibit you from going high. I think they're like this. There are minimums, and I don't think there is a maximum height requirement in 8-2. But you can use 8-2 to put in place a height requirement of probably somewhere around 2 or 3 stories.
Okay, so 8-2 is a state statute, and municipalities currently rely on it to place height restrictions in. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, and
So
that statute would prevail.
why would that statute prevail over SB 151 if SB 151 passes into law?
Because this only changes certain sections of 8-2, and those sections would remain, and those sections allow for height restriction. And this does not eliminate the height restrictions in 8-2. The possibility for height restrictions in 8-2.
Okay, so where does it say that? Because in little 2, which is what we're talking about right now, it just says that no town can establish a minimum exterior dimension requirement for a single-family home or townhouse, period. It's number 3, which is the lot coverage, which qualifies it by 8-20.
Yeah, minimum dimensions, exterior dimension doesn't preempt the height requirement. You can do that outwardly in terms of going wide, as long as it doesn't interfere with the height requirement. The height requirement, if you set it, that will prevail.
Okay, so what I'm hearing then is that right now towns can establish a height requirement. If SB 151 passes, they can't. And there is no height limitation in state law, which will trump all of that. So if this bill
No,
passes,
that is not true, Representative. 8-2 allows for height requirements. It will still allow for height requirements upon passage of this. What we are saying is that exterior dimensions will not have a minimum square footage requirement, meaning you could build out as much as you want, but if you set a height requirement, then you would have to build wide if you want to have more square footage than the height requirement allows.
well, that's not what it says in the bill right now. The bill
8-2
said,
already exists.
correct. I understand that, but I will ask you, Mr. Chairman, for the purpose of time, to look at 11A little 2, because that is not what that says. It's not qualified by anything as it is currently drafted. So if that's not the intention, then that would be need to be qualified as little 3 is also qualified. Okay, so I wanted to ask about just more on the larger scheme of legislative intent for little 3. So if you could talk a little bit about how the proponents of the bill got comfortable with the potential environmental impacts of little 3 with respect to rainfall, runoff, and all of the problems associated with lot coverage issues.
I don't have answers to that in this time, except for what is in the bill. I don't know how people got comfortable with anything. I think you either are or you aren't when you read the bill.
Do you think that do the proponents of the bill think that there will be no environmental impact of of SB 151 if it's signed into law?
Are you assuming that I am the proponent representative?
I'll address the question to whoever wants to answer it. Do you think that there will be an environmental impact if this bill is signed into law?
Senator Marks.
Yeah, hi, Representative, through you, Chair. No, I don't.
Representative Corpus.
Okay, and how is that the case when we know and it's established zoning law and environmental law that impervious surfaces like asphalt and driveways and stuff like that are worse for the environment than green spaces and lawns? How is it that how is it that those impervious surfaces will not have an impact in this particular bill?
Senator Marks.
So I'm going to say, question if you ask the same question as to the McMansions that are being built when they have a much bigger impervious lands than the small little ranches and capes. And I will say that the environmental questions that I am getting, if you read some of the literature out there, it is the new red line that is used all the time to stop people from building the houses because they don't want certain people in their neighborhoods. I know that's pretty bold of me to say, but it's the truth that I believe is the truth, so I'll say it. And I don't have any, right now, I have no data that would say these small houses would be worse for the environment than the huge McMansions that are often built in the towns that don't want these houses.
Representative Corpus.
I accept that, and I accept the fact that a large house does have a large carbon footprint. I understand that, but I thought what the good chairman said earlier was that the minimum lot size requirement is going to be on land that is not necessarily yet developed. Like this bill is not requiring a town that has a minimum lot size of, say, a quarter of an acre. It's not requiring that quarter of an acre to flip into a tenth of an acre. But what it is saying is that land, or forgive me if I'm not right about this, but what this is saying is that you have to have a 1/10 of an acre category in your zoning. And if nothing is required to convert, that means we're taking what is now greenfield areas and we're zoning them for 1/10. So we're not comparing the McMansion or the big footprint, big house to a smaller house on 1/10. We're comparing a green lawn to a house on 1/10 of an acre. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
I wouldn't necessarily categorize it that way, but sure, Representative.
Okay, well then maybe I should just state my opinion here, which is that I think we can all agree that a green lawn relative to a developed 1/10 of an acre parcel is environmentally superior and is environmentally more beneficial. Okay, one of our witnesses talked about flood risk and the fact that flood risk, which is increased by an increase in impervious surfaces, has all kinds of implications for people's house insurance. We have a FEMA flood plan mapping in Western Connecticut, which gives us a grade of 4 out of 14. And if we increase our impervious surfaces, we're going to potentially get a worse FEMA rating. And we had a really bad flood in the town of Greenwich, which wiped out several streets. And I was wanting to ask whether the proponents of the bill have considered what's going to happen to the home insurance for those people and for the town's municipal insurance related to floods, and whether the cost of that on the towns was considered in drafting this bill.
I don't think so, Representative.
Okay. Well, I wanted to bring this out because I think it's going to be an important issue because of the kind of state that we live in, which is a lot of water, a lot of wetlands, and a lot of potential for flooding. I've already made my case with respect to the ability of this bill to create more kind of McMansions, which go to the perimeter of a property and try to eke out as much luxury and high-priced housing as possible. And I just wanted to make the point that the setbacks talked about in Little 4 do the same thing as the lack of height restrictions do, which is you're going to end up with more density that doesn't necessarily happen to be affordable. And I don't think that is the intent of the bill, but it certainly can be, looks to be a likely unintended consequence. Keeping on with the with this section that talks about the various zoning changes. Fire safety. Okay, so I heard it said throughout the hearing that, or I heard it said by one statement was made that it's safer or it's a better use of the town's resources to put out fires in a neighborhood where the buildings are close together versus requiring the fire department of a town to go down a long driveway and put out a fire at a big house. But I wanted to make the point that with respect to setbacks, that statement is untrue with respect to long-established fire safety laws. The risk of fire spread increases when buildings are closer together. The access for emergency services is more difficult. And vertical massing, which is building up, amplifies the potential for fire intensity because of the flow of oxygen, et cetera. And height and the separation standards of buildings have evolved to reduce this catastrophic risk. And I really wanted to put on the record my concern about that part of what we're doing here. Finally, in this little section, Little 5 talks about design, architectural, and aesthetic elements for a single-family home. So those would now be prohibited under SB 151. And I wanted to make the point, which was made by one of the witnesses, that the standards aren't really about, beauty and style only. These standards also talk about development functioning properly with the public spaces. So, for example, right now we have design and architectural restrictions on where garage doors, how many garage doors you can have, and whether the garage doors have to face in or out. So one of the issues brought up by one of the witnesses was that if you can now have 3 garage doors facing out onto the street where there's a sidewalk, you're now going to have, or I guess the town is going to have to provide access across those sidewalks for 3 separate garage doors. How is this going to work? Like, if you have no requirements like where the garage doors go, does that mean that the town has to engineer around that and have traffic patterns of sidewalks flowing so that people can get in and out of their garages? Someone could comment, please, on how the planning is going to work when functional stuff like that is now no longer allowed to be required.
Senator Marks?
Can you repeat the question quickly, please?
Yes, right now the town zoning works in concert with town infrastructure. That is, if you're in a zone that's on a sidewalk on the main street of a town, you're only allowed to have a certain number of garage doors facing out onto the main street, where the town is required to do a ramp so you can pull your car in and out versus driving over the sidewalk. If we remove town's ability to have these aesthetic, they're called design and architectural limits, could someone just put like as many garage doors as they want facing onto Main Street, and the town is going to have to pay to have the ramps to make that sidewalk still accessible to pedestrians?
No.
This was one of the examples of one of the witnesses in testimony.
Senator Marks?
No.
So the town is not going to be required to do anything about that.
No, there's still the same, the bill doesn't say you can build 4 garages. First of all, it's a 5,000 square foot piece of property. You're going to get a house. Getting 1 garage is going to be tough. So I think it's kind of a silly question that way, but it's a question. So, no. Yeah, that you'll still have the same zoning restrictions with your 4 garages and not going up over the lawn, which, I don't know. If you want to drive your car over the lawn in my town, you can drive your car over the lawn, but I don't live in Greenwich.
Well, with all due respect, Madam Chair, that's not what the bill says. The prohibition against design, architectural, and aesthetic elements in a single-family home has nothing to do with the minimum lot size. So that is not what the bill says. The bill says right now that no town may put in any kind of zoning law which limits design, architectural, or aesthetic elements for a single-family home. So it's not on a 1/10 of an acre lot size, and it has nothing to do with a house in Greenwich. What this has to do with is the fact that we are severing the long-standing relationship that makes public spaces work with homeowners. That is, you can't put a hard wall on a main street that has no windows because that interferes with the public's pedestrian walkability. You can't put 3 garages and expect the town to recast the sidewalk cement to allow you to come in and out of more than 1 garage because that doesn't fit with the public use. This is a very significant issue and, with all due respect, not a silly question and has nothing to do with the 1/10 of an acre lot size. Okay, so continuing on. All right, so now we're on B, which is line 80. This says that no town will prohibit the placement of townhouses in a single-family residential zoning district. Okay, so what is this part of the bill trying to accomplish?
It accomplishes the restrictive zoning of having a part of your town be only single family with no opportunity for townhouses to be built.
Okay, and we've established earlier on in this hearing that the townhouse is defined as a cluster of homes together of 3 or more. And that could be, there's no upper limit cap on that, nor, if the other parts of this bill pass, is there an upper limit cap on how high a townhouse can go. Is that correct?
If your town decides not to implement a height restriction, that is correct. But as I stated before, they are well within their rights to do so.
Okay, but they're not within, but this says that you no longer have a single-family residential zoning district which has single-family homes. Now, any single-family residential zoning district is also zoned for townhouses with no upper limit on how many. Is that right?
When you say upper limit on how many, if you're talking about in terms of units as a whole, yes. Height restrictions are up to the town.
Okay, that is that the end of single-family residential zoning in the state of Connecticut? Because townhouses with no upper limit on how many townhouses is no longer single-family residential zoning. Is that right?
I wouldn't say it's the end of it. There are probably some places where it naturally would just work out that they were single family, but yes, it's the end of allowing for that to be zoned that way.
I think that is a very extreme provision, and I think that that's really without any kind of caps on what that could mean, which we've established the number of units in a townhouse is not capped in any way. I think that that is a really big loophole that has a potential of really transforming Connecticut from a state that has urban, rural, and suburban living to a state which has only urban living. And that is quite a radical change. Moving on to C, this says that no town can prevent the owner of an improved lot from subdividing the lot into 3 or fewer smaller lots. and it has some specifics about what an improved lot is. So what is this attempting to do?
Let's repeat it one more. Are you talking about lines 82 through 87?
Yes.
This is just allowing them to subdivide into smaller lots. I'm assuming that this solves for what we spoke about earlier, where you were speaking of the grandfathering in of these smaller lots. This would be able to divide them into the new smaller minimum lots that would be there.
Okay, but this doesn't really specify that it works together with A. So the way I read this, and please, I might be reading it wrong, but the way I read this is to, if you have an improved lot, which has a definition in here, if you have an improved lot, you can decide to make it into 3 or fewer smaller lots if you want to. And there's nothing really, this sort of, you have been deputized as your own little mini kind of zoning authority, and you can take your property and you can make it into 10 smaller properties regardless of what the town's zoning is for your particular parcel. Am I reading that right?
I think you were reading it right up to the point where you said 10. I think this very clearly says 3 or fewer.
Oh, sorry. Yes, you're
And
right.
if you had subdivided within the preceding 3 years, then you wouldn't be able to do this at all.
Okay, so in year one, you could, if you have an improved property, you could take your 1 acre of land and divide it into 3 1/3 acre parcels. And then 3 years down the tracks, you could take each one of them and divide it into 3 parcels. So you now have according to that structure, you now have the right to decide what the zoning is for your particular piece of property. Is that right?
As long as those lots are above the 5,000 square foot minimum, yes, you can subdivide it as many times as you want, but you have to wait 3 years to do so again.
Okay. Okay, so that is a very significant provision. So we now have a structure in 8002 where each municipality in the state of Connecticut has to come up with a housing plan and how they're going to accomplish that plan. So how are they going to estimate? This is another place where the two superstructures that we're creating, it's not clear how they fit together. How is a town going to figure out its municipal housing plan when it has all of its citizens on each of their pieces of property able to triple and then in 3 years triple again the density on their particular parcel?
What was the question there? I apologize.
The question is, we have municipalities now, we have towns in Connecticut that are required to develop a municipal housing plan and meet their state required number of affordable units. How are they supposed to plan for that when each individual property owner can rezone their property and increase the density by a factor of 3?
I think they'll be able to measure how much that would reasonably happen. To an earlier point, I don't think that we're going to end up in a position where every single lot in the state of Connecticut is 5,000 square feet. But I think they can see where this might be available and maybe profitable and adapt their plan to that. But it's a fair question, Representative.
I know that some of these examples seem like they're extreme, and maybe it's a philosophical difference, but no one, well, you could have predicted, we have to pass laws that cover us in as many scenarios as we can. And to say it's not likely that people are going to do X, Y, or Z really ignores the reality of how the free market works and how people behave and how our laws affect people. No one would have predicted we would have gone from a 60% redemption rate. Well, we did predict, but we passed a law in Connecticut at a 60% bottle redemption rate. And we went to 120% because we're a small state and people are coming across the border. It's a Seinfeld episode, and maybe people said that's never going to happen, but it did happen, and it cost our businesses millions of dollars because we were not cognizant of the impact that our laws can have. So while it seems like splitting hairs, I really don't think it is to tighten up our drafting to the point where any scenario we can think of is reasonably reined in as much as we can sitting here as we pass legislation. And there are a lot of places in this bill where it is not reasonably reined in. And I do have objection to that. Okay. Now lines 88 to 98, which is the end of this bill, talk about places where none of this applies. So the first place where none of the above applies is any property or district that's listed on the National Register of Historic Places. So this is an attempt to protect our historical places in the state of Connecticut, which I fully support. So I was curious why the list of historical places cuts off on July 1st, 2026.
I think that is to preempt folks who might decide that, in terms of the state registry, not in terms of the national registry, would try to dedicate some place to be a historic place in order to preempt the sections of this bill.
Okay, well, I don't know, and I couldn't find that much information on our state register of historic places, but I do know from the National Register of Historic Places, which is 2 million individual buildings and structures across the United States, that 30,000 properties a year are added to the Register of Historic Places. So this means that we're constantly finding more history, and I know for a fact we're constantly finding more articles of history in the state of Connecticut. My kids have literally dug them up in the woods in Greenwich. It's fascinating how much history is still buried under the dirt in our state. So is this saying that anything that is discovered and anything that is not deemed a historical place as of July 1st, 2026 has no protection whatsoever in the state of Connecticut?
Yes.
I think that is a significant issue in the bill because, and I would just ask that in the drafting, if this passes the committee today, that we seriously think about expanding that protection. I would say in perpetuity, because we will be discovering history for a long time to come. And I understand the moral hazard of qualifying things as historical that aren't, but I think when balanced against the fact that anything that's historical that is lost forever, I think it's a worthy balance to strike. And finally, I wanted to ask about, oh, it's not finally, sorry. Little 3. All of the above provisions do not apply to land subject to a conservation or preservation restriction as defined in section 4742A. What is that? What is that section? I couldn't figure it out when I looked it up.
1 second, Representative.
Thank you.
What's the question?
She wants to know what 47-42A is. I asked Will. You said this wasn't final. You have another question to ask in the meantime while I try to get 47-42A
Yes,
up
of
for
course.
you.
Thanks very much for doing that. Okay, the last part of this says none of the above provisions apply to any situation in which the provisions of the subdivision conflict with applicable building codes, fire codes, or public health and safety regulations that are necessary to address immediate threats to public safety. So what is an immediate threat to public safety? What would constitute an immediate threat to public safety?
I would assume if you're building something tall to the extent of which is very thin, obviously there'd be the blocking of certain lighting, as you said. Maybe if you're building up and out, as you alluded to before, whether that would conflict with power lines or that would conflict with the way that certain trees are growing before you take them down. Things like that. I do think that this language in section 4 is kind of some basic language we put in every time that we try to mention health and safety in some of our bills, Representative.
I think if there was a period after the word regulations, I would agree with you, because that would then make it subject to building codes, fire, public health, and safety, period. But when it says necessary to address an immediate threat, so if there is a, provisions do not apply. Okay, so if there is, all of the setback and the density and all of those provisions, say that a development is going up upstream on the Byram River in my district that is densifying the situation and almost certainly increasing the risk that downstream in the Byram River, the Pembroke neighborhood floods the next time there's heavy rain. Is that an immediate threat? It's not raining yet.
I would assume so, yes, Representative.
Okay.
It is immediately causing that situation to happen, whether it happens down the road. It is immediately being caused by that action.
Well, it's not an immediate threat. It's an immediate increase to the risk. That is definitely true. But the word immediate means, the train is coming at you down the tracks. And so I really think that that is a very problematic word in here. And that if what the intent was to prevent anything in this bill that would compromise fire, public safety, public health, that we put a period after the word regulations, because everything that follows that period is drastically increasing the threshold for what is considered to be public safety. So I think that you were going to look at that section 47-42, Mr. Chairman, and that was the last question I had.
That section pertains to the eviction of tenants and occupants from commercial property and the disposition of unclaimed possessions and personal effects.
So it says lands subject to a conservation or preservation restriction as defined in section 47-42A. So what does that mean then in that context?
So that place is going through overturn, as I said, of the occupants of a commercial property, or it's, that property is filled with unclaimed possessions and they need to be removed before you would be able to go through with all these other things that you would want to do. It's conserved and protected until those things.
Okay, thank you. So that's one specific place where conservation and preservation is required under our state laws. So this doesn't have anything to do with conservation in an ecological or environmental sense, the natural environment, right?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So does this mean that any kind of protected lands, we have a land trust in my district, which protects lands like almost like a town level, park, protected lands. It's a classic conservation project. Does that mean that that land, that protection disappears under SB
No.
151?
No, this does not address that protection, nor does it supersede or take it away.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is by not including that in little section 2, it means that that's gone.
That is not how this reads, Representative, but we can agree to
Okay.
disagree on that.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. You're right, actually. You're right, because there's a limited set of zoning that you cannot enact in 69 through 79, and then 88 through 98 says what's carved out of that. Okay, thank you for that clarification. I'm finished with my questions, Mr. Chairman and Madam Chairman. Thank you very much for answering them. I personally, in going through the questions, I feel like the main problems with this bill are that even though it's 5 pages long and the other major housing bills we have in the state of Connecticut, 830G and 8002, well, at least in the case of 8002, are much longer than 5 pages long. This little bill here packs a real punch in terms of how much it changes the way zoning is done in the state of Connecticut. And I feel like when we pass major legislation like 8002, we've got to see if it works. We've got to give it time to unfold and see if it's accomplishing the objectives for which it was drafted. Our towns are scrambling to figure out how they're going to comply with that. I disagree with the merits of this bill, but just on the timing of it, this is not the time to impose a new superstructure, which we're not even clear how it fits together with what we have. And secondly, on the merits, I think that this attempts to solve what is a real problem, which is lack of affordable housing, but it doesn't even require that any of the densification of the state of Connecticut that will come with this bill and all of the environmental casualties and all of the water runoff casualties and the historical casualties and the height restriction casualties and the changes to neighborhood makeup casualties are going to be sacrificed to actually accomplish the goal of affordable housing. It doesn't say that any of the housing has to be affordable. So I'm going to be a no on this bill today, and I would urge my colleagues to vote no for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Corpus. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the indulgence again. I tend to agree a lot with the previous speaker. I do think that from an environmental standpoint, it is going to start raising some concerns. I know the one chair didn't think it was going to do it, so I do think there is potential for that to happen, and something we should have in the back of our mind when we're doing that. I mean, pervious, pavements and stuff like that are going to cause potential flooding. We need to understand it. When you have like a big McMansion or a house, there's a lot of grass around that, right? Traditionally, it's not just a big square of concrete. Or house. There's a lot, it tends to be a yard when you're talking about those McMansions, not just a house and a border. I think this will be a lot more of those really tight areas to the boundaries, and so it's going to be pretty much no grass, no soakable water areas, and it's going to have potentially runoff. But, I'm not going to say on the environmental piece. I think that is something that has been brought up and can be done for it. One of the things I always do. This is campaign season. A lot of us have already started running for our new office or run off for office again. And one of the things I always talk to my constituents about, and I hear it all the time, we are literally going through a budget season right now in Monroe, is unfunded mandates. And I do look at this as potentially a way that is going to be an unfunded mandate. It's going to mandate some zoning issues in individual towns and municipalities that is going to drive up a lot of different things. It's going to add more population to the town, thus more kids, thus more services needed for police to go to, for EMS, for fire, also for schooling. You're going to have services just for, the health district. All those kind of things are going to have more folks involved because you're going to add population. If you're adding more housing in extreme levels, you're going to add more services that are going to be needed. So I think it's, in a way, an unfunded mandate that we're going to be looking at. Now, listen, things were zoned by planning and conservation development over decades, over maybe many decades, scores, you could say. And there's reasons for it in a lot of different areas. I know in my backyard, there's a ton of wetlands back there. I have a big property, but vast majority of it, unfortunately, when I bought the property, literally had wetlands. And unbeknownst to us until we actually get ready to sign and we found that out. And it almost made us turn us away because it was property that we could never use, and in fact, we couldn't even walk on. So there's a lot of that in the state of Connecticut, and we have to understand that that's going to also, from an environmental standpoint, do we want to risk any of that and make sure that that is something that's not going to be overlooked and taken advantage of, but also just knowing that that property can be done in different ways as we move forward. So again, the unfunded mandate is something I always look at, like what are we trying to accomplish with the bill? And I think it's fair to say, and I'll ask the chair, to you, Mr. Chair, is the purpose of this bill to start building more density in the state of Connecticut?
Yes, Representative.
Thank you. And I asked the question why, and here's the reason why I asked the question why is, do you know what number density in the state of Connecticut is in the United States of America, what ranking we are in density compared to all other 49 states, through you.
I would assume somewhere in the late teens and 20s, Representative.
Number 4. Number 4 in the entire country, behind Jersey, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island. Conveniently, they're all located here in the Northeast and run by one specific party. But we are very dense, and that's a point I want to make right now. We are very dense already. So we're saying we want to get more dense. I understand that. That is a thing. But we already have a lot of people in this state per our land that we have already. We are trying to make that worse and more difficult and use up the land that, again, Connecticut, even Rhode Island, we're small. You look at all these other states, they're a lot bigger. If everyone is having that problem, why are we having that housing problem? Because we're so darn dense already. That is why we're having this problem. We need to build more housing. Well, it's tough. Number one, it's super unaffordable to build in the state of Connecticut, period. It's live in Connecticut. But also, there's not that much land left. We are so dense already. We need to look at that. I don't think people, and I appreciate the answer, but I think that's probably a lot of people think that way, but in reality, that's not the reality of what we live in. We live in a very dense state already. And we want to continue making it more dense. There are a lot of ramifications to that. There's the other bill we talked about. What are those ramifications that potentially we could run into if we keep getting more dense? I think that unfunded mandates, the burden on the towns and municipalities could be burdensome. I mean, you look at someone like Bridgeport, who is already very dense, need to be more dense, I guess. Towns like Monroe, dense, but need to be more dense. Maybe like Easton, they're not very dense, want to be more dense. I think that is the purpose of the bill. I think that is a clarity of is not needed as much in Connecticut as maybe it is in other states. And there's other states that are saying they have housing problems. Well, if we have the problem at dense, I would tell them, you guys are in for a major uphill battle if other states below number 4 think they're having problems building housing. Even at number 4, people are complaining there's not enough housing, that we're not dense enough. And I think we need to look at that. It's almost an unsatiable taste of we need more. And I think if we got to number 1, the answer would be we need more. If we got to an unbearable number of higher even than number 1 and blew number 1 out of the water, we'd still want more. I don't think there's an end to the insatiable want to build more housing. And I think we need to be careful with how that happens because there's many issues with it. Again, we talked about environment already, but other issues that go with it. Now this is all on top of HB 8002 that just happened a few months ago. And the massive changes that are going to be coming through that bill. There's massive changes to that. And we don't even know the ramifications to that yet. The first group that was supposed to meet, that didn't meet in time by the end of the year, supposed to meet by December 31st, didn't meet. They did finally meet, I think, in January, February. Again, we're just learning and understanding what is going to come out of that. And there's still multiple years until we really get to the meat and potatoes of what's going to be the requirement of these towns already. And on top of that, you want to layer massive zoning changes to the municipalities that is going to put more question marks into what's coming from OPM, from 8002, but on top of what's going to be happening now with this bill. It is like you're piling on top of something that literally people aren't going to be able to understand and move forward. Then you have the Plan of Conservation and Development, which is also something that's a major document that we pass there every few years, that we mandate municipalities to do, and that has another tail to it. So we have so many different things now we're going to be adding on top of everything that it's going to get very burdensome and very unknown to what municipalities can and cannot do. I think it's going to be very confusing. And I think we need to have a more clear, slow understanding of what happens and the ramifications to what happens to understand if we need to stop doing what we're doing because it's going to cause bad ramifications or understand before we start moving with other massive changes that, to be honest, shouldn't even be in the Housing Committee. This is a P&D bill, period. I know we're going to have a fellow representative who's going to talk about that, but this shouldn't even be here. This is zoning changes. We don't deal with zoning changes. That's what planning development usually does. So in cognizance, I think a very good case could be made, and I'm sure if I put it up for an amendment to change it, it's going to go down. But in reality, this does not live here, and it shouldn't live here. So again, I'm not going to go through the bill detail by detail, Rep. Corpus just did a great job of going through that and asking a lot of questions on it. I just wanted to make some very clear points of some of my worries from a larger level of understanding where we're at as a state of Connecticut now, today, especially from a density standpoint, but also to understand what this will do to potentially each individual municipality and how it could affect them negatively, and not knowing, with this big cloud hanging over top of them of 8002, of how that's going to funnel down to them through the cogs of what they have to do. Plus, on top of this, so it's a pretty bad storm that I think we need to push the brakes on and not let this be something else on top of major changes going to be happening in the next year or two through 8002. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to speak on that. But I just want to give my 2 cents on that piece of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Marks.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I think everybody knows I like this bill. And I just want to say to those that oppose it, if maybe while you give your remarks, you could just try to put this issue into it, because I never heard it brought up, and where it's something very important to me. And it's about the CBIA report. The Connecticut Business and Industry Association released a report called The Economic Impact of Connecticut's Housing Shortage. Last year, in 2025, it came out right before session. We all know we're 100 to 150,000 units short, which some can believe that, some can't. The CBIA, which I think you guys to my right get a better score than I do, that you probably believe them most of the time. So it's your TV channel that's saying this, and that the businesses can't hire workers. So therefore, we're going to lose talent here in Connecticut. That the middle income workers are those that are priced out. And so right now, we all care about homelessness too. So although homelessness isn't part of the CBIA report, those that can afford, let's say, $2,000 a month are moving down and renting the lower apartments because they can't get to there's no $2,000 out there. So the people making a lot of money can move down and find a place to live, but the people who make very little money can't move up to make a place to live. So it is affecting the economic growth, but it's also affecting the homelessness. It reduces consumer spending. If you're spending half of your money on somewhere to live, then you're not going out to dinner, you're not going to a baseball game, you're not doing whatever you choose to do as your hobby. And the talent loss, and just talking about density, we are dense, and we're dense because we're a very small state, and we have a Hartford, we have a Bridgeport, we have a Stamford, maybe Waterbury. Hampton has 80,000 people. So we do have those little areas, we do have the cities, more cities than most states have. And our cities are larger. I could probably look which are the top 5 cities. New London is 6 square miles. 6 square miles. And we have Connecticut College, we have the Coast Guard Academy, we have Mitchell College, we have every church in southeastern Connecticut, we have all of the not-for-profits. So half of that 6 square miles is full of nonprofits or people that don't pay taxes. So it's only really 3 square miles where we can build on, and we have managed to build 1,000 units in the last few years. And we want to build those 1,000 units because we want people in our downtown, and we want our grand list to go up so that we can do people's property taxes can be lower. In Fairfield, they lost GE. We will get it thrown in our face how bad the majority is, that we are such bad government, that it's our fault that we lost GE. But yet the 3 new apartment buildings built in Fairfield, this is from the planner, said this during a majority roundtable meeting. The planner said they have made up all of those taxes lost from GE in those 3 housing unit apartments. So there is an economic, right? Affordability, economic. That's the number one thing we all talk about. This housing is not about affordable housing. You can be a millionaire and decide you want to build a ranch on that land because you're going to retire at 50 and you don't care about a house. You're going to work 100 hours a week. And so you just want to own a house. It says nothing about affordability. It just says that we do need to build more starter homes. That's going to be a very small minority that's going to do that. But we need to build the starter homes for those younger generation, my kids, that can't find a house, that can't afford a house in their 30s. One of my kids, she's a doctor. She can't afford a house. So we have to address that, and that is what this is about. I don't want to make towns have to build housing. I don't think 8002 went far enough. There's no urgency to it. It's never going to build more houses. This will build houses right away because we're going to work with the the homeowners association and see if we can really get a bipartisan bill out of this. Is this going to be ready this year? It's not. So everybody can take a huge deep breath. The governor vetoed 5002. I don't think he's going to sign 151. But this is something we can work on that's really important, and I want the starter homes. I want the next generation to have what I have. I love having a house. I started with a starter home. So many people start with starter homes. That is what this is about. It's not about shoving things down a municipality's throat to say, build this, but it's making them, it takes the entire state to help our economy. It can't just be the cities that are helping our economy. And we need those starter homes. And those people in the starter homes are going to be the Boy Scout leaders. They're going to be those that raise their hand to run for different boards and agencies. They're going to be I don't know, they're going to teach people how to kayak. I don't know. You tend to, I mean, that's very stereotypical. But when you own a home, you tend to have more, you're a little bit more planted in that community where you want to help that community, that municipality be better. That is where this bill is coming from. This is what I wanted to do. It's not about being mean to the towns and changing their zoning laws. It's about making more housing. And you all say you do it by yourself, but you can't do it by yourself when we have minimum acre size. So if every town has 2 acres that 1 acre, 2 acres, we used to have them, right? Every single town will say we have those streets with lots of houses. And then it was when they passed the Civil Rights Act and they didn't want certain people. There was a time where you can say no black people are allowed to live here. And well, you can't say that anymore. And so that is when they started with this exclusionary zoning. And the exclusionary zoning keeps out the people we don't want in, and then it's just become this crazy, our rights, your rights. It's everybody that works in Connecticut has the right to be able to buy a home. Like, it's nothing crazy. So if somebody, while you talk, or maybe give me a call someday and say what you think about the CBIA reports, because I take it incredibly seriously. I want to live here for the rest of my life, which I'm 63, it's not too much longer, but another 20 years. So please bring all of this in. This is where this bill is coming from. This bill is not coming from changing the zoning of every town. It's making the zoning play the game and help us with our economy and helping us with our young folk that want to buy a house. I'm sure when you knock on doors, everybody is going to tell you housing is out of control and we want it built in the town that I grew up in. So, and you're going to get their taxes, so it's going to help the police department. School population is going down in most municipalities, but it's illegal to say you don't want the kids in the school, so let's just not say it. Kids are good. So I just want people to know where this bill came from. And you know what I think from the public hearing, but not everybody was in the public hearing because we're all so busy. So thank you for the indulgence, and it's truly that is where this bill comes from. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Marks. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to state something very simple and on the record from the start of my comments, and that is that I am not dense.
That wasn't that fun.
I've heard people say repeatedly in this committee that we are very dense. I am not dense. I take exception to that. I want to make sure that I'm on the record. I also want to thank Representative Corpus for her excellent questions that do raise a lot of important points in the bill that is before us. I'm sorry she did not get answers in every case. I know the chairs made an effort to provide them when possible, but I do think there's a lot more questions than answers in the legislation that is before us. I also want to recognize our Senate chair's comments about the desire to build more starter homes, which is something we're all in favor of. And I just met with a bunch of high school kids yesterday, and that was the topic of conversation. I knew that they expressed concern about growing up in 2026 America, and the fact is that very few people are able to afford a home early in life. They might, never achieve that, or if they do, it might be in their 50s. And that's not right. We should find a way to make sure that the American dream is available and affordable to everyone. And I work for that every day that I'm here. And I'm very pleased to hear the Senate chairman make similar comments. The problem I have is that, simply saying that while putting this bill forward as an answer to it is not good enough. You need a bridge to connect your policy to the result. And there is no bridge. You have a deep crevasse, is what you have, between what your policy is and what your goal is. Mr. Chairman, can you provide any evidence that eliminating local zoning standards, completely ignoring environmental impacts, requirements that were listed up and down the line by my colleagues about where we're going to put the kids without the schools being built, et cetera, on and on down the line? Is there any evidence to suggest that doing all of that, completely ignoring local zoning and all of those other environmental concerns, is going to cause developers to start building affordable starting homes rather than building the same market housing that they build right now? I want to hear the policy that makes that happen through you.
Senator, I will not speak to the characterization of the question. I will say, in terms of minimum lot sizes and the setbacks, and also I will say some of the exterior dimension stuff, even though we can get into that conversation, I'm sure we will. But minimum lot sizes lead to obviously smaller homes, which would be characterized as starter homes, which could lead to the opportunity to build more of this type of housing. That is surely the intention of the policy. However, it does not bar them from building market rate, as you stated. Senator Singh.
Mr. Chairman, we should have some data if we're going to make claims in this committee about what things happen, because I'm going to claim the opposite. I'm going to tell you that when you take a large building lot, a 1 acre building lot, and you subdivide it and you build 2 or 3 more homes on that property, those are not affordable homes. They end up costing nearly the price of the original home that was already there, because that's how the market works. The market rate determines the value of a neighborhood. You could build smaller homes, but it's still not going to generate the change in value that you're envisioning. And the fact is, they're not going to build smaller homes. They're not. Builders maximize profit. That's what they do. So if they have a lot, if it's a 2 acre lot, they're going to build the maximum house that they can sell on that lot for the maximum price they can sell over and above what it costs them to build it. And if you give them a postage stamp lot like this bill says, they're going to do the same thing. They're going to build it right up to the borders. And in fact, this bill says build it up to the borders. My colleague asked a very simple question earlier about impervious earth. And it was a legitimate question about what happens to the rainwater runoff when you have neighborhoods that look completely different. Instead of having McMansions, I'll use that phrase, courtesy of our Senate chairman, across a neighborhood, they still have very nice large yards with lots of grass associated with them. When you start to build on 0.10 acre lots, the building takes up the whole lot. There's a strip of grass about a foot wide around the thing at the end of the day. That's the problem in the sense of impervious water that she was getting to. And frankly, she was just dismissed out of hand. Well, that's not going to happen. It's going to happen. It's a real concern. So are the other things that were mentioned that are completely ignored in this extremely limited bill. All it does is say, we're going to change and upheave decades of established zoning law that defines the character of the communities that people in Connecticut live in. It's the reason why there were people that came out in droves and opposed both the 5002, was it? 5002 bill and then the 8002 bill. This is that on steroids. This is exactly like what the defenders of those two bills said they weren't. This is actually it. This is the thing. You can't do this, frankly, and I'm glad that the Senate chair acknowledged it's not going to happen, and it's just a place to start a conversation from. If the conversation is, how do we encourage more affordable housing to be built, and the conversation is, how do we make it so our state has more people that can afford a starter home, I am all in. Let's start that. But assaulting the housing providers in the state and undermining local zoning protections that define communities is not the way to get there. Those things will not result in a more desirable place for people to live in Connecticut or more affordable housing or even the availability of starter homes. That will not happen as a result of this policy or frankly anything else on this agenda. And I'm sorry to say that because that should be the goal of everyone on this committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start off by saying first, I agree with the concept of encouraging the development of more starter homes, building more starter homes. We need to do it. We need to do it fast. We have a lot of millennials, Gen Z, young people want to be homeowners. They can't be homeowners. So in spirit and in concept, to the good chair, I certainly agree with her there. What I have a problem with, and it's funny, as I looked around the room as we've been talking about this bill, I've seen a lot of scrunched faces, some people looking, a little confused sometimes with some of the terminology, and it's zoning terminology, right? It's not something that we typically see here. And so they're justifiably a little bit confused because the reality is that this bill should be in planning and development. I've spent a long time there. If you go and look at the cognizance of this committee on the Connecticut Legislature's website, it just says housing and housing programs. That's it. Housing and housing programs. If you go to the planning and development cognizance, you see a far more drawn out, elaborate cognizance, including home rule planning and zoning, regional planning and development. Which one of those does it sound like this belongs in? I think it's pretty clear. And so why? Why is this bill here? Well, I think it's indicative of an attitude and a culture that we're seeing in this building and in this legislature this year. When we can't get something done one way, the right way, we just find a way to do it. And I'm going to stop saying we. The majority does that, right? When we can't get something passed in years prior, well, we just insert it so that we limit debate, cut off public hearings. When we can't explore a concept fully, we just limit public debate. We don't care if it's about body autonomy, vaccines, things like that. We're going to stop debate after a certain point. When we can't get a certain committee to take up a bill because they just passed an omnibus zoning bill, we put it in a committee that's just barely related, just enough to get it heard. It's just wrong. It's not what we do here. It's what happens maybe at the federal level. It's not what's happened here in my time here, but it's happening this year. It's a disrespect for the procedure. It's an arrogance for how we conduct, how the majority is conducting business here, and it's shameful. Getting to the substance of the bill. If you're a legislator, you don't sit on this committee, but you're watching this today, and you represent a Madison or a Fairfield or a Clinton, town less dense than in East Haven. We're the 21st most dense town in this state. People that wouldn't think it about East Haven, but we are. We're very dense, right? And you have a lot of homes on 1 acre lots. I can't wait for you to be knocking doors this year, because I might actually come to your town to knock doors. And I'm going to start querying all of the constituents in your towns, asking them if they would love the opportunity to build another house on their lot, because I think the answer is going to be yes. They're going to look at me and they're going to say, I would love to do this. I can take my 2 acre lot and I can subdivide it into another acre lot. And that's a free land acquisition cost. And I could put another 3,000 square foot house on it. And I can sell it and make a boatload of money. That's great. Perfect. They're going to be all happy. And then I'm going to go to the next neighbor and I'm going to say the same thing. And I'm going to say the same thing. They're going to come back a week later and I'm going to say, oh, by the way, your neighbors are going to do that. And then they're going to do it again. And again, and again. And all those yards that are abutting that your kids love to play baseball in, right? That they can do that in now. They can't do that anymore because you're going to hit the house next door. And by the way, you know how you love the fact that when you look out, you see grass and you see bushes and all those arborvitaes and all those things you planted? Well, now you're going to go look out your window and you're going to see your neighbor eating through the window that's so close to your house, right? And it's funny because I'm laughing as I say this, but if you represent one of these communities, your constituents aren't going to be laughing. They're going to say, I bought in this community because this was the type of community I wanted to live in. This was the lifestyle I wanted. This is the yard I wanted. I didn't want my kids having to worry about running out into the front yard and getting run over by the car that's in the driveway that's too close to my house, right? If you're a legislator, you have to think about these things. And I'm not saying this is the end-all, be-all, right? I agree. Housing provides dignity. Housing provides stability. Housing provides opportunities. And I'm not saying that we should prioritize lush 1 acre green lawns over giving people dignity, right? And stability and that kind of thing. But I think you need to look at the communities you represent and what they are and what you want that identity to be. Because I guarantee you, if you represent some of these communities, your constituents don't want it. And if you think you're insulated as you sit up here, as you watch this and sit in your offices, you are not. Something will eventually happen. That tide will turn and they will hold you accountable. And they should. As I look at this, I say to myself, a 5,000 square foot lot. If I'm a homeowner right now, from somebody right now, I'm going to try and go and acquire as much property as I can no matter what. Because the odds are very good that if something like this passes eventually, I'm going to be able to develop as much of it as I can, make as much money as I can. And none of that housing is going to devolve into the hands or the ownership of first-time home buyers. It's either going to be rented or it's going to be sold, as my good colleague noted, at the highest price possible to the people most available to be able to pay for it. If we want to build starter housing, we want to build workforce housing, let's actually create policy that, as my good colleague said, is logically connected to doing that. I will partner with that. I will work with anybody that wants to do that, but this is not going to get it done, unfortunately. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, the vote will be taken by roll. Oh. Sorry, Mike.
Oh, we're voting?
A motion has been made and seconded to JF to the floor, Agenda Item 2, SB 151, an act prohibiting certain land use and zoning limitations on housing, LCO number 859. How do you vote on the bill, Representative Felipe?
Yes.
Senator Marks?
Yes.
Representative Scott?
Representative Scott's a no.
Senator Sampson?
Sampson is no.
Representative Roberts.
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Senator Gaston.
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Senator Anwar. Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Butler.
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Corpus.
Corpus votes no.
Representative Gonzalez. Representative Hall. Senator Hockadell. Representative Jensen.
Jensen votes no.
Senator McCrory.
McCoy's a yes.
Representative Sweet.
Yes.
Representative Turco.
Yes.
Who didn't?
Senator Anwar is a yes. Sorry for being a little late.
Sorry, Representative Turco, can you repeat your vote for me?
Yes.
Representative Weir. Representative Zullo.
Rep Zula votes no.
This is Senator Anwar votes yes. Sorry, but yeah.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Hockadell also votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to item number 3, proposed bill number 256, an act concerning the purchase of residential property by private entities, LCO number 2897, JFS to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved. Any discussion? Second. Senator Sampson.
Mr. Chairman, can you just give me a basic description of what this bill intends to accomplish?
This bill talks about the ability for private equity to purchase single-family homes. What the JFS language does is mostly defines what private equity is. I think in the definition it is, well, actually it says a couple of sections here, but I think it's an entity that has $30 million in equity and may own 10 or more properties. And this would just disallow them from buying single-family homes, and it would establish a 90-day waiting period if they are going into a purchase. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I understand what the policy is. I'm just trying to get a handle on what this hopes to achieve. I mean, it strikes to me as some arbitrary limitations on who we get to consider to be a villain because they are at a certain dollar amount, which I notice is changing in our substitute language. The majority clearly is not certain what makes a villain. Is it 50 million? Is it 30 million? Is it 29,900,000? When do you become a villain, Mr. Chairman? That's a good question to start with, and that will help me understand what the goal is behind this bill.
I don't think this bill speaks to villains, Senator.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, but this bill is restricting a certain segment of the population from activities that are free and open to other participants. And I presume that's because the majority feels that this segment of the population should not be entitled to the same fairness and opportunity. And I want to know why that is.
Senator, this isn't necessarily about the same fairness or opportunity. What this seeks to accomplish is to ensure that because of the uptick in private equity that is buying and either selling or renting single-family homes as a business practice, disallows folks who intend to live in those single-family homes from buying them themselves. And this is to hopefully get more people who want to live in a single-family home to buy a single-family home. Senator
Mr.
Sampson.
Chairman, I'm confused. How does someone wanting to buy a property prevent someone else from buying it?
Private equity comes with a lot more capital, obviously, a lot more cash in most cases. They put themselves in a position where they can monopolize the market. Senator Sampson.
Mr. Chairman, I'm very tempted to debate you on almost every word that you utter. But let me just go stick to what I was going to ask you, which is this doesn't merely affect the purchaser. And based on your previous comment that suggested that a private equity company, and I'm assuming by private equity company you're referring to the definition in this bill, which categorizes someone with $30 million instead of someone with $29 million, that those folks are more likely to pay more for the same property as someone else. Is that right?
Maybe not pay more, but they would definitely be able to pay cash. Senator Sampson.
Okay. I don't know that they make their purchases in cash, generally speaking, to be honest with you, Mr. Chairman. I got a feeling they don't. But the fact of the matter is, there's another part of this equation that seems to be ignored in this bill, and that is the seller of the property. And the seller of the property might be yours or my constituent, might be someone who owns a modest home in your neighborhood or in the city of Waterbury. And this bill would effectively say that they cannot allow certain bidders to participate in the purchase of their home that might be willing to pay more for it, and in effect allow them to maximize the value of their home when they sell it. I see that as a very significant consequence. I don't know if it's unintended or not, but what do you say to people that are concerned that you're actually limiting the value of their home when they go to resell it? Do you?
What this bill seeks to do is to disincentivize them from selling to anyone who would then turn that into an investment property or take it off of the market or put it in a position where a person who intends, as I said, to live in the single-family home continues to live in it as that seller may have been already. Senator Sampson.
And Mr. Chairman, I want to kind of stick to my main topic. I'm more than happy to entertain the conversation about what the benefits are or lack thereof of having private equity actually own the property. But the fact of the matter is, I want to stick to the seller for a second. I mean, I think that if I went and just asked the homeowning citizens of my district whether or not I should limit the people that purchase their property to people that are not going to pay as much, I don't think they're going to agree with that. I could just ask if you have a reaction.
I don't disagree with you. You know your district well, Senator.
I think that if I ask people in your district, I get the same result, Mr. Chairman. If I went to somebody who lives in your district on your street and I told them that you had the opportunity to maybe sell your property that's for sale for, I don't know, let's pick some round number, $300,000, but you might have a different buyer that falls into this category of private equity villain, and they might be willing to give you $350,000. Should we restrict them? I'm pretty confident that the people that live in your community would say, heck no. I should be able to sell my house to the highest bidder to maximize my investment and my return. What's happening here, folks, is another example of the arrogance of government. And again, I mean no disrespect to my colleagues. I'm talking about the notion of creating government policy that interferes with the freedom of the citizens of our state to be able to make their own decisions about who they engage in commerce with and what the terms of those agreements are. Freedom is always the best practice. It is the thing that actually defines us as a country. And look around, folks. We live in the best country in the world, and we live in the best country in the world because of freedom and because of the opportunity created by people coming up with their own goals when it comes to engaging in commerce, the things they sell, the things they purchase. When you start putting limits on those things, you start to affect the ability of things to be created. And when things are not created, there's less wealth in our society overall. I'm not trying to get too ideological on this bill other than to say that I think that in the effort to diminish private equity from being able to purchase property in this state because of some notion that they don't do as good a job managing rental property, for example, than a small mom and pop landlord, which I think is not necessarily true. You can point to examples, but I'm sure you can point to examples that are contrary as well. I made the comment earlier when discussing the other bill that it's as bad as racism. If you're going to start to judge people based on how they're going to manage a specific property, based on how they define themselves, or whether they're an in-state buyer or an out-of-state buyer, or whether they have $29 million, $29 or $30 million, then you're as bad as a racist. You don't know these things. You can't judge people based on that. They could be the finest landlords that ever existed on earth at the same time. And you just don't know. I saw a section that I got to ask a question about too, which is, I think it's on lines 39 through 43. And this is the part that says, no private equity entity may purchase, acquire, or offer to purchase or acquire any interest in a single-family residence or two-family residence unless that residence has been listed for sale to the general public for at least 90 days. And I'm curious to know how we define whether it's been listed for sale. Through you.
It is not defined in the bill, I would assume, put on a site like Zillow. Even if somebody is to do something as I would say antiquated as put out an ad in the paper, something like that, Senator Sampson.
I appreciate that. And who's tracking which homes are actively listed for sale?
That isn't clarified in the bill, Senator Sampson.
So, Mr. Chairman, how are we ever going to know?
I'm sure if somebody was to challenge the purchase based on these grounds, they would be able to figure out retroactively, and I'm not sure if anybody is doing this kind of work prospectively or in the moment.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, would it be unlawful for said private equity villain to come along and send a letter to a homeowner and say, have you any interest in selling your property? And if there is a subsequent conversation that says they might be willing to sell it, if the private equity company waited 90 days, could they purchase it through you?
I think then in that case, they would have to put it on the market for the 90 days before they could make that deal, Senator.
So by on the market, you mean available to the general public?
Made available to the general public, yes. For the purposes of this 90-day period, yes.
Well, I'm going to tell you something, Mr. Chairman, that you might not realize, which is that every house you drive by is on the market to the public. I'm a real estate agent, and I've had clients tell me, I want that house. And I'm like, well, Mrs. Smith, that house isn't for sale. Mrs. Smith is like, I don't care. I want that house. And I've walked up to the front door and spoke to the owners of that house, and I've made the deal. And they bought that house. It can happen. I think it does happen. And I think that suggesting that somehow something has to be available to the general public, I think is a very hard thing to ascertain. I mean, when you list a house with a real estate agent, it's going to end up probably on the multiple listing service, but not necessarily. There are exceptions to that rule. Or you put it on Zillow. That's not available to everyone. People that don't go on Zillow, people that don't have a computer. And again, this feature of this bill goes back to my earlier point, which is it limits the seller more than the buyer. Because what it's doing effectively is saying that the seller has got less options to make the maximum amount of return on their investment, which is their home. Anyway, if this bill goes forward, I strongly suggest cleaning up the language in that section to make it very clear what is meant, like when the clock starts, what it actually means to be listed for sale to the general public. And frankly, I just lose the provision altogether since I don't think it's helpful. And either is the whole bill. Limiting freedom for buyers is bad enough, but limiting the freedom of a seller to maximize the value of their own home, particularly if they're trying to relocate from Connecticut to greener pastures where they can maybe have autonomy about their way they raise their children or the medical procedures they want to participate in. I want those folks to be able to sell their homes for the maximum amount that they can before they leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions, comments? Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do agree. This bill perturbs me because of the fact that it potentially for a seller can literally limit the potential of what they can make when they sell their property. Not even care who they sell it to. Private equity, I know we're literally pulling them out. But that is a way that they are not able to maximize their property. If they have ownership of something, they should be able to sell that for what they want to be able to sell it for and maximize that. And this is going to limit that. There's no question that's going to limit that. And I understand the proponents of the bill do not want the private equity to be the ones who buy it. I don't even know if that's constitutional. I don't understand how we as a government can prevent a group of people, a business or anything, from buying something. If I said anybody over the age of 65 can't buy something, that would be illegal. If it was based on the color of your skin, if it was based on your nationality, that'd be illegal. But we're telling this group of people you can't buy something. I'm into free market. I don't care who you're selling it to. You should be able to sell it to them. And this goes directly against that. A couple questions. First one is, so we're defining what an institutional real estate investor is based on the private equity meaning. There's 3 different factors that go into that. Owns 10 or more single or 2 family homes, manages funds pooled by investors, and then also has $30 million in net value assets. 2 questions. Number 1, is it and they have to have all 3 of those qualifications to be considered that in this definition?
Representative, I think that's what it says. I don't know if that's what it's supposed to say, but it does say and.
It does say and, right? So you have to be all 3 of these things for it to be a person of that. So it does limit that a little bit, which I'm happy with, right? Because there's probably less folks to be involved than if you're checked off one of those specifically. But yes, you have to have all 3 of those to be able to be classified in that. Second piece is this is all about owning housing. That's what we're trying to prevent, is a big group of people owning a lot of different housing. Number 3 in this has $30 million in net value assets. I want to be very clear, and I think I even asked this in screening, but does that include housing assets, or is that assets in anything? Because to me, before you answer that, it should be, if we're truly stopping housing folks, we don't want big conglomerates of housing people to do it, they shouldn't be doing it. That should be those folks who have $30 million in assets of housing, but not just in general. But I'm waiting for that answer then.
It means assets overall.
Okay. So they could buy 10 $100,000 units. It's $1 million. and they're a private equity firm, and that would disqualify them if they have $30 million, they own, you know, a bunch of Subways. I don't know, whatever they own. We've used Subways before. That would classify them as they can't buy another house because they own 10 individual houses. They own 50 Subways, and that's over $29 million, and there's $100,000 each of those houses. I don't know. Like, to me, that doesn't classify someone as a big property owner who's controlling the market, because that's what we're trying to do. We're stopping people from controlling a market and stopping them from taking over a market. And I don't consider number one, 10 to do that, and also just having funds from some other way and some other avenue and have nothing to do with housing being the idea of your assets should not be a disqualifying factor. And unfortunately, it is in this. Also, one other question is about the Attorney General. This bill gives the Attorney General some powers to bring civil action. Can you explain what the Attorney General is able to do based on this bill, what actions he's able to take?
The Attorney General, on behalf of the aggrieved party, would be able to seek relief in certain ways. Here it says injunctive relief, declaratory relief, civil damages, civil penalties, and I know that the section beforehand talks about a $250,000 fine as well.
Who in this definition is the aggrieved party? Who would be the aggrieved party?
I would assume it could be somebody who had had their sights set on buying the home, and the private equity entity violated the 90-day provision, as we spoke about. The reason that the penalty of $250,000 is in there is because of what we spoke about earlier, on how this wouldn't really be in real time that they would gauge this. So they'd be able to look back and say, this hadn't been on the market for the general public for 90 days. Therefore, these penalties can be enacted. Representative Scott.
With a fine that large, is that something that would need to go through Judiciary Committee after it comes through here? I mean, should it ultimately be referred to them here after even it passed out? I don't believe the wording, and I don't see on the agenda that it was I think it's J after the floor when it was read, but not J after to Judish, but can you explain that?
In the way that our screening committees act, and we're getting a little bit into the, breaking the fourth wall here, this would be an automatic referral from the screening committee, but we send it to screening in case they want to send bills after the deadlines of these committees, being that all of our committee time is kind of truncated this year. Representative Scott.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So this will have to go through the Judiciary Committee. That was my understanding going into it too, so I do appreciate the confirmation that it would very likely do so. And I hope it gets a little bit more scrutiny. And that piece, I mean, it's only one piece that's going to get scrutiny. It's going to be the $250,000 piece. It's not going to be the rest of the bill. Obviously, they're not going to care about the rest of the bill. They're just going to care about the fines. So I do hope they look at that as something to look at from a larger picture of what we're finding. We're really stopping people from buying property and ultimately stopping people from selling property to the highest bidder, which is costing money to the people who are building wealth, literally building wealth. We're stopping people from building more wealth because we're not letting them sell for maybe to the highest bidder, who happens to be this private equity firm. So again, I have multiple, I still think, and again, I did have a quick conversation over here with some people way smarter than me, and I do think it needs to be still having more conversation. I don't know if it's even constitutional. I know New York passed some similar law recently, but it's very recent, as might not even been challenged. I think we need to look at if this is even constitutional. You're limiting people from buying something in our society seems wrong on the face of it. That's a fact. Like, it just seems wrong to tell any group of people you can't buy something. I think that needs to be looked at. I think the fact that we're literally costing people money by not being able to sell it is a problem. I also think that even the breakout of what an actual private equity means is questionable. You have and all these different things. Someone has $30 million assets. To me, if it's not in housing, it's not that. I mean, it's $1 million in housing is, to me, unfortunately, there's many houses in the state of Connecticut that are worth over more than $1 million. They could only own $1 million worth of property, 10, $100,000 units somewhere, and that would disqualify him. It just seems very low threshold, in my opinion, for that. So through all those reasons and many more, I'll be a no on this bill, and I think we really need to have some serious look at it before we pass something that literally might not even be legal. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Scott. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, take a roll call vote.
A motion has been made and seconded to JFS to the floor. Agenda item 3, Senate Bill 256, an act concerning the purchase of residential property by private equity entities. LCO number 2897. How do you vote, Representative Felipe? Yes. Senator Marks? Yes. Representative Scott?
Representative Scott votes no.
Senator Sampson?
Sampson is no.
Representative Roberts? Yes. Senator Gaston?
Yes.
Senator Anwar? Representative Brown? Representative Butler?
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Corpus?
Rep. Corpus votes no.
Representative Gonzalez? Representative Hall? Senator Hockadell? Representative Jensen? Senator McCrory? Representative Sweet?
Yes.
Representative Turco?
Yes.
Representative Weir? Representative Zullo?
Rep. Zula votes no.
Thank you.
Rep. Jensen is back and votes no.
Thank you, Representative.
You don't have to rush back that fast to vote no, Representative. Moving on. Next is Governor's Bill, House Bill 5092, an act protecting renters from rent increases upon the transfer of residential property. JFS to the floor, LCO 913. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Senator Sampson.
Mr. Chairman, as always, would you mind sharing a little description of what this bill does?
Yes, Senator. Excuse me, everybody. I'm having a bit of a headache here, so I'm trying to get through it. What this does is for the first year after the purchase of a large residential property, the owner who is to buy it will not be able to raise the rent in those units by more than 5% in that first calendar year. Senator Sampson.
I appreciate that description, although I think you left a few things out. But just to clarify, we're talking about commercial investment property. Is there a restriction on the number of units? Could be a single-family home, or is it apartment buildings?
First, before I answer that, I did misspeak on the LCO for the JFS. It is 3030, not 913. Senator, this does not speak to the amount of units.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So this bill would apply to a single-family residence?
Yes.
That's remarkable. I didn't even conceive of that when I first looked at it. I think maybe we ought to dig in a little further. But this bill has to do with what happens when someone purchases a distressed building and then attempts to occupy it with tenants. And it simply creates a limitation on the amount of increases that the new property owner could charge for that rent. Am I correct?
Yes.
Can I just ask, if rent increases are restricted after a property is purchased by a new buyer, why on earth would any rational buyer purchase a rental property knowing they can't adjust the rents to reflect the price they paid for the building?
I do not personally purchase rental property. I'm not sure what their motivations would be, Senator.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we're making policy here for the state of Connecticut. There are plenty of arguments all day long about how we're going to increase the amount of available housing in the state of Connecticut. It's been repeated over and over again that we have a housing shortage. It's been repeated over and over again that there's not enough affordable housing. So presumably this bill is before us to address some of those concerns. And while it's in an infantile way, could be conceived to provide for minimizing rent increases for a small population of people and therefore easing the burden of the lack of affordable rents, but that's not how this will work. I think anyone that has the tiniest bit of economic understanding realizes that when there are buildings that are in disrepair and they're purchased by someone as an investment, the goal is to make them a going concern, so that they can actually generate an income for the owner. They can be habitable so that tenants will want to live there, that they might even be desirable places to live so people compete for access to live in the building. So I'm asking, from a like 30,000 foot level, how's this supposed to work? If I'm looking at buying a building in any town, Connecticut, and I want to buy it and improve it, why would I do that if I'm going to be told that I can't raise the rent after I make an investment in this building?
Once again, I don't think that this changes the reasons for buying those buildings. I understand that this, in your mind, is a consideration of those things. This is a consideration to be made. But I will point out that if you do make repairs, as you said, with $50,000 amongst the whole building, then you are not subject to this, and it only lasts for 1 year, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll just make a note that this isn't in my mind. This is in the bill language that is before us that is being proposed as the potential law in the state of Connecticut. I can't get over the lack of detail and concern in these bills and the lack of willingness to provide information to people that are asking questions about them. I have great respect for the chairman. I like him thoroughly. And I understand that these are not always easy questions that I'm asking, but the fact of the matter is, if you're going to put forward these policies, you should be prepared to be challenged on them and be able to make an argument for why this is a good idea. And I'm not hearing it. I'm telling you what's going to happen here is that people that want to invest in rental property, they're going to buy buildings and fix them up so they can rent them out. They do that to make money. I know that has been vilified several times throughout the day in this committee, particularly by the Senate chairman. But the fact of the matter is, that's why people go into business. People don't buy restaurants because they want to feed the neighborhood. They might be very nice people. They might be very giving. They might actually provide a lot of money to charity. They might take care of a lot of people, and they might be the nicest people in the world. But that's not why they own a restaurant. They own a restaurant to make money. And people buy buildings to rent to make money. And all I said earlier, by the way, about landlords being concerned about green as the only color of concern, and the fact that they're concerned about two things, which is, are you going to pay the rent, and are you not going to wreck the building? Those were the concerns they have about the tenants. Those were not the desires they have about the tenants. And I really, frankly, don't appreciate being mischaracterized as if I'm somehow unconcerned with people and have no care for them, because I said there's a profit motive in America. That profit motive is what makes the world a better place. I want to understand, if I can hear a compelling argument that says, no, Senator, this is going to create all sorts of economic activity. There's going to be way more rentals available, and they're going to be super cheap. You wait and see. This is how it works. I want to hear it, because I'm telling you what this does is it says, do not come fix up any buildings in Connecticut. We want the ghetto buildings to be more ghetto. That's what this bill does. It makes sure that the dilapidated building that's in Bridgeport, that's in major disrepair, is not purchased. And by the way, when you have bills like this, even if they don't pass into law, what a message are you sending to people out there in the world that want to do this? I would be scared to death to invest a nickel in this state, not knowing what's going to happen tomorrow. Whether you're going to go ahead and say we're doing rent caps, you can't, instead of 5% rent increase next year, we're going to make it 2%. Because you can. That's like my favorite thing to say in this building lately is because they can. That's why you guys do a lot of things, because you can. This is not a good thing to do for any reason. Certainly not because you can. Mr. Chairman, I'll just add, I won't beat you up any longer, I promise. Just, can you give me the slightest argument for why this is going to make any of our problems in Connecticut better?
This provides relief. This provides the opportunity for somebody who lives in one of these buildings to be able to see some of that renovation that folks speak of actually happen before they see a rent increase, or at least a substantial rent increase. As I've said before, there's a reason why the provision in here is that if you make $50,000 in renovations to the building, that you're not subject to this anymore, because those, to your point, have a cost, and it's important to make sure that you can recoup on those costs. But at the same time, there are people that come to these buildings that have significant problems and will raise the rent without addressing any of the concerns, and this gives them at least a year to be set at that level, to have some clarity and to have some time to prepare, as maybe they might want to move out of these units because of some of the problems they're in that aren't being addressed. But if they're addressed in a real way, and maybe we can speak to if it's $50,000 or something else, but if it's addressed in a real way, the renovations that are to be made, then you're not subject to this. But there are many people who buy property, don't fix it up, and raise the rent regardless. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I'll certainly get to address the idea behind people that are buying the buildings without making any investment at all beyond the purchase price. But I'll very quickly say that the purchase price itself is the investment, and the investor should be able to recoup that investment. And the market is what sets prices. But I want to ask, in direct response to your assertion that, well, gee, Senator, this is all solved because what's happening is the unit owner is going to have to spend $50,000 per unit, and then they can increase the rent. So I have so many questions, Mr. Chairman. I don't even know where to start, because the premise behind the whole argument that we started with is that you want to make sure you keep rents affordable and low. Okay? Well, you can keep rents affordable and low as long as the building stays a ghetto building, right? But if somebody invests 50,000 in each unit, guess what happens? They get to go beyond the 5%. And guess what? It's not affordable anymore, is it? So I don't understand how you're addressing anything. But let me ask this question. Why the $50,000 trigger? Who came up with that number? What does it mean? And if I'm going to buy a building and suppose I spend $30,000 per unit, I'm still limited to 5%? I don't get credit for that?
That number was negotiated with the governor's office, and it's where we ended up. I don't have a significant reason for it. I think it's just kind of the number that we figured was reasonable in our minds as we were having these discussions. Senator Sampson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate the answer and what's reasonable in your minds when you're referring to the governor's office. But again, it's not in your minds anymore. It's a bill that's before this committee. And frankly, I mean no disrespect to you or the governor, but you got nothing to do with this. This is happening out in the world where there's an investor wants to buy a building to provide housing and to make a living. That's what's going on out there. And I don't understand why this committee or any member of this legislature and the governor should be sitting around deciding, well, at what limit should we make the landlords pay extra so we don't cap their rents? And how is that going to work? This is a bad bill, Mr. Chairman. This is a bad bill. Doesn't the bill actually discourage somebody making moderate improvements at all? Like if I'm going to buy the building and it's a dilapidated building and I have two choices, okay? I can either spend $50,000 to go beyond the 5% cap, or I can spend $0 to $49,999.99 and be stuck with the 5% cap. Am I likely to spend $49,999 or even $20,000? I'm most inclined to spend $0, right? So what's going to happen is you're going to have people buy the ghetto building and they're going to turn around and raise the rent 5%. And you will still have a ghetto building and you will have a 5% rent increase. That's what you will have. Why not let the market work? Why not let somebody buy the building, make whatever investments to the units that they think they can, and then offer the market the rent in competition with the other rents that are available? I understand what is happening in this committee, which is that there is a segment of the population that is having a great deal of difficulty affording their rents out there. And I'm sympathetic to them as well. There's no question about it. I don't know how big a population of people this is. It's a substantial number of people, no doubt, in Connecticut. But it's not that substantial. And the reason why I know that is because I keep hearing there's a housing shortage. And if there's a housing shortage, that means that people are living in the houses. They are already rented by somebody, and presumably somebody who's willing to pay the exorbitant rents that we have in Connecticut. And it's not the duty of this committee to be finding a way to take the existing situation, which is where you have people paying rent, albeit exorbitant, to their landlords in their buildings, and find a way to fix it so those rents are lower. That doesn't work in the real world. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but the only thing that you can accomplish by doing that is diminishing the quality of those buildings, which is already a problem we've already acknowledged. And I'll repeat that, by the way, if these buildings have problems, then I really do believe that a lot of that falls to the responsibility of the municipalities that have fire marshals, public health folks, building inspectors. They should be out there. They should be citing the landlords and making sure the buildings are repaired and up to snuff. That's what should happen. And people that are listening to this, they should be calling their local town officials and asking for that. And if their existing town officials don't do it, then they should go and elect different town officials. That's what should happen. But we can't force so many changes in behavior to get to the result that is desired, which is to lower the cost of things in Connecticut. Just like I can't lower the cost of gasoline or groceries or anything else. I just don't have the power. We can set up a framework and try and adjust our policies. But the answer to that is to diminish the rule, the regulation, and the requirements on the society. That's what makes costs go down. Putting more regulation in place is only going to increase costs. Can I just ask why a new property owner, by the way, somebody who's going to actually reach into their pocket and come to Connecticut and say, I'm going to invest in Connecticut. I'm going to try and make this crappy old building in any city, Connecticut, a better place to live for people. Why are those people being restricted? Why should they be treated differently? Why should they have less opportunity, in fact, than the existing landlord who owns the building? Because that's what this bill does, you know. It says you're the one who has to be limited. The new guy who's coming in trying to fix things and make it better, that guy is the one who's getting limited.
So 2 things, Senator. One, crappy old building, dilapidated building. Can you please use those terms rather than the term ghetto? Some of us may find that term offensive. And I understand that you don't mean it that way. I do. But that term does usually refer to places that have a certain group of minorities in it. And I know you don't mean it that way, but it's taken that way by some folks. So please just use dilapidated. And secondly, to your question, I think that it's important to note that this is really like, and I said it before in another bill, and some probationary period almost, a waiting period, an opportunity for folks who experience turnover as a tenant. You live somewhere, somebody buys the building that you live in, the rules of engagement change, right? Naturally, they change because it's a different person that you're dealing with. This gives you a year to, as I said, not have the rent raised dramatically, not be put in a position to not be put in a position to get kicked out of your building, and also puts you in the position to be able to make accommodations should you want to leave after that year. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First, let me apologize if anyone's offended by my use of the term ghetto. I would encourage anyone to go look up the origin of the word, by the way, which began in Italy, to really get an understanding of what it actually means. Certainly, I meant no disrespect to any person of color or anyone. I have already stated my feelings on the subject of racism many times in this committee. It is about as ignorant as anything on earth. I'm simply referring to the condition of buildings that are the subject matter of the policy that is before us, which is buildings that are in a state of significant disrepair. And I use that word for emphasis because I'm trying to describe the situation that results when you have policies that prevent economic opportunity from improving the conditions. And that's what I want to see. I want to see improved conditions. I want to see better quality buildings, not poorer quality buildings. So, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the answers on the bill. There's a lot of conversation here that we could have about this. I think it's quite clear that this policy is unfair because it targets a certain group of people, potential buyers and investors who are looking to fix up and improve properties. The only way you can excuse yourself from that impediment is by making a really significant investment. $50,000 per unit is a lot. I mean, there are buildings that are for sale in the city of New Britain right now, for example, that might be, 6, 10 larger unit buildings that are in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, not millions. You might actually exceed the purchase price of the building with renovations at $50,000 per unit because of the condition of them. So I think that's excessive. And it seems completely counterproductive to me to say to someone that if you spent $25,000 per unit, you're not excused from this rent cap limitation. I'll just point out also that everything about this bill language is arbitrary. The 5% rent cap is arbitrary. They could have just as easily said 3% or 10%. They just picked numbers out of the air. The renovation number is completely arbitrary. There's no data to suggest any of this. We had the Department of Housing here before us, and I asked a lot of questions, and they didn't have any substantive response about what $50,000 means versus $49,000. That's all I got on this one, Mr. Chairman. Another bad bill that will not make the place better.
Thank you, Senator Sampson, and not that it makes a world of difference, but I would direct you to lines 27 through 28. It is not per unit, it is now per building as part of the S language. Any other comments? Representative Scott.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if I'm going to have any questions on this per se, but I do want to talk about where, again, I used the word slippery slope before. I do want to bring that topic back up again here on this. This is not going to be a bill I'm going to support today. And the main reason is the slippery slope of this is opening the can of worms of rent caps. And there's multiple issues with the rent caps. And I think it actually could hurt tenants. And again, hear me out. I know everyone thinks this is going to help tenants, but just hear me out how this could hurt tenants. In recent years, we've had revaluations, especially after COVID, when the housing prices have gone up. Revaluations really hurt the mill rates, right? It's really hurt everyone in terms of their taxes having to go up because of that. In Monroe, we had reval last year. My taxes went up over 12%. In 1 year. It had nothing to do with the budget. It was just because of the reval. And because of the reval going up 12%, you have someone who may have bought a property that now their property taxes went up 12%. A 5% isn't even going to cover it. It's going to take multiple years. And the next year is not going to be a 0% increase. It's going to be, it might take 2 or 3 years of 5% increase just to catch up to what you bought for, just to catch up as a landlord. On the flip side, let's just say there's no revaluation. Let's just say it's just normal 1, 2, maybe 3% increase of municipal budget. If I'm a landlord in this scenario, I'm going to increase the rent as much as I can every single year. You're giving a free pass to do that. So in this case, 5%, or maybe CPI is higher, right? It goes off of that too. You can have 5% every year. You do 5% every year. That might not have been the case. Maybe 1 year is going to be 2%. That's all they're going to increase. Maybe 1 year they're like, no, you guys are doing great. We're fine. I appreciate you. You're not going to have an increase at all. Well, that wouldn't be the case in this area because you have to protect against the big things that are coming up down the road. And because you could only go so much on those when those bad things happen. A roof goes bad, your septic goes bad, the taxes go up crazily. You're going to protect yourself. You're going to protect yourself by only doing that. So you're going to do 5% every year. That is going to hurt potentially the tenant by only doing 5% every year when maybe they were going to get less. I think that is a negative aspect no matter what we're doing. This is only like a little tiny little corner of rent caps. But I think when you look at it from a larger scale, this is what it could lead to. And I think that's a worry for me in terms of making these things less affordable for the folks that were trying to make everything more affordable for that. So I do also agree with Senator Sampson on the fact that this is going to hinder people wanting to invest in the state of Connecticut. It's all capitalism. It's all economics. It just doesn't make sense if you're unable to raise the rents when you need to because of something big happened. Why are you going to make that investment? And I don't know if a lot of banks are going to be approving some of these loans because they're going to have to do a loan to be able to do that, to know that they only can make so much revenue on the back end too. So I think there's multiple facets that could potentially be a negative reasoning on this that could hurt both sides of the fence. So this actually is a double whammy, both sides, both the renter, both also the owner, and that's why I will be a no on this bill. I don't see any good news on this bill. Except for the fact that it's going to put a hindrance on the affordability, which we already do pretty regularly here in the state of Connecticut.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been listening to this debate, and I've heard a lot of good points and a lot of issues that are important to raise when looking at potential unintended consequences of passing the legislation. I also have heard, though, from my own constituents in the town of Newington and the city of New Britain, especially in New Britain, who have had a new landlord purchase their building, drastically increase the rents, and not make those modification and changes that would justify it. Now, I heard the good ranking member, Senator, and that concerns me too, that it could disincentivize somebody that does want to be a good actor from buying a building and investing in it, and then, with the thought that they were going to be able to increase the rent once that investment is done. So I hear that concern. I think what we're trying to do in this legislation is protect tenants from those bad actors. But I appreciate the concern that there could be some good actors, good landlords, good developers that may not want to invest because of this. So I'm going to vote for the legislation today. But from what I'm hearing from the arguments from the tenants and the advocacy groups and from my good colleagues here, is I'm hearing a way that somehow we could get to the middle on this issue. Maybe that's something that could happen after it passes the committee here, that we can really protect those tenants from, and this goes back to the private equity bill we were just talking about, when a developer does come in, doesn't improve anything, increases the rents, those tenants can no longer pay this new rent, and they didn't benefit at all. They need some time to have some protections. In a year at 5%, if that's too low, maybe it's 10%. But I think we can figure out a way to protect those tenants from those things happening without disincentivizing good developers from coming in. So I'm hoping we can get there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions, comments from members? Take the vote by roll. Representative Corpus, my apologies.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard it now said twice from the chairman and from Rep. Turco, and I understand it as a justification for the bill, which is that the people who are living there now should get some benefit from any renovations that were made. But I just wanted to point out that the bill doesn't accomplish that. There's every incentive for someone buying a new property to look at this and say, the first 12 months I'm subject to a rent cap, or I'm subject to a limitation, or I'm subject to a threshold of renovations I must make. I'm just going to wait till 12 months and a day, and then I'm going to do whatever I want with the property. So I just want to point out that this, as drafted, does not necessarily, in fact, the opposite, give the existing tenants the benefit of any improvements. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, this vote will be taken by roll.
Motion has been made and seconded to JFS to the floor. Agenda item 4, House Bill 5092, an act protecting renters from rent increases upon the transfer of residential property, LCO number 3030. How do you vote on the bill, Representative Felipe?
Yes.
Senator Marks?
Yes.
Representative Scott?
Representative Scott votes no.
Senator Sampson?
Sampson is no.
Representative Roberts? Senator Gaston?
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Senator Anwar? Representative Brown?
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Butler?
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Butler, could you repeat that one more time? Sorry, the mic cut off.
Representative Butler votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Corpus?
Rep. Corpus votes no.
Representative Gonzalez? Representative Hall? Senator Hockadell? Representative Jensen?
Jensen votes no.
Senator McCrory. Representative Sweet.
Yes.
Representative Turco.
Yes.
Representative Weir.
No.
Representative Zullo.
Rep. Zullo votes no.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move on to House Bill 5260, an act prohibiting a municipality from imposing the penalty for the performance of certain activities of daily living. Jeff to the floor. LCO 1679. I know that many of us were expecting JFS on this, and there's definitely a lot of work to be done in consultation with Connecticut Conference of Municipalities, in consultation with DOH, and I know that even members of this very committee, we had conversations last year about this bill, talking about certain school grounds, playgrounds, things of that nature, parks. That is all intended to go back in here. It's a conversation that we will definitely have before this gets to the floor. Just hoping to progress this through. But you have a commitment from myself as the main proponent of this bill to make sure that we are looking at specifically the health and safety as it comes to the welfare of our children, as it comes to the way that we do things on certain state properties, including the Department of Transportation properties, and to deal with encampments. While I think it's okay, and you may disagree, some of you may disagree, to have one tent on the corner of a large piece of land when it's super cold outside, I do not want to create a situation where we are encouraging encampments in here, Bridgeport, Watertown, wherever. So it's very much a work in progress. I'd love to get it out of committee today to continue to work on it, but you have my commitment on those things. Any questions, comments? I got it. Sorry. Representative Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had some comments prepared, but I think I will, given your statement, I'll hold back on those because I had some concerns. I guess I'll express my disappointment in the process. Here we are on a important day to move these pieces of legislation forward or voice our objections. You were either going to support it or object, and we don't have language. None of us have language on the bill, and I'm hearing what you're saying. I just want on the record that the bill as I see it here, the JF version seems to encourage more homeless activity. There's nothing in here that says that we're going to help the situation, help the people who need the help. And on the other hand, we've got proposed JFS language, which we haven't seen. And rhetorically, I've asked this question: if we were trying to do so much, and it's not just this committee, it's this whole building, we're trying to see how much we can pack into this session or these sessions. And I don't think we do a good job when we try to just cram all this stuff through. So here I'm forced with, I'd like to see zero homeless. I'd like to have some of these homeless advocacy places, no offense, out of business because there's nobody homeless. And, I'd like to see this need be zero, but the language that we have here doesn't tell me that, and I don't see the language. So express my frustration and disappointment that I'm being asked to vote on something to potentially improve the homeless situation and give those people the assistance, but we don't have the language. And people in charge of getting this language to us, it's not done. And I'll just express my disappointment. I'm not sure how I'm going to go. I'll withhold my comments on the bill itself because I'm not even sure what I'm commenting on. Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you, Representative Weir. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief as well. I'll reiterate and back up the comments of my colleague, Representative Weir, which is that, that's how the committee process is envisioned by the public. We have public hearings, we hear from the people, they give us advice and recommendations about the bill. Hopefully we're putting at least mostly completed language in front of them so that they can be educated about that. I don't know how often that happens. And when we're actually here debating the bill, this is the time to do the work. It's not later after the committee process so that we can have a strike all amendment on the floor or, God forbid, emergency certified legislation or some other method to advance policy without the proper review of the representatives of the people. So because you're telling us that you're going to make some changes to the bill, I'll take at your word that that's going to happen. And I'll just give you a few recommendations based on what's here. The first thing I would say is that I notice on line 15 and 16, you only include municipalities in this language. I think states ought to also, the state of Connecticut also be included. I don't know why we would separate state land from municipal land. Second, on lines 22 and 23, I understand the desire here to create accommodations for homeless people. In this case, it says to occupy or sleep in a motor vehicle or recreational vehicle that is legally parked in a public place. I'm going to just tell you that I don't even care if it sounds bad. I think it's a bad idea. I don't think it's okay to allow people to sleep in a car in a neighborhood, for example, at the end of a cul-de-sac in front of someone's house. This is going to be alarming to some people. Maybe that's not fair. Maybe that's even bigoted. But the fact of the matter is, I can understand, a family being concerned about having a stranger sleeping in a car out front, no matter who that person is, homeless or otherwise. So I think that that's got to go. You got to find a way to clean it up at least so that it's not in a residential neighborhood, for example. And then I think the biggest problem I have with this bill is in lines 26 through 28. One of the things that is encouraged here is to protect homeless folks to be able to solicit food, water, money, or other donations, which to me is an endorsement of panhandling. And frankly, I'm not in favor. I don't think panhandling should be allowed. It's a crime in a lot of places, and I think rightfully so. I got to tell you, it's a frustration when you are trying to get on the highway and you have folks panhandling. And I'm very sympathetic. I feel bad for people and their circumstances, but it's a safety issue. Particularly when we're talking about like my fiance or God forbid someday my daughter being approached by strangers in traffic. It's also a matter of we don't allow legitimate institutions to panhandle in those circumstances, because of a safety matter. We don't want to put a fireman in the middle of a road to get run over because their panhandling would fill the boot, right? So this is the concern. So I think that those things are important. I will also second Representative Weir's comments that I wish we had 0 homeless people. To me, the answer is to find ways to create opportunity. And for those that are sick, I think a lot of homelessness is mental illness. We've got to find help more than anything else. But to create a set of protections is a good idea, but protections that I think cross the line almost into encouragement, I think are dangerous. And that's the final word I have on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Scott.
Thank you. And as someone who is willing to sit down at a table and talk to you guys and work with you on this bill, I'm going to be a no today, just because of the way the bill is today. There's things we have to change. We all know that. So I'm going to be a no today. It's just flagging it purposes, but more than willing to talk through it. I do like the idea about opening up to the state of Connecticut. I think that's a fair conversation to continue to keep having. Some other things is like the motor vehicle piece of it, sleeping in there, making sure it's legally registered, insured, like that kind of thing too. Like we make sure that people are following laws that we all have to follow, not just get special treatment for some. The sleeping piece, we need to figure that out. When I've talked to some of my police departments in my district, they mention things like, we talked about parks and stuff like that, but we have on a green in our town, we're having a farmer's market on a Friday afternoon, and they're there. Well, this does take away, they said, this takes away some of their ability to not shoo them on, because they can basically say, screw you, like I have a right to be here, right? So how do we set up the farmer's market? How we always have it at the same time, same place there? If somebody doesn't want to be there, there are ways to, without the threat of an arrest or whatever, how do we work on that? Like, we have to think through that kind of situation, because I want to have the farmer's market. Everyone wants to have the farmer's market. But if 5 or 6 of them are just living or resting in that area, it's tough to have that there on a normal basis. So we just got to just think through it. We'll talk through it and think through it. So these are the most vulnerable people, and we say this all the time, that we need to make sure we're doing everything we can to help them. And let's talk. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Scott. Representative Sweet.
Thank you, Chair Felipe, and I just want to thank my colleagues for your commitment. You have my commitment to work on this bill as well. So this is, of course, just a small piece of what the End Homelessness Caucus is trying to do. There's services, there's money. Really, this is just about making sure that if we do find someone who is homeless, that we're not making that situation worse for them by arresting them. So it's one small piece. I'm more than happy to work with you all on the language on this so that we can get this for a vote on the floor, hopefully, and passed so that, again, I am in agreement with you all that we would like to just solve homelessness and not have to be having these conversations at all. But this is just one piece in that. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sweet. Any other questions, comments, discussion? Seeing none, we'll take the vote by roll. Oh, excuse me. Is there a motion to JF 5260 LCO 1679 to the floor?
So moved.
JF to the floor. Moved and seconded. We had the discussion. We'll vote by roll.
A motion has been made and seconded to JF to the floor, agenda item number 5, House Bill 5260, an act prohibiting a municipality from imposing a penalty for the performance of certain activities of daily living. LCO number 1679. How do you vote, Representative Felipe?
Yes.
Senator Marks?
Yes.
Representative Scott?
Representative Scott's going to be a no.
Senator Sampson?
Sampson is no.
Representative Roberts?
Yes.
Senator Gaston?
Yes.
Senator Anwar? Representative Brown?
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Butler?
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Corpus?
Corpus votes no.
Representative Gonzalez? Representative Hall? Senator Hockadell? Representative Jensen?
Jensen is no.
Senator McCrory?
Corey's a yes.
They don't get as much as Medicaid money. Correct.
Representative Sweet?
Corey's a yes.
Correct. That's the Medicaid.
Representative Sweet?
Yes.
Representative Turco?
Yes.
Representative Weir?
No.
Representative Zullo?
Rep. Zullo votes no.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Senate Bill 332, an act concerning notice to parties before Fair Rent Commission. JF to the floor. LCO 1902. Is there a motion? Moved. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, take the vote by roll. Oh,
No, I'm going to be ready to vote.
okay, sorry.
Oh, there's a second. I'll second.
Yeah, you don't need one.
You have a lot of seconds. This is the best bill on the agenda. Ain't no way.
Motion has been made and seconded to JF to the floor, agenda item number 6, Senate Bill 332, an act concerning notice to parties before a Fair Rent Commission. LCO number 1902. How do you vote, Representative Felipe?
Yes.
Senator Marks?
No.
Representative Scott?
Representative Scott votes yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is yes.
Representative Roberts. Senator Gaston.
No.
Senator Anwar. Representative Brown.
Representative Brown votes no.
Representative Butler.
Representative Butler votes no.
Representative Corpus.
Corpus votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez. Representative Hall. Senator Hockadell. Representative Jensen.
Jensen votes yes.
Senator McCrory.
McCory's a no.
Long back.
Representative Sweet.
Yes.
Representative Turco.
Yes.
Representative Weir.
Yes.
Representative Zullo.
Rep Zullo votes yes.
Thank you.
Item number 7, Senate Bill 335, an act concerning utility charges for residential dwelling units, JFS to the floor, LCO number 2851. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved. What this bill does is it basically is one sentence that ensures that landlords have to, that a rental agreement cannot provide that the tenant pays for utilities billed to them if there is no separate meter used to measure those utilities delivered exclusively to their dwelling unit, meaning you cannot be told secondhand what your charge is. The charge has to be directly for your unit, not crowdsourced and spread out evenly, or spread out in any way. Any discussion? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you suggesting that a landlord can't charge for the electric use of their tenant?
No. It says that they can't charge the electric use if the tenant has no separate meter. And I think the reason, and I tried to state it, but I'll be a little more clear, is to make sure that there isn't, for larger buildings, say a sum of what those utilities are, and then spread out, even though that person in that unit may use a lesser amount of the electricity. So it's just saying that it has to be charged based on that unit itself and not the larger property. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I understand the purpose of the bill proposal that is before us. I'm just trying to ascertain how it's going to work in the real world. If the landlord is allowed to charge for utilities that they provide, and they are not allowed to separate out the charge in this particular case because it's not clear, what is the expectation that a landlord would charge for utility in that case?
The expectation is that they would hopefully have that separate meter put in, and that separate meter would then be able to tell you what the charge for that particular dwelling unit is, rather than have it based off of, as I said, some crowdsourced, I don't know if there's a better word for it, larger utility cost. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My expectation would be that because the landlord has got to determine the rent at the beginning of the lease term, which may be forever, depending on what bills pass this committee and this legislature in the future, my expectation would be that the landlord would have to protect themselves based on the potential of how much electricity could be used. So let me ask you this question. Is based on your suggestion that the best thing would be for the landlord to go ahead and put in a second meter, is there anything in this bill that would compensate a landlord for doing that?
No, Senator Sampson.
And do you think that that would be an acceptable expense for a landlord to pass on to a tenant?
Say that one more time. I apologize.
The installation of a second electric meter, is that an acceptable expense to pass on to the tenant?
I don't know if that's specified explicitly, but I'll tell you personally, I would say so.
Okay. I appreciate you saying that, Mr. Chairman. I don't know how it would ultimately be adjudicated if there was ever a situation where that exact scenario occurred and it went to a Fair Rent Commission, for example. I don't know that the Fair Rent Commission would see it that way. I would hope they would, but I'm not certain that they would. And barring the installation of the second meter, I think that what has to happen is the landlord can't take the chance that the tenant is going to use a modest amount of electricity. They would have to err on the side that the tenant would use more electricity than expected, and they would probably build that into the rent. It would take at least some element of time and a significant relationship between the parties, I think, before they could come to some sort of really confidence-inspiring agreement, which, again, like anything, is subject to change at any moment. So, again, I don't want to get into the molasses with this. I'll just say that I think that the bill, while it's good intentioned, doesn't serve tenants well. What's going to happen is the landlord's going to end up charging even more in this particular case because they don't know what the tenant's going to use, and they've got to err on the side that they're going to use more. And I just suspect that it will end up raising rents, not reducing them. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Representative Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with that. Again, we keep going back to the affordability issue. I really do think this is going to be a free pass for folks to be able to charge more for utilities than actually what's being used. It's almost going to be a revenue generator for them. It's going to be a free way to do so. I actually understand the issue that I believe this is from the Senate leader for doing this. I do understand it. I just worry that if there's 3 units and they usually spend about $300 roughly for electric that month, that's $900. If I'm a landlord, I'm not just going to charge $900. What if they spend $400 each, and all of a sudden they're going to eat $200 just because now they have free reign to be able to use whatever they want to use because they could leave the electric on, they could leave the heat on, they could leave air conditioning on, whatever, all the time because they're not getting charged for it. So I think there's ramifications down the road of what's going to happen to this is ultimately going to make it more expensive to rent a place because they're going to charge them more. They're going to put utilities included, but they're going to cover their butt. And that's what's going to happen. I think we need to be very careful of that. So I think we need to look at that ramification before something like this actually gets passed. Because again, when you look at the affordability of the state of Connecticut, I think the affordability is at risk. It keeps being at risk. And there's little things like this, a million cuts that are going to keep building towards the lack of affordability in the state of Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, my understanding is that this is already settled in case law in the state of Connecticut, and this would just be codifying that. I do what I'm going to depart from my colleagues and actually support this because I agree with it in concept. And what I would hope, though, is that maybe we could have a little discussion about what happens when you've got a multifamily serviced by one meter, the other unit's empty. I think, in that circumstance, it would be perfectly reasonable to charge the person, or allow them to pay the utilities because there's one meter. They're the only ones consuming electricity there. So maybe if there's a commitment to maybe seizing this as an opportunity to clarify this, if we're going to codify it, I'd love to have that discussion. I just want to be on the record as saying that I have concerns about it, and without additional changes, I probably wouldn't support it. But for having the conversation, I think it's an important one to have, and I'm going to support it today in light of that. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got a question, and my question is, if I rent an apartment and I have an agreement with the landlord, and they say, well, the rent's going to be $1,000, including utilities, and then this is going to be an extra charge, or no?
This is preventing from any extra utility charges. This does not preclude a landlord from including utilities within the rent.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to just encourage my colleagues to consider the alternative. Senator Sampson mentioned, the good chance that the landlord will hedge if we take away this opportunity. So the way that the current practice, as I understand it, is ratio unit billing system, right? It's apartment house. These are often older homes, right, that were converted from single family maybe to a multifamily, and where it's very expensive to rewire the entire electrical system. So you got one meter feeding multiple units, and in some cases you could have that heat or hot water included. But when the heat and hot water is included, the propensity is for people to use more. Right? It's included. I'm going to take that longer shower. I'm going to leave the heat on. I was in Hartford the other day visiting a business, and this is before the heat wave that we had. This was last Friday. And I was in the parking lot of one business, and I looked, and there's an apartment, and 5 or 6 of the apartment windows were open with the curtains. And I'm thinking, just an observation, like my house, I don't leave the windows open because I'm paying. And I honestly, was thinking of this bill. And I said, that's got to be heat and hot water included, because the person living in the unit doesn't care one iota about the energy consumed because it's included in the rent. So the ratio unit billing system actually ends up, and there is evidence to this, which I didn't realize I'd have to, there may be an opportunity to have a discussion on this later, but there is evidence that shows that the usage is down when, if there's 8 of us, 9 of us at this table, nine units, we're each paying our pro rata share of the electrical bill. Except they don't generally get billed for the common spaces, so the landlord takes on the hit for the heat that may be going to the basement or the common hallway, or the electricity for the outside lights that can't be attributed to our usage. So I want to, as I understand it, the landlord under this current, the other way of doing it besides heat and hot water included, if they don't have an individual meter, is what we're talking to eliminate. That's what this bill looks to eliminate, is the ratio unit billing system. And that, when we all know that if we use more, we're going to pay more, we tend to use less. That's, everybody can, and there is evidence, as I understand it, that would show that versus the heat and hot water. If the other alternative is either heat and hot water included, or putting in an individual meter, I guess in this committee, we don't care about the cost to the landlord, so let's just assume the landlord goes and puts in 9 individual meters. Well, now, each of us, we have to pay a minimum charge for that meter. Every unit pays whatever that is to the utility, whether it's the gas, the electric. If there's a water meter, that's an individual charge to the resident that gets passed on, and that'll be itemized. Whether you use a gallon of water, a kilowatt of electricity, cubic foot of gas, you're getting charged for that meter to whatever that is per month. So there's a fixed cost that goes with that unit, billable to the resident, and now the landlord's completely off the hook other than the common spaces. So I just want to point that out, that at the end of the day, we very well could be, in addition to raising the cost to the end user, encouraging, more of a worse impact on our environment by, not discouraging less use. We're encouraging more use because it's included. My shower is going to be 15 minutes instead of 10. The thermostat's going to be at 72 instead of 65 with a sweater. So I want to point that out. I think this misses the mark. I don't know the motivation behind it. I don't know who proposed this. It's not. I think it's short-sighted, and it could, as we all talk about, could very well be, do more harm than it's intended. When the intent, I believe, is sincere, is good. I think we should be thinking of the other side as what could happen here. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, the vote will be taken by roll.
Motion has been made to JFS to the floor. Agenda item number 7, Senate Bill 335, an act concerning utility charges for residential dwelling units. LCO number 2851. How do you vote, Representative Felipe?
Yes.
Senator Marks?
Yes.
Representative Scott?
Representative Scott votes no.
Senator Sampson?
Sampson is no.
Representative Roberts? Yes. Senator Gaston?
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Senator Anwar? Representative Brown?
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Butler?
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Corpus?
Corpus votes no.
Representative Gonzalez? Representative Hall?
Representative Hall votes yes.
Senator Hockadell? Representative Jensen?
Jensen votes no.
Senator McCrory?
Dr.
McCoy is a yes.
See you for your diabetes too.
Representative Sweet?
Yes.
Representative Turco?
Yes.
Representative Weir?
No.
Representative Zullo?
Rep. Zullo votes yes.
Thank you.
I don't think we've said this yet, so we will hold votes open for a moment of time that we'll determine more towards the end of this meeting. Item number 8, Senate Bill 338, an act concerning housing unit equivalent points for development subject to litigation. JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved and seconded, and just for matter of record, the LCO is 2259. What this bill does, very simply, is add a provision in which if a municipality is to lose an 830G appeal, they are rewarded no housing unit equivalent points for the project that they lost the appeal for in court. And that's about it. Any discussion? Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was a time, and it could possibly be misconstruing this with another bill, because as you know, you did the same thing earlier. They do kind of run together at some point with this. There was a point that I believe that lawyer fees were being discussed of how those would have been handled in this scenario. Can you confirm that was the case, and where does that land in this legislation right now?
Lawyer fees are not included in this legislation. Obviously, this is a Senate bill. I'm not sure if there's the intention to include them at a later time. It was something that had passed both chambers, but was vetoed by the governor last year, the lawyer fees, that is. But this, as it stands, is only talking about the housing unit equivalent points and not the lawyer fees. Representative Scott.
Thank you. Where does this 6-month period come from? You know, we know lawsuits can get dragged out forever. I'm not saying that every lawsuit's gonna take more than 6 months, but that seems like a really short period of time. I was just curious where the 6 months came from.
Senator Marks?
Thank you for that question, Representative Scott. So that is a good question, and based on the testimony that we had, that's something that needs to get addressed. This bill still does need some attention and defining what that 6 months is. So I agree with you. It's not specific enough in this bill, and it will be addressed later.
Thank you, Chairman Marks, for that answer. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think there's a conversation about that in terms of the timing and also what that means. I like, obviously, the idea of these viewpoints. I do like the fact that you can have some flexibility for these towns, especially the ones who are getting close. Like you have like a town like Fairfield who was very close and actually got to a moratorium. I do like that, but I can't argue if there's frivolous lawsuits against it to maybe slap them on the wrist. I'm not 100% against that either, right? I just want to make sure we're at a happy medium here, and I don't know if it's maybe a little bit too heavy-handed right now, but I'm interested to see where it goes from here, and if it gets called in the Senate, and then we could deal with it in the House. But overall, I'm going to be a no today just because I do like that point of trying to keep those viewpoints, but I do understand the purpose of the bill and where the intentions are. But I'm going to be a no for today, but we'll see how it shakes out here over the next month.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from members? Representative Corpus online.
Thank you. Just a question of fact. It does seem like Representative said that this is attempting to get at, it's really somewhat punitive for towns that are appealing or challenging 830G developments in court. Is that a problem? Is that happening a lot now? And is there like some stats which show that towns are doing that repeatedly and the courts are knocking it down, and so that is clogging up our court system with frivolous claims?
Repeat the question. I'm sorry.
The question is really, is this a problem? It seems like this is punitive against towns that are challenging 830G developments. So it suggests that towns are doing that in an unwarranted way, and that's like becoming a problem in our state. Is that the case?
In the view of certain people, and including myself, I do think that's the case. While this might not be my personal bill nor my personal solution to it, I do think that towns do challenge these at a higher rate than I would like them to, and that many would like them to. Representative Corpus.
Do we track that? Is that a like a documented stat or something? I mean, you're talking here about taking the carrot for towns to fulfill a goal that's very important to our state and cutting that off. And it seems like on the assumption that this is happening a lot. So I would hope that we would at least have some data to support that. Other than, and I'm not suggesting this is all you have, but other than just a feeling that this is happening more than we want it to be happening.
No, this data exists. This data is collected. It's something that we've spoken about at the Majority Leaders Roundtable, for example. I'm happy to get you the data. I'm not sure exactly where it was gathered from, but it's not this is not a, we felt like it was like that. We were looking at a lot of places, especially, the good representative mentioned Fairfield. Fairfield did a lot of challenging of 830G applications. They've done a little bit less over the last couple of years. Got to give them credit where it's due, but it has happened a lot in certain places, and this is trying to curtail that. Westport's another one that has had the similar situation.
I guess I view I guess I view policymaking a little bit differently. If we've given towns a right, or such a right exists, the appeal process exists in our courts, then we shouldn't penalize people for availing themselves of the rights that we've given under the laws that we've made. So to me, it seems if there are too many appeals going, then maybe we should change the grounds on which appeals can be made. But to penalize people or towns for just availing themselves of a right that exists, I I don't think makes sense as a policy-making matter. So for that reason, I'll be a no today. Thank you.
Representative, I appreciate that, and I'm not going to go too deep into a response, but I will just say, while they are availing themselves of a right, it is at the expense of those who are developing some of this housing. If these challenges are unfounded or, in the eyes of some people, punitive, it puts folks in the position where they spend 6 months of their time in court trying to parse through this, and then everything, as we've been talking about all day, gets more expensive, especially when you're trying to build housing. And while, as I said, this might not be the exact solution to that, this solves getting a little bit of money back to those developers who lost out on 6 months of doing their project. Are there any other questions, comments? Seeing none, vote will be taken by roll.
A motion has been made and seconded. JF to the floor. Agenda item number 8, Senate Bill number 338, an act concerning housing unit equivalent points for developments subject to litigation. LCO number 2259. How do you vote, Representative Felipe?
Yes.
Senator Marks?
Yes.
Representative Scott?
Representative Scott votes no.
Senator Sampson? Representative Roberts? Senator Gaston? Senator Anwar? Representative Brown?
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Butler?
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Corpus?
Corpus votes no.
Representative Gonzalez? Representative Hall? Senator Hockadell? Representative Jensen?
Jensen votes no.
Senator McCrory?
McCoy's a yes.
She on them good drugs.
Crazy.
Representative
McCrory's a-
Sweets? Representative Turco?
Turco votes yes.
Representative Weir? Representative Zullo?
Rep. Zullo votes no.
Representative Sweet?
Sweet votes yes.
Senator Gaston
Gaston.
votes yes.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, House Bill 5359, an act concerning provisions in residential rental agreements. JF to the floor. LCO 1958, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? I'll do a quick summary. What this bill does is a couple of things that affect leases. Number one is allowing that at least one method of payment of rent that can be made by the tenant at no additional fee. If you have an additional fee for credit cards, or checks or something like that, money order, provide that they can pay cash or some other feeless method of payment. The next is about what we call holdover clauses, meaning that there is no clauses in the lease that tell you that you have to agree to a increase in the rent charge after the expiration of the lease. or a payment of a higher rent upon breach of lease. And I think there's also I'm sorry, I'm looking through it trying to make sure I find everything. We also have in rental agreements making sure that there's proper notice of late fees. And this will all go into an updated version of a form that informs people of what their leases need to have, that is produced by DOH. We just put in here that form will be updated as of July 1st, 2026. Questions, comments, discussion? Representative Scott.
So, I'd like to take this section by section if I could, because there's some sections here that I agree with. There's one that I don't agree with that we can maybe have a conversation about. But let's talk about the first one. The first one is actually something that I am supportive of. Basically, can you confirm the first section is going to be about providing at least one additional method of payment for a tenant that has no additional fees. Sometimes you pay by credit card, there's a 3% fee or whatever. This one is, so you can pay by cash or check, whatever it might be, but there has to be at least one additional way that a tenant has to pay that is not an additional fee. Is that correct?
Yes, you can provide those methods of payments that require fees as long as you have one method of payment that does not.
I think that's a great idea, and I am 100% supportive of that section. And I'm going to jump to section 3 also, which I don't really have a huge problem, I don't think, with, but I just need some explanation. So it's about requiring a summary form, a rental term summary form that DOH is to publish. Is that form already published at this time?
Yes.
And the requirement is for this section is to have them put it on their website. Is that the DOH's website? Is that where it needs to go?
Yes, and this would just be an updating of the form as it is with the new sections of this bill included in it.
Okay. So it's really more, I wouldn't say a technical change, but it's very close to like a technical. It's going to make some tweaks to the form, but also make the DOH do it. So from a landlord standpoint or from anyone's standpoint, it's no extra work for them or issue. It's just more information out there for them to be able to find and see.
Yes, this informs them of what can be in their rental agreements, and this is just updating what informs them of that.
Great. Again, a section I'm supportive of to get transparency for them. Let's circle back to section 2, and this is where I think some of the issue is going to be in terms of where I'm at in terms against this bill in general. So my understanding is that the holdover piece is you have a year lease, and let's not take into account just cause at this point. Let's just say you have a year lease, right? And there is to be nothing, not that it can't be done, but there's to be nothing in the lease. This is prohibiting nothing to be in the lease that is charging an additional charge or increase for having a holdover, meaning you're past the 12 months, we're still negotiating, you're still working on whatever, you're holding over, it can't go up, or there can't be an extra fee to go up, or it can't just be in the lease. I guess that's a question I have. So is it can't be an increase or a fee to it, or it just can't be in the lease that there's a fee in there?
Yeah, the lease cannot include a fee, is what we're essentially trying to get at here, Representative Scott.
But they could negotiate and be okay that, hey, I was paying $1,100 a month, and now it's going to be $1,200 because it's a holder. They could agree to that. It just can't be stated in the lease.
It can't be stated in the prior lease. This is just to make it clear that those terms are to be renegotiated once the lease expires. Representative Scott.
Okay. And then the other section, I think, of this section 2, so there's two parts of section 2, is that there can't be anywhere in the agreement where the tenant agrees to pay a higher rent upon breach of the rental agreement. So if there is a breach of some kind, there is no additional charge for that. So let's say, I just want to use an example. So I guess, is that accurate, what I mentioned there? That there's there can't be, in the lease, it can't be a rental agreement, whatever we want to call it. There can't be a verbiage that says you have to pay more if you breach the lease.
That's correct.
Okay. So what would happen in this scenario? I'm just using one scenario. Pets are allowed in this unit, but you did not sign up for a pet to have in the unit. So you're breaking you're now bringing a pet into it. While it is legal, is allowed, you did not do that. So it's breaking something. And a lot of times what happens is people charge, extra money for a pet just because there's going to be damage to urine or whatever might happen. In that scenario, what would happen? They breached it, but then they bring a pet in, even though it's supposed to be a little bit more. In that scenario, can they just not do it then? They just can't charge them more.
They cannot charge them more, but depending on how egregious the breach is, they might be able to evict, but they wouldn't be able to charge more.
Okay. Okay, I do have a problem with the second section. Again, if section 1 and 3, I'm in alignment to, I'm voting yes on this bill if it was 1 and 3. The 2 is worrisome to me because there are basically you're hand tying the landlord in terms of what they can do with their property again, because all this stuff theoretically could go to a fair rent commission to fight. If there's a increase in charges because it's a holdover, they have the right, I believe, to go to a fair rent commission. If there is a additional fee that comes up because they did something wrong with the rental agreement, which they could be evicted, so they're giving the balance of I could evict you or try to evict you, or hey, you can pay a little bit more. That's not even allowed anymore. So now you're going to go potentially and have people try to go for more evictions if there's damage, significant damage, or something significantly done against the lease. We're going to be increasing more evictions in that scenario because they don't have a way to overcome it from a financial standpoint. So the only way they can overcome it is by getting rid of this tenant as soon as possible, so they recoup their damages or whatever they're doing that's causing the rental agreement to be breached. I think it's very heavy-handed for that. So, and I personally with the about this section, it explains to me a fan of, and would slow me down in terms of supporting this bill because of that one section. I think the other two sections are something I think we'd probably unanimously support. So I do think that we need to rethink that section too, how we want to try to do it, so that if we want to get something that's clearly approvable through committee and then onto the House and Senate, this is a House bill. I think if we remove that second section, I think it would be something that we could unanimously approve now and move forward.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions, comments, discussion? Seeing none, this vote will be taken by roll.
A motion has been made and seconded to JF to the floor. Agenda item number 9, House Bill 5359, an act concerning provisions in the residential an act concerning provisions in residential rental agreements. LCO number 1958. How do you vote, Representative Felipe? Yes. Senator Marks?
Yes.
Representative Scott?
Rep. Scott will be a no.
Senator Sampson? Representative Roberts? Yes. Senator Gaston?
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Senator Anwar? Representative Brown?
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Butler?
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Corpus?
Corpus votes no.
Representative Gonzalez? Representative Hall?
Representative Hall votes yes.
Senator Hockadell? Representative Jensen?
Jensen votes no.
Senator McCrory?
Before I vote, let me clear up something. I don't know what you guys heard, but I'm at the hospital where my mother suffered a stroke last night, and I was having a conversation with a doctor. I hope it gave you some comic relief, but I am in a serious situation. My vote is a yes.
Representative Sweet?
Rep. Sweet votes yes.
Representative Turco?
Rep. Turco votes yes.
Representative Weir. Representative Zullo.
Rep. Zula votes no.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Senator McCrory, we wish the best for your mother. Hopefully that situation gets resolved. Next is item number 10, House Bill 5361, an act revising the housing statutes. JF to the floor.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Give me 1 second just to find the LCO to ensure that that is on the record. And that is LCO 2062. I'm going to characterize my omnibus bill for the House as a what we call an aircraft carrier, just the opportunity for us to kind of put some like things together. I'm not looking to create a 5002 this year, everybody. I'm not trying to put many sections into anything. I'm also not trying to put any section at all that we haven't heard in this committee. Just have the opportunity, if we need it, to put a couple of things together and maybe get a quick bill done towards the end of session with some stuff that we can all live with. Any questions, comments from other members? The vote will be taken by roll.
A motion has been made and seconded to JF to the floor. Agenda item number 10, House Bill number 5361, an act revising the housing statutes. LCO number 2062. How do you vote, Representative Felipe?
Yes.
Senator Marks.
Yes.
Representative Scott.
Representative Scott votes no.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Roberts.
Yes.
Senator Gaston.
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Senator Anwar. Representative Brown.
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Butler.
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Corpus.
Corpus votes no.
Representative Gonzalez. Representative Hall.
Representative Hall votes yes.
Senator Hockadell. Representative Jensen.
Jensen votes no.
Senator McCrory.
McCoy's a yes.
Is his camera on? Sorry, Senator McCrory, was your camera on? I'm sorry.
McCoy's a yes.
Thank you. Representative Sweet.
Representative Sweet votes yes.
Representative Turco.
Representative Turco votes yes.
Representative Weir. Representative Zullo.
Rep. Zula votes yes.
Thank you.
All right. On to item number 11. House Bill 5362, an act implementing the recommendations of the Majority Leaders Roundtable. JFS to the floor. LCO 3007. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. You can pick between my left and my right who did it first. We will go section by section. I'll just describe them very quickly. Section 1 reduces the deed restriction period for set-aside units from 40 years to 20 years if development is built on land owned or conveyed by a municipality. Section 2 requires courts to pause any active 830G appeal when a municipality has a moratorium application pending before DOH until the moratorium, until DOH rules on it. I'm sorry. Section 3 extends moratoriums until after the moratorium expires and the next time the municipality will file their municipal housing growth plan. I will just say on this one, we have heard from our membership some concerns, but I know that the majority leader is working on it. Section 4 requires DOH to create and maintain a public database of all 830G appeals, including municipality, the stated reason for denial, and the outcome. Section 5 clarifies the municipalities receive additional HUE points for middle housing that is added onto the HUE points they would have had for that housing being affordable. It's a bill we did a couple of years ago, was meant to be additive, ended up being separate. We're just putting them back together. Section 6 clarifies that reasonable affordable housing goals will not be revised based on a municipality opting out of the regional plan and setting their own goal. Section 7 and 8 clarifies the Council on Housing Development can only reject a municipal housing growth plan if it does not comply with the requirements set in statute. Section 9 removes the prior exemption that excluded DOH itself from annual housing agency report to the legislature. I think they probably should be a part of that, the Department of Housing. Section 10 requires DOH to consult with the Council on Housing Development and coordinate with local planning and zoning to hold public hearings when they develop on state land. And sections 11 and 13 are the JFS language, and they ensure that a municipal housing growth plan supersedes other municipal plans like a POCD. Questions, comments, discussions? Seeing none, the vote will be taken by roll.
A motion has been made and seconded to JFS to the floor. Agenda item number 11, House Bill 5362, an act implementing the recommendations of the Majority Leaders Roundtable, LCO number 3007. How do you vote, Representative Felipe?
Yes.
Senator Marks?
Yes.
Representative Scott?
Representative Scott votes yes.
Senator Sampson?
Sampson is no.
Representative Roberts?
Yes.
Senator Gaston?
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Senator Anwar? Representative Brown?
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Butler? Representative Butler?
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Corpus?
Corpus votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez? Representative Hall?
Representative Hall votes yes.
Senator Hockadell? Representative Jensen?
Jensen votes yes.
Senator McCrory?
McCrory votes yes.
Representative Sweet?
Representative Sweet votes yes.
Representative Turco? Representative Weir? Representative Zullo?
Rep. Zullo votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Moving on to item number 12. House Bill 5364, an act concerning tiered deed restrictions, JF to the floor. LCO 2191, is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Very quickly, what this does is actually not what it is fully intended to do. It's a conversation that I think is important to have about tiered deed restriction. My thought on it is not necessarily what is here, where if you have a 30-year deed restriction, you would get 75% of the HUE points, and if you had a 20-year deed restriction, you would get 40%. I think my goal here is to actually look at the actual types of housing, types of units, and tier based on those. I've said it before in committee. Elderly units, if you knock them down to 30 years, would that make it more palatable for folks to deed restrict those? ADUs, similar concept. This is something that if we aren't able to parse through in this year's legislature. Maybe we can make it a charge of the same group that will be looking at the denominator of these appeals to see maybe whether or not different deed restriction levels would lead to folks being more comfortable deed restricting and creating more affordable housing. Any questions, comments, discussion? Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the one piece of this that I'm questioning, I know you said we have some work to do on this one, is the new definition for set-aside development. It kind of raised a red flag for me. Hopefully that we continue to keep talking about that. Is that even needed? I know we have to work maybe with LCO on that to see if that's even needed, that change, that potentially could have unintended consequences on it. So I'm going to be a no because of that, but know that if that comes out, I think it would be a clear yes. I do like the idea of these tiers, and I understand we don't want to go down to 5 years. I understand that's not something you're looking to do, but to give that flexibility, especially for some senior housing and other kinds of housing, I think it would be beneficial and might get people to be more willing to do affordable housing if they know they don't have to put it there for 40 years. So again, I know some of the advocates might not love it, but I think it could be a way to entice folks to build more affordable housing, and that's what this bill is trying to intend, and I think actually could do that. So I appreciate the conversations after today.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions, comments, discussion? Seeing none, take the vote by roll.
Motion has been made and seconded to JF to the floor. Agenda item number 12, House Bill 5364, an act concerning tiered deed restrictions. LCO number 2191. How do you vote, Representative Felipe?
Yes.
Senator Marks?
Yes.
Representative Scott?
Representative Scott votes no.
Senator Sampson?
Sampson's no.
Representative Roberts? Yes. Senator Gaston? Senator Anwar? Representative Brown?
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Butler? Representative Corpus?
Corpus votes no.
Representative Gonzalez? Representative Hall?
Representative Hall votes yes.
Senator Hockadell? Representative Jensen?
Jensen votes no.
Senator McCrory?
McCoy's a yes.
Representative Sweet?
Representative Sweet votes yes.
Representative Turco?
Representative Turco votes yes.
Representative Weir? Representative Zullo?
Rep. Zullo votes no.
Thank you.
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Thank you, Senator.
Representative Butler votes yes.
Thank you, Representative.
Not to preempt anybody's vote, but I think Representative Butler might vote yes on the next one, too. Item number 13, House Bill 5370, an act establishing a medical respite pilot program, JF to the floor. LCO 2282. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Vote will be taken by roll.
A motion has been made and seconded to JF to the floor. Agenda item number 13, House Bill 5370, an act establishing a medical respite pilot program. LCO 2282. How do you vote, Representative Felipe?
Yes.
Senator Marks?
Yes.
Representative Scott?
Representative Scott's a yes.
Senator Sampson?
Pass.
Abstention. Representative Roberts? Senator Gaston?
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Senator Anwar? Representative Brown?
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Corpus,
Corpus votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez, Representative Hall,
Representative Hall votes yes.
Senator Hockadell, Representative Jensen,
Jensen votes yes.
Senator McCrory,
McCoy is a yes.
Representative Sweet,
Sweet votes yes. Representative Sweet.
Representative Turco,
Representative Turco votes yes.
Representative Weir, Representative Zullo.
Rep. Zula votes yes.
Thank you.
Item number 14, House Bill 5367, an act concerning the removal of unauthorized persons from residential property, JF to the floor. The LCO, excuse me while I find it in this binder real quick. $22.68. Is there a motion? It's been moved. I will just from the onset say what I've said every year we've done this bill. There are definitely issues to parse through, but we want to get to the heart of the issue that was brought to us by the good proponent of the bill. Make sure that folks who are truly squatting and trespassing aren't given a summary process eviction, but are promptly kicked out of the property. However, it is important to note testimony of others that have talked about some folks who may be lawful tenants of other properties where this would be used punitively against them. We just want to make sure that that loophole does not exist. But happy to keep working on it and move it through the process. I urge adoption. Any questions, comments, discussions? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think this is an excellent bill, frankly. We've had this issue kicking around for the last couple of years, and I wanted to just speak because I wanted to address the concerns of some of the folks that have some apprehension about having someone that is legitimately in the property being unfairly removed. I understand the concern, but I have to say that the bill addresses it, and it addresses it in a big way. So if you're struggling with that, I don't think you should be. I mean, we did a very good job here of making sure that a landlord that would misuse this new statute to artificially remove a tenant that has a right to be there is going to pay a hefty, hefty price. It's in the final section of the bill. It says a person may bring a civil cause of action for wrongful removal, and it includes triple the fair market rent of the property, court costs, and reasonable attorney's fees. It is about as severe a penalty as you could get. Nothing like this really even exists in any of our other civil statutes regarding disputes of similar circumstances. I mean, we've gone above and beyond here to make sure that if this is misused by a landlord, that they got to pay the price for it. So can we please move this bill and solve this problem? This is something that is really happening out there on the street. I know someone who happened to it personally. I've heard testimony here. I've heard my colleagues talk about how this has affected them personally. The fact is that there are people taking advantage of the fact that in Connecticut, local police are caught in the middle. And when they are brought out to a scene, they don't know who to believe. So squatters are basically allowed to maintain residence in a property they shouldn't be in. That's absurd. Why are we allowing that to occur? I get this concern that has been brought up repeatedly, that the chairman brought up at the start of the meeting, but as I said, we put in a protection. It's in the bill And that protection is strong. It is a very good protection. You couldn't ask for a more severe penalty to the landlord if they abuse this. So with that, I implore my colleagues, please use reason to recognize we have constituents, all of us, all across Connecticut that are faced with this circumstance. We have got to help them. We cannot let people continue to squat in other people's property without any penalty whatsoever. And this is the solution. It took us a couple of years to fine tune some language to get it right, but this is it. I encourage adoption. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did ask a question the last time that we have a public hearing about criminal trespass. And I heard the definition of that, and I decided to check myself. And criminal trespass is a Class A misdemeanor. And they said that a person that entered without permission of, without the authorized person, that's a Class A misdemeanor. So this in the books, but when I asked the police, when I called, they said that they can use this because I think it's a long process. I think they have to arrest the person and then they have to do all the paperwork. And he told me, the police officer told me that they will not use the criminal trespass, even if it is in the book. So our intention is not to arrest that person right there, because criminal trespass, they have to arrest you, and that's in the books. So I think this is a very good solution, even though there are some couple of things in this bill that I'm still not happy with. But yes, I will vote. That's something that I've been fighting for, and I will vote for this bill, and I hope that we can still working to see if we can tweak a little bit.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions,
Thank you.
comments, discussion? Seeing none, vote be taken by roll.
Motion has been made and seconded to JF to the floor. Agenda item 14, House Bill 5367, an act concerning the removal of unauthorized persons from residential property. LCO number 2268. How do you vote, Representative Felipe?
Yes.
Senator Marks?
No.
Representative Scott?
Rep. Scott votes yes.
Senator Sampson?
Sampson is yes.
Representative Roberts? No. Senator Gaston? Senator Anwar? Representative Brown?
Representative Brown votes no.
Representative Butler? Representative Butler?
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Corpus?
Corpus votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez? Representative Hall?
Representative Hall votes no.
Senator Hockedal? Representative Jensen?
Jensen votes yes.
Senator McCrory?
McCoy votes no.
Representative Sweet?
Representative Sweet votes no.
Representative Turco?
Representative Turco votes yes.
Thanks, Gary.
Representative Weir? Representative Zullo?
Rep. Zula votes yes.
Representative Weir? Thank you.
Thank you. On to item number 15, Senate Bill 337, an act concerning the property of evicted tenants, JFS to the floor, LCO 3026. The
So moved.
moved and seconded. The S language basically turns this bill into a study about the property of evicted tenants. I think we heard a lot from the fire marshals in our last public hearings, and enlightened a few of us. I still think that we would love to parse through, especially me personally, I'm not going to speak for anybody else, this notion that you need to auction off every single item. Sometimes the juice is not worth the squeeze on that. Sometimes an auction will cost more than the actual value that you get back for the items you are auctioning. And that's an unfair thing to pass upon our municipalities. I will also note that the S language has a particularly weird breakdown of who appoints who. We have a way that we do it. We did it in a working group last JF meeting, and happy to, as we move forward, change that to fit what we traditionally do here in the Housing Committee in terms of working groups and task forces. Questions, comments, discussions? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just say a quick word. I propose this bill every year, and mostly because of the request of some of my municipal leaders who questioned the validity of having to store some of these items, which from their perception and description is largely just trash. And it's not because the tenant's belongings are trash, it's just that they're required to remove all of the things from the house. And there is obviously some liability for the marshals who are responsible for making a determination of what is worth moving and what is not. And sometimes I think they're moving things that they don't need to. We had some very compelling testimony from one of the marshals. Sounds like they are completely on top of this situation. I don't know that there is a solution to this problem, which is maybe why this has been with us for a decade and we haven't solved it. After hearing his testimony, I'm opposed to the bill I proposed to begin with, which I thought was an oversimplification of the problem after hearing his concerns. I do think that it is something that we should wrestle with, but maybe this is the vehicle for it and maybe it's not. But I think a study does make a lot of sense to figure out exactly what we can do to bring some fairness to this situation so that the municipalities are not necessarily faced with unnecessary expenses passed on to taxpayers, that the tenants' belongings are looked after, and that the landlord is treated fairly in the process. So I'm pleased that we're going to advance a vehicle, but I'm also very pleased that it's just a study so we can get it right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Senator Marks.
I want to align myself 100% with the senator to my right. I hear from my municipalities, New London, which is run by all Democrats, my mentors, my peers, and they say how hard it is, and I was so torn on what to do with this bill. And Marshall, I wish I could remember his name. I'm going to send him a thank you card. It was such moving testimony. He was such a great witness. That just shows how important our public hearings are. So if you're out there, we heard you, and you definitely made a difference with your testimony. So I look forward to see what everybody says sitting around the table. So thank you, Chair.
Any other questions, comments, discussion? I do know his name. Thank you, Brian. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions or comments, take the vote by roll. 8:15?
Yeah.
A motion has been made and seconded to JFS to the floor, agenda item number 15, Senate Bill 337, an act concerning the property of evicted tenants. LCO number 2154. How do you vote, Representative Felipe?
Yes.
Senator Marks?
Yes.
Representative Scott?
Representative Scott's a yes.
Senator Sampson?
Sampson is yes.
Representative Roberts? Senator Gaston? Senator Anwar? Representative Brown?
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Butler? Representative Butler? It's unmuted.
Was there a vote?
Yes, Representative Butler on Senate Bill 337.
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Corpus.
Corpus votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez. Representative Hall.
Representative Hall votes yes.
Senator Hockadell. Representative Jensen.
Jensen votes yes.
Senator McCrory.
McCoy's a yes.
Representative Sweet.
Representative Sweet votes yes.
Representative Turco.
Representative Turco votes yes.
Representative Weir. Representative Zullo.
Rep. Zullo votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you all. That concludes business for the day. We will leave votes open until 8:15 to allow those who have missed votes to be able to cast them. Thank you, everybody.
Clerk, did I leave? Did I miss a vote?
One second, Senator McCrory. I
Okay.
think I said that we would leave votes open. I did not say we were in recess. We are in recess.
Okay.
Hello?
Hi, Representative Butler, if you just give me one quick second. TTN to disconnect. And we will get votes sorted out with all the members who missed votes.
If anybody online can just hold your horses, it's a little loud here in the room, and Mike's still in here with us.
Hello?
Just one quick second, Representative Butler, sorry. Okay, Representative Butler, just give me one quick second. I'm gonna go through.
Dawn, Daphne, thank you.
Well, you gotta put your, you hear them. Sorry, I'm like, I'm not going. Yeah, DOT's like, Plus people. If there's any misinformation, what we're doing is trying to find who ordered it, who coordinated it, that information, so I'd like to. Wait, do you, like,
Representative Butler, you are all set. Can you hear me?
yeah, he was on it. It takes sometimes you don't like it. Yeah, right.
Representative Butler, can you speak again? Can you hear me, Representative Butler? Sorry, we're getting some technical difficulties on our end.
Mike, can you hear me, Mike?
I can hear you, Senator McCrory.
Larry, Representative Butler, we can't hear you. I think it might be on his side.
I think it might be on his end as well. Representative Butler, if you can hear us, you're all set. We have all of your votes. Senator McCrory, we're going to go through quickly.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Rep. Butler. Senator McCrory, I'm going to go through yours really quickly.
Okay.
You're 7257. How do you vote on agenda item 3, SB 256?
Yes.
On agenda item 4, 5092?
Yes.
Senator McCrory, you're all set. Thank you.
Well, you know what? I think I voted no on agenda item number 6. What was the agenda item number 6?
Number 6 was Senate Bill number 332.
Okay,
which was 332, an act concerning notice to parties before a fair rent commission.
I want to make that a yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. Otherwise, you're all set. Thanks so much.
All right.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, Representative Brown. Did we just?
I think I might have missed one when I was driving home.
I got you. Let me give it a good look for you. Okay.
Thanks.
No problem. All right, Representative Brown. Let me just go through and make sure you're all good. Where are you here? Agenda item number 3, Senate Bill 256.
256, yeah. I'm a yes. Representative Brown votes yes.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Have a good one.
Yep. Hold on, I'll just double check to make sure that's everyone. I think you were here for every other one, though.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Okay. Just for due diligence, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course, yeah. You are all set, Representative. Thank you so much.
Great, thanks.
How are you, Representative Hall?
How's it going?
Let's go through. Representative Hall, agenda item 1, Senate Bill 257.
Yes.
Agenda item 2, 151, Senate Bill 151.
Yes.
Agenda item 3, Senate Bill 256.
Yes.
Agenda item 4, 5092.
Yes.
Agenda item 5, 5260.
Yes.
Agenda item 6, 332.
Yes.
There, 7. Agenda item 8, Senate Bill 338.
Hello, could you see me?
Hi, Senator Gaston, just one quick minute as we finish up with the Representative Hall. Sorry.
Yes.
That's a yes on Senate Bill 338.
Yes.
Representative Hall, you are all set. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Senator Gaston?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi. Let's just make sure we're gonna go through. Got you for 257. Just going through all of them. Just sorry, I'll let you know
Okay.
in a second.
Yeah.
Senator Gaston, on agenda item number 14, House Bill 5367, concerning the removal of unauthorized persons from residential property.
I'll vote yes.
Okay. Then item number 15, an act concerning the property of evicted tenants, JFS, to a study.
Yes.
Okay, you are all set. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Have a great night.
You too.
Good evening, Senator Anwar. How are you? Senator Anwar?
Hi, I'm just about to park my car, so bear with me for 1 second.
No worries. Take your time.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry I've been running in different directions.
No, it's okay. Don't worry at all. No worries at all. Seriously.
Okay, so in less than 10 seconds, I will park. And
Okay.
I
Yep.
will.
You're good.
All right, Mike, can you see me?
I can see you. So,
Okay.
All right. So I got you for the first two. Now for number 3, Senate Bill 256. And that
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Yes. Okay. Item 4, 5092.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Item number 5, House Bill 5260.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Item number 6, 332.
Senator Anwar votes no. Hi, Jan.
Bill number 335. Item number 7.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Agenda item number 8, SB 338.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Agenda item number 9, Bill number 5359.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Agenda item number 10, 5361.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Agenda item 11, 5362.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Item 12. Bill
Senator
number
Anwar
5261.
votes yes.
Thank you. Got you. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And then
And
item 13,
Right.
5370.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
And finally, item number 14. Oh, I'm sorry, not finally, but item number 14, 5367.
Senator Anwar votes no.
And then item number 15, 337.
What can you tell me what that bill is?
Yes, item number 15, Senate Bill 337, an act concerning the property of evicted tenants. The JFS language it changed it to a study.
Is it okay if I ask what did Senator Marks vote on that one?
She voted yes.
I vote yes too. Sorry.
No,
I didn't
it's okay.
study
Yep.
that
And that concludes our votes.
one. What about 5257?
5257 was held.
Okay, good. Thank you so much, Mike. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator. Really appreciate it.
Okay, bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye, Jen.
How are you, Senator? You're I think you're on mute, Senator.
There we go. My
there we go.
phone does not like to go off mute.
That is okay. That is okay. No worries at all. So we are going to start off with item number 1, SB 257.
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Item number 2, you are good for. Item number 3 is Senate Bill 256.
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Item number 4, 5092.
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Item number 5, 5260.
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Item number 6, Senate Bill 332.
Senator Hockenell votes no.
Item number 7, Senate Bill 335.
Can you tell me the name of that one again?
Yes, of course. Item number 7 is Senate Bill 335, an act concerning utility charges for residential dwelling.
Oh, right. Okay. Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Item number 8, Senate Bill 338.
338. Senator Hockadell votes yes.
Item number 9, Senate or House Bill, sorry, 5359.
Senator Hockadell votes yes.
Item 10, Senate or House Bill 5361.
6-1, Senator Hockadell votes yes.
Item 11, House Bill 5362.
Senator Hockadell votes yes.
Item number 12, House Bill 5364.
Senator Hockadell votes yes.
Item number 13, House Bill 5370.
Senator Hockadell votes yes.
Item number 14, 5367.
Senator Hockadell votes no.
Item 15, Senate Bill 337.
Senator Hockadell votes yes.
And item number 16 was held, so you're all set. Thank you so much, Senator.
Great, thank you. Have a good night. Take
Thank you.
care. Bye-bye.
Representative Weir, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
How are you, Representative?
All right, thank you. I've had to leave for a week, so I apologize that you got me in the car.
No, I'm very sorry to hear that. I'm very sorry for your loss.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, family friend. Yeah, so I stupidly in the car, I voted for the number 9, and I'm not going to do that again, but I want to switch my vote on item number 9. I voted
Okay.
yes. I would like to switch that to no.
Okay, I'm just gonna go through each one in
Oh,
order.
yeah.
And I'll
Fair enough.
let you know when we get to item number 9.
Pretty
This
sure
one.
8 was, I reviewed 8 with you in the, as far as I know, I believe I reviewed 8 with you in the building.
I think so, but I might have missed it. If you don't mind.
Okay. Yeah,
let
no,
me-
let's go right back.
Yep.
No problem.
Senate Bill 338.
Which number is that?
I got you. It is agenda item number 8, Senate Bill 338, an act concerning housing unit equivalent points for development subject to litigation.
Housing, read that title again?
Yes, Senate Bill 338, an act concerning housing unit equivalent points for developments subject to litigation.
No.
Okay, that's for 8. For number 9, item number 9 on the agenda, 5359, which is an act concerning provisions in residential rental agreements.
Dang, I should have these in front of me. What was the vote tally?
The vote tally as it stands.
I should have to, I gotta look. You know what, maybe, how long you're gonna be there a couple more minutes? Because I should bring these up if you don't mind.
Yeah, no problem. I'll be here until 8:15, and we could take
All right,
off.
I'm gonna-
We can start off here at item number 9.
I'll be in my drive in 4 minutes, so in 5 minutes, I will get you on Zoom when I've got the, definitely before 8:15.
Absolutely.
When I can actually look at the bill language, because it's not jiving.
Absolutely. No worries. No worries.
alrighty.
I'll be here.
Okay.
No problem.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, bye-bye.
Hey, Representative Weir.
All right.
We left off at item number 9 on the agenda, 5359.
Is it possible, okay, item number 9, was that the one that I voted yes on, or you're saying no?
No, 5359, I don't have a vote for you. Is it the vote that you wanted to change? Was that earlier?
I guess it was number 8 where I voted yes, perhaps?
You voted no on number 8.
Maybe 7? That can't be. All right, well, let's, is
You
it
want to start?
possible?
We could start from scratch if you'd like.
I was gonna say, let's start at are you mind starting at the bottom and I'll work my way backwards?
Let's do it. The bottom as in all the way at
15.
Yeah, we'll do it backwards.
Yep, because that way, somewhere we're gonna meet in the middle.
Okay.
The last vote that I gave should have been in person, I guess, the last accurate vote when I left you in the, so let's see what we can put together
Okay.
here.
Item number 15, Senate Bill 337. How do you vote?
Yes,
Okay. Item
that was
14.
the study, right? Wasn't that the study?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay, yep.
Number 14, House Bill 5367, concerning the removal of unauthorized persons from residential property.
Yes,
Item number 13, House Bill 5370.
yes,
Item 12 is House Bill 5364.
536, yeah, tiered deed restrictions, no.
Okay. Item 11.
That's the majority leaders roundtable, right?
Yes.
No.
Five, 362. No. Okay. Item 10.
That's a dummy bill, no.
Item 9. 536 or 5359.
No. And I think the discussion on that was if section 2 were out of there, we could get to a yes. So
And then for item number 8, 338.
no.
At 8, yep. 8, I have you as no. 7, I have you as no.
Huh.
6, I have you as yes.
6. Yep. Correct.
5, I have you as no.
Correct.
4, I have you as no.
Correct.
3, I have you as no.
Correct.
2, I have you as no.
Correct.
And then 1, I have you as no.
Correct. Yeah, so
Okay.
interesting. Somewhere in there, 8 or 9, I thought I had, again, I was driving and I thought I said yes, I meant no. So I thought that was 9, but at any rate, we will move, but you didn't have it that way, so good. I'm so
Okay,
so
all right.
we're good. So thank you again.
Yep,
You have
thank
a good
you.
rest of the evening.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Took a missed one. Hey, Representative Turco, 5362.
Yes.
Thank you. You were all set.
Thank you so much for catching that one.
Take care. No
I
problem.
was multitasking the caucus. Thank
Yeah,
you.